Stop, close your mind to stress and pain. Fight till you're no longer sane. Let not a one damn cur pass by. How many of them can we make die? Guard your women and children well. Send these bastards back to hell. We'll teach them the ways of a war, and they won't come here anymore. I use your shield and use your head. Fight till everyone is dead. Raise the flag up to the sky. How many of them can we make die? Has come, move your feet to a marching drum. We'll win the war and pay the toll. We'll fight as one in heart and soul. Midnight mare and blood-red roan. Fight to keep this land your own. Sound the horn and call the cry. How many of them can we make die? Axes flash, broadswords swing, shining armors piercing a ring. Our horses run with a polished shield. Fight those bastards till they yield. Midnight mare, blood-red roan. Fight to keep this land your own. Sound the horn and call the cry. How many of them can we make die?
Old pirates, yes, they rob I, sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Ooh, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption songs, redemption songs, redemption songs. emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Oh, have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop at the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Yes, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, all I ever had, redemption songs, these songs of freedom, songs of freedom.
Good afternoon and welcome back to One Nation Under Fraud. It is June the 26th and we are in the midst of the continuing corporate communist Bolshevik psychodrama that will lead us to our death if we don't figure out how to stop it. Or, of course, to enslavement if you're allowed to live. And the problem is unauthorized power. And policy and policing come from the same root word. I don't know really where to start today. There's so many things going on. Last week we were talking about police and the police in the early 1800s, from 1776 forward, or from wherever you want to start. There were no police up until later part, maybe the second quarter of the 1800s, when they came in, and we found out from the writings of two people, and I think this one was predominantly from, what was his name again? I've got that paper here. Yeah, Roger Roots. Are cops constitutionally? They are not, by the way. That means they are not supposed to be there, and you can see over time when you read these articles how they have taken over power. They can seize assets. They have warrantless searches, etc. But all the time from the very beginning, they were imposed at the will of the people with a lot of money who controlled industry and banks early on, and they didn't have enough people for their industry, so they began to have basic slaves come from Ireland. How did they do that? Well, they had the potato famine, and they bring them over here, and they wanted police, so they set up taverns, because you want people to drink and become unruly so that you can have a justification. That's all. It's always about justifying something which is not done with authorized power. And that's what we see today. There are three words you need to use over and over and over. Well, actually, they're memes. One of them is global warming. It can justify anything. And now we've got COVID-19. It can justify any lawless measure. And, of course, racism. That comes from the ADL. The other two, I believe, come from the Club of Rome. There are people that we don't know controlling our lives. We are basically possessed. We don't even know who owns the land in this country, but you can guess. And so we're being moved into a neo-feudalistic system under a one-world government with one group dictating to us all in a pyramidal fashion, with one currency which will be digital, and you'll have tattoos. You'll be branded like an animal, because that's all you are on the global animal farm. And there'll be one religion, and it will be Luciferianism, I assume. So how did we get here, and how can we stop it, is what we've been looking at. More so, how did we get here? How do we stop it? It's going to take individual people ganging together and reasserting the real law over all of this fabricated fraud that they are telling you is law, and it's just statutes, or even not even statutes. It could be just an order, like from the dimwit moonwalking blackface governor of Virginia. He has an order out, and everywhere you go, by law, they say, you have to wear a mask to get into the store, and you can see where this is going. It's going to, first of all, to wear a mask, which is totally unnecessary because it's been ordered by a governor, and now they're calling it law. It's an indication that you submit to unauthorized power. And unfortunately, here, everywhere I go since March, I'm the only one usually in the store without a mask, and now I can't even get in. So you're not going to be able to eat without a mask. Then it will be your certificate showing that you have been tested. Then it will be your vaccine certificate. So how long is this going to go on before people start arresting people? Here's our problem always. You can't go into these courts. They're not Article III courts. They're not common law courts. And we've got to put common law courts back in. There was a video up yesterday from the trenches of a woman down in Palm Beach County where they have now mandated masks, threatening the people on the council. And I do believe if you go and look at these councils, and this is what people should do, they should rise up against the, quote, counselors or supervisors and demand to know why they're there. Because they all have corporate communist idiotology that they're imposing upon us. And it's time for them to be tried for their crimes and their treason, and they should be hanged because they're very dangerous. But also dangerous are all the people that submit to this and go along with it. And then pretty soon, you've got these Judas goats at the corporate doors keeping you out of the store. Or if your mask is off, they'll come and tell you can't buy anything. By what lawful authority do they do this? There is none. And the more you go back and look, I mean, has the virus has it yet to be isolated? Do they know what it is? Is it a new virus? Can it be tested? And as far as I know, there's no accurate tests at all. So this is all based on false belief. And that's our real problem. The war is against the individual, and it's a lawless war. And the law and the individual are what really count, and it's going to be up to the individual to take back the law, because that is the only way we can win. Statutes and code law out, and we need to bring back your unalienable rights, your right to control your life. We've been deprived of this. They've stole our assets for a long, long time, and they need to be returned. The banks should be surrounded and all the bankers hanged. All the central bankers, and I don't believe there's anything but central bankers now, because this is a war of possession. And the people's minds that are possessed are not going to help us. They're useful idiots. So we need to find a way to restore the law, or else it's going to just be a bloodbath. This is so... I mean, to look at the survey of how long this has gone on, and this is just at one given point. There was an article called The June Rebellions of 1832 and 2020 by Mike King. And I'm just going to read the last few paragraphs. The well-armed insurgents made their stronghold in the historic city center. They built barricades in the narrow streets, hoping that success would embolden rebels in other French cities, put up ferocious resistance. But on June the 6th, the last of the Red Rebels were surrounded and defeated. Total casualties in the conflict were estimated at 800. The French Army and the National Guard lost 73 men with 344 wounded. On the rebel side, 93 died killed and 291 were wounded. Louis Philippe would eventually be overthrown in the French Revolution of 1848, the year which Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels published the Communist Manifesto. During that revolution, Engels was also published an analysis of the tactical errors which led to the failure of the 1832 uprising, errors which he cautioned to avoid during the, quote, spontaneous, unquote, and numerous national uprisings of 1848. And now, 188 years later, as it was at many points in between, we are witnessing the same template at work with this anti-Trump June rebellion of 2020. It's all there. Secret society schemers, a springtime health crisis, killing 100,000 in quotes, and blamed on the president. A devastated economy also blamed on the president. Red Street provocateurs funded from above, rioting and erecting barricades in June, and none of the mayhem actually being, quote, unquote, spontaneous. This is why history matters, boys and girls. Until people recognize the patterns and precedents, they'll keep getting bamboozled over and over again by the globalist scriptwriters and their street henchmen. So then he shows the two. It's the June Rebellion of 1832. You have an epidemic. It kills 100,000. In the June Rebellion of 2020, you have an epidemic. It kills 100,000 Americans. Economic depression in both. King Louis Philippe was blamed in 1832, and Trump's blamed today. And you had Lamarque's death was a catalyst in 1832. George Floyd was a fake, they call this a fake death, is a catalyst in 2020. Spontaneous uprising in 1832, spontaneous uprising, both in quotes. Of course, these are very well-planned uprisings. Reds barricade the streets in 1832, and also Reds barricade the streets in 2020. So these are all planned events, which makes them criminal. And their plan this time includes murder. And how many people have been murdered by the medical establishment today? It's quite a few. It's significant, and this is a war to get rid of all people who are of a certain age, and it goes right along with the most diabolical man, one of the most diabolical men in the country, which is Ezekiel Emanuel, who is, of course, a dual citizen of Israel, like his brother, and their terrorist father, who is, I don't even know if he's alive anymore, but he was an Israeli terrorist. So this is what we're dealing with, these people who are diabolical. They want to kill people. That is their raison d'etre, apparently, just kill and control people. And so we'll move on to a couple other things here. I think this is one of the best articles I've read recently, and it's by Giorgio Agamben, Agamben. It's called Biosecurity and Politics. And it's fairly short, so I think I'll just read the whole thing instead of trying to carve it up. So he says, what is most striking about the exceptional measures that have been set in motion in our country, and in many others too, is the inability to see them outside of the immediate context they apparently function in. Hardly anyone seems to have attempted, as any serious political analysis would require, to interpret these measures as symptoms and signs of a broader experiment in which a new paradigm of governance over people and things is at play. Already in a book published 7 years ago by Guillemard, it's called, I'm not going to even try to pronounce it, but anyway, it's a book, and if you go read this article, Biosecurity and Politics, you'll find the name of the book. One that now merits an attentive rereading, Patrick Zilberman described a process by which medical security, previously relegated to the margins of political calculations, was becoming an essential element of national and international political strategies. This involved nothing less than the creation of a sort of medical terror as an instrument of governance to deal with a worst-case scenario. Even back in 2005, in line with this kind of worst-case logic, the World Health Organization warned that, quote, avian influenza would kill 2 to 150 million people, unquote, pushing for political responses that nations were not yet prepared to accept at that time. Zilberman described the political recommendations as having 3 basic characteristics. 1, measures were formulated based on possible risk in a hypothetical scenario with data presented to promote behavior permitting management of an extreme situation. 2, worst-case logic, and that these are in quotes, worst case, was adopted as a key element of political rationality. 3, a systemic organization of the entire body of citizens was required to reinforce adhesion to the institutions of government as much as possible. The intended result was a sort of super-civic spirit with imposed obligations presented as demonstrations of altruism. Under such control, citizens no longer have a right to health safety. Instead, health is imposed on them as a legal obligation. You can see how these maskings and distancings are doing that to people. Pretty soon, if you don't wear a mask, you'll be surrounded by people. They're creating this horror on purpose, of course. So that which Zilberman described in 2013 has today come to pass quite exactly. It is evident that over and above any emergency connected with a certain virus that could in the future make way for another, the design of a new paradigm of government is discernible, one far more effective than any other form of government that the political history of the West has known before. Due to the progressive decline of ideologies and political convictions, the pretext of security has already succeeded in getting citizens to accept restrictions to their freedom that previously they were unwilling to embrace. Now biosecurity has taken things further still, managing to portray the total cessation of every form of political activity and social relationship as the ultimate act of civil participation. We have witnessed the paradox of left-wing organizations traditionally known for demanding and asserting rights and denouncing constitutional violations, unreservedly accepting restrictions to freedom decided by ministerial decrees devoid of any legality. Even the pre-war fascist government would not have dreamed of imposing such restrictions. It also seems obvious that so-called social distancing, in quotes, will remain a model for politics that governments have in store for us, as they constantly remind us. It also seems clear from the pronouncements of spokespersons of task forces consisting of people with flagrant conflict of interest with their purported roles that whenever possible, wherever possible, this distancing will be leveraged to replace direct human interactions. Now, so suspect due to the risk of contagion, political contagion that is, with digital technologies. As the Ministry of Education, University, and Research has already recommended, university classes will be conducted online permanently from next year. Students will not recognize their peers by looking at their faces, which may well be covered by a sanitary mask. Identification will rely instead on digital technologies. The process mandatorily relinquished biometric data. Furthermore, every kind of assembly, whether for political motives or simply for friendship, will continue to be prohibited. The entire concept of human destiny is at stake, and we face a future that is tinged with a sense of apocalypse, of the end of the world, an idea adopted from our old religions now nearing their twilight. Just as politics was superseded by the economy, now the economy will too have to be integrated into the paradigm of biosecurity for the purpose of enabling government. All other needs must be sacrificed. At this point, it is legitimate to ask ourselves whether such a society can still be defined as human, or whether the loss of physical contact, of facial expressions, of friendships, of love can ever be worth an abstract and presumably spurious medical security. So that was that article, which is just so correct in every one of its statements. This is what we're facing. It's totally unlawful. And it just grows by memes. And they've gone from the medical over to the racist to all of the takedown to this unbelievable orgy of destruction of everything that has to do with any person. And it doesn't even matter anymore that they're Confederates. It's the entire history. It is a sign of the conquest of America by the Bolshevik revolutionaries, who are well paid by the foundations, because this is all about corporate communists, and it always has been corporate communism. We were just brainwashed into believing that somehow corporations, which are created by the state and given privileges over other small businesses, were somehow legal. How did they get that done? Well, you just keep people in chaos, the Civil War, and of course this started before the Civil War, but since the Civil War, it's all about merger and acquisition until a group of people owns all the corporations and everybody works for them, and that's why you had to be pushed off the land, well, of course also because they want to own all the resources, and this is a war of possession. And that's why the mind being possessed is so important, because a mind that is possessed works in favor of the enemy without even its knowledge. And there is no, there's no soul. The poem by W.B. Yeats, The Second Coming, talked about this in the first part. It said, turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Now, that's just the first part, of course. The second part is about slouching towards Bethlehem to be born. But the center that won't hold is the individual center. I'm not sure about W.B. Yeats. He was definitely involved in the occult. I don't know enough about it to know if he ever came out of the occult. I know he's buried in Sligo, because I was hitchhiking around Ireland in 72 or 3, and I came upon Sligo and I saw his grave, and all I remember is it said, "Cast a cold eye on life, on death, horsemen pass by," which I thought was interesting. And of course, that's a reference to the 4 horsemen, I would assume, of death. But in any case, that is the center that they have tried so hard to smash. So you have no connection to your source of existence, and you're dissociated within. Once they take your mind, you lose your powers. And this is what they've done in the schools. And it's not something that just happened. It started back with the Prussian education, but by the end of the 1800s with the robber barons, Rockefellers, and the Carnegies in charge of education. That was the main purpose of education, and John Dewey and all the other of the cohorts that think that they are superior to other people. And you see, it's so strange because, once again, it's just a small group of people who get to control everyone else. How do you do it? You do it through systems. You take over the system of education, the system of medicine. You infiltrate. You take over the government. You take over the law. And the people are living their lives, and they don't even know this is going on. Why? Well, they aren't participants any longer and haven't been for a long time, because they used to be participants in real communities and in real families. But before the Civil War, Marx and Engels knew you had to destroy the family. That's how you get to the individual and destroy and subvert the individual. And it's just, I mean, you could write books on how they did this, but a lot of it is through social work, psychiatry, psychology, the law. All the things they call social sciences are there, and they're being systematically used against the people to make you into an animal to obey, so that they can use their energy for their purpose. And they think they're gods, obviously. This is, I'm going to go to, let me say something about this. There's an article from Technocracy News on Ezekiel Emanuel. He's one of the worst. Why is he allowed in these places? He is connected to Tedros of WHO, by the way, so he's got his fingers in what is going on now. And this is a interesting article, and it shows he was under Obama, of course, and he was for the single-payer health care and rule by experts. That's technocracy. And then I want to get down to the things that make him, you can really see who he is. He's no different than people like this, what was his name? Peter Singer, is it Peter Singer? They both believe in the same things. They're gods, and they get to determine when you live, when you die, what happens to you, and they will be able to deny you health care. So Emanuel is a zealous advocate for government to establish a medical standard of care. He has supported schemes for health care rationing. In an article in The Lancet in 2009, he proposed that resource allocation, i.e., who receives care and who is denied, in times of scarcity, which of course they will cause, be prioritized according to what he called, quote, complete lives system, unquote. You can read that. I read it years ago. It's just like a grimoire. In a matter that is now of acute concern during a COVID-19 crisis in which our elders are most at risk, Emanuel and his co-authors argue that age would be a splendid means of determining who should be rationed out of care. That meant infants and elderly alike. So you can see this plan is being implemented right now. Why exclude care for infants? Because babies have not yet received considerable quote-unquote investments from parents and society. It's all about investment and your worth. From principle for allocation of scarce medical interventions. This is a quote. Consideration of the importance of complete lives also supports modifying the youngest first principle by prioritizing adolescents and young adults over infants. Adolescents have received substantial education and parental care, investments that will be wasted without a complete life. See, you're human capital. Infants, by contrast, have not yet received these investments. Oh, yeah, so just kill them. As for older patients, once they have passed their 40th year, they can be opted out because they have already lived a complete life. In an illustration of the profound injustices sure to be imposed by such a system during the worst of the COVID-19 crisis, Italian authorities barred intubation of patients over the age of 60, regardless of their health. Emanuel and his co-authors hedged about immediately imposing complete lives rationing system, noting that it would be premature to do so before reducing waste and increasing spending. He wasn't so hesitant in the Hastings Center report, where he explicitly advocated that guaranteed basic care be denied to the most weak and vulnerable according to quality of life measurements. Services that promote the continuation of the polity, those that ensure healthy future generations, ensure development of practical reasoning skills, and ensure full and active participation by citizens in public deliberations are to be socially guaranteed as basic. Conversely, services provided to individuals who are irreversibly prevented from being or becoming participating citizens are not basic and should not be guaranteed. An obvious example is not guaranteeing health services to patients with dementia. So much for the intrinsic value of human life. And this goes on to the forced flu shots, which of course he is for that, and he's also for the government coercion of doctors and making them do exactly what he would like them to do, because he is, after all, a god, self-ordained. These people are dangerous, and they're running the government. So your complete life, most people anyway, most of us are not able to lead a complete life at this time because they have us involved in all kinds of systems without any consent from us. We are entangled in systems, and they're moving these systems together. They're going to merge them, and no one will get out. And the merging of the systems will be the government, the corporations, and all of the NGOs. And those are what the people behind those, and you can guess who's behind them, will run everything. And that's what they're doing right now with this defunding of the police. I mean, the police have been corrupt forever. I don't know if we'll get back to that article, but it's well worth reading. And you can see how incrementally the police took over the law and used unlawful authority on people. So it is true, it's no doubt true, that there is a lot of criminality amongst the police. That doesn't mean that every policeman is bad, but there's always danger for people to have power over other people. And if they don't understand the real law, it's very dangerous and lethal. And that's what we're dealing with here. But it doesn't matter because they're going to get rid of the police. How do you know that? Because you can look and see what they're doing. And this was planned a long time ago. And it's, once again, this is communitarianism, and it's come out of GW University with Etzion, another dual citizen Israeli. And let's see, some articles here about that. And one of them is, this was one of the, there's no date on this article. I wish I had the date on this. But anyway, it's Obama chooses 6 cities to test federal police scheme. Under the guise of restoring trust between communities and police departments that have been militarized by the federal government, The Obama administration's Justice Department announced this month that it had selected 6 U.S. cities to serve as pilot sites to develop and deploy federal guidance for local police to create better procedures, reduce racial bias, and regain citizens' trust. The plan, which is controversial because it is in line with the Obama administration's goal to further nationalize and federalize local law enforcement, has been officially dubbed the National Initiative for Building Community Trust and Justice. Right. It will use U.S. taxpayer dollars to deploy experts and researchers charged with training officers to act in a manner that the DOJ deems just. In essence, doing the bidding of the Obama administration, officially the Justice Department will be helping local officials fight crime under the scheme, according to news reports. Initially, the program, which will cost American taxpayers almost $5 million, will aim to assess the relationship between local police and the communities they serve. Then the DOJ squads will work to develop plans supposedly aimed at enhancing, quote, procedural justice, unquote, reducing bias and supporting reconciliation in communities where trust has been eroded, the Justice Department said in a statement announcing the plan. So these are the cities. The first 6 cities to be targeted will be Birmingham, Alabama, Fort Worth, Texas, Gary, Indiana, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Stockton, California. Fort Worth Mayor Betsy Price described the program as a tool to strengthen our partnership with the justice system. However, other police departments are also in the crosshairs. According to the official statement, an unspecified number of, quote, police departments and communities that are not pilot sites will be targeted for more DOJ training and technical assistance. And also, there are several articles noting that the police in Minneapolis were being trained, and I don't know to what percentage, by Israel. So what is this really going on here? And you got Israel and Etzioni, you got Israel, Ezekiel Emanuel's complete life system all being imposed upon us. We had what's the guy's name? Head of Homeland Security, the dual Israeli guy who looks like he just got out of a death camp. I can't think of his name at the moment. He's another dual Israeli. I mean, they're all over the place. I mean, look at the Trump administration and how many citizens of Israel are in there, or if they're not citizens, they are of the same belief structure, that they are the gods and they're going to destroy us. And they're doing a very good job. So anyway, let's see, what else are they talking about in here? Skeptics have pointed to the past precedent and deemed the plan dangerous. Among other deeply troubling elements in the past, the Justice Department's training schemes for state and local police have included, as the New American, this is from the New American, reported in 2012, teaching officers to associate mainstream political activism, such as conservative bumper sticker displays on cars, with terrorism and extremism. Of course, the first question is, what in the hell are the people from the federal government doing in the local police in the first place? Why are there police anyway? Because they're unconstitutional. And when are people going to take back the law and the policing and reestablish real family, real community? Because you can see they have definitely wiped out the family. And that's a whole nother subject, but it has been done. And we don't have real communities here. These aren't communities. People don't even know each other. Ironically, the next year, the DOJ itself was exposed working with an anti-Christian extremist group, the Southern Poverty Law Center, that had inspired a confessed terrorist to attempt a mass murder attack on a pro-family group. The year after that, the Justice Department came under fire for funding a New York community group that was involved in a rap video promoting the murder of police officers. Indeed, since Obama took office, the administration has been pumping out a non-stop barrage of propaganda demonizing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Americans as extremists and potential terrorists owing to their mainstream political views. So anything that you have in your belief system that might agree that you have a right to govern your life, you have a right to own your property, you have a right not to be enslaved. I mean, anything in the common law, they cannot compel you to perform. That's just basic law. You cannot force a person to do something against their will, and you can't, in fact, even have anything to do with people. People from the government had no right to be interfering with your life unless you have caused some damage. So all of this is just, and those are the laws you have to go back. We have to restore our rights to govern our lives, and we need trials to get back everything that's been stolen from us, and to find out if it is actually true that every one of these groups, all of these school boards, all of the courts, every one of them is for-profit private corporation. They're all intertwined, and now they're merging with the corporations that they supposedly created. And that was all unlawful from the beginning. I mean, in the beginning of this country, people understood the danger of the East Indian Company, King George, and the bankers. And now, instead of one East Indian Company, they did it, we'll have thousands of corporations, and then we'll just merge them, because you can merge them by ownership, possession, and that's what they have done. And now they're taking possession of what they consider theirs. I mean, they're running one of the biggest frauds, maybe the biggest, but it's the same one they've run over and over and over on the American people that they've done elsewhere. They own all the money, and they've taken up people's true assets from them under the guise of this fractional reserve fiat system of Shatar. It's criminal. So all the people since 1913 at least, when they pushed this banking system on us, all the people in Congress are complicit in this. And of course they make out very well from it. Because the minute you got the Keynesian debt-based theology behind it, then you can have all kinds of deficit spending, and the debt will go up and up and up. And then look what they've given us now. And of course, selling debt to a foreign enemy is, of course, treasonous. But then what isn't? I mean, we're in a country of lies, constant lies, through the controlled corporate media, constant thefts, murders, right in our front of our face. They're murdering people, and we're doing nothing about it. And now they're tearing down. This is their conquest celebration by tearing down all of the statutes, and no one goes to jail because all the government's involved with this. It's the government, the corporations, and the NGOs warring against individual people. And unfortunately, they're possessing the minds of the mesmerized masses who have no identity anymore. They've been given an identity, and they virtue signal, and they're without any real virtue because they have no understanding of anything, and they believe lies, and they act upon lies, and that is the true mental illness. That's a virus. To lead your life believing things that aren't true and acting on them to the detriment of other people and yourself is a criminal. And the people who control them, of course, should be charged along with them, because this is it. They could not do what they're doing. They could not destroy people's lives in this country through these systems without employing people. And that was probably the end goal of the Hazard Circular, is to use jobs and get people off the land and make them compete for jobs. And then you have all the civil rights things going along with it. We're to the point now where corporate policy can be used to force you to wear a mask. Now, where is the law in that? There is none. It's just a force, a psychological force being used against the individual who is in a distinct minority of people who say, I'm not wearing a mask because I'm not participating in your black masked ball, the Bolshevik corporate communist psychodrama it's being enacted everyone. And this is who you are. You either participate in this or you say, I'm not doing this. I'm going to use all my energy to stop this, because if they enforce this upon us, and we live in the global animal farm with prestidigitalization of everything, you won't be able to move without somebody controlling you in your own house, and they will control everything. And pretty soon you will, if you read Maurice Strong and his telling you what is not sustainable, you won't have anything in your house such as air conditioning, appliances. They are going to decide everything of what you can and can't have. And the question is, who are these people, and why? If there's so few of them, I don't know how many there are. I mean, you keep reading about the 13 families, the 30 families, and their 5,000 minions or whatever. But we outnumber them greatly, so we need to gang together and put them on trial for their crimes and treason, and they need to be hanged, because that the damage that it's ineffable, the damage they have done to the people of the planet and to the people of this country, who are supposed to be white supremacists, as they're being stomped into the dirt and overrun. We have no power whatsoever because we aren't using it, because they're controlling us through systems. This is the whole problem. So let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, back with the plan. Anyway, I wish this would be more clear about what exactly they are doing here, but in Minneapolis and the other cities. But let's see, where were we? Indeed, there's little reason to believe that this latest effort of Obama's DOJ has its actual goal, the increased professionalism of police. Attorney General Holder, and these are two people, Obama and Holder, who should have been hanged long ago, have been repeatedly lambasted for his own anti-police extremism, including publicly accusatory comments about police officers before investigations into the facts of controversial behavior have taken place. He was also held in criminal contempt of Congress, the first sitting DOJ boss in history to face such a serious measure. Certainly, there should have been others, I'm sure. After trying to unlawfully cover up the administration's Fast and Furious gun-running program for Mexican cartels, guns from the scheme, which official documents show was aimed at pushing more assaults on gun rights, resulted in the deaths of multiple U.S. law enforcement officers. Holder has successfully avoided prosecution so far, but the contempt citation remains in effect and carries a potential jail sentence. Yeah, we'll be waiting for that. Numerous other mega scandals have plagued Holder's tenure as well. Now the DOJ boss wants even more control over your local police department. By helping to develop programs that serve their own diverse experiences and environments, these selected cities will serve on the leading edge of our effort to confront pressing issues in communities around the country, Holder said. It was not immediately clear why or under what authority Holder thinks the Obama administration should control the local police rather than allowing them to be overseen by local voters and officials, as has traditionally been the case in the United States and other free nations. Other DOJ officers, though, offered the official rationale for the ongoing takeover and erosion of self-government. Quote, restoring trust where it has eroded is one of the defining public safety challenges of our day, argued Assistant General Carol Mason of the Office of Justice Programs, apparently without a trace of irony. More than two-thirds of Americans say the federal government is out of control and a threat to liberty. Hardly any indicator of public trust. Trust building is the responsibility of the police and the community. And the national initiative's goal is to build the bridge that will define a new era in public safety. The latest announcements surrounding the controversial Obama police scheme occurred, supposedly by coincidence, just 13 hours after two police officers were shot in Ferguson amid ongoing tensions there. Tensions inflamed by DOJ claims of police racism and injustice in Ferguson. Incidents like the one we have witnessed throw into sharp relief why conversations like the one we convened today to build trust between law enforcement and community members are so important, claimed Holder. Outlaws of the DOJ's plan were first presented in September of last year after a Ferguson police officer who has since been cleared of criminal wrongdoing in multiple investigations shot and killed Michael Brown. In its official announcement, the Justice Department offered few details about the real scope of their planned activity. That's the problem. The details are missing here. The 3-year grant has been awarded to a consortium of national law enforcement experts from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice at Yale Law School. Is that what it says? Oh, it just says, I guess, okay, so it's at Yale Law School, the Center for Policing Equity at UCLA, and the Urban Institute. So you see what we're doing. I mean, they have no right to be making taxpayer grants to do any of this. And why should we be worried about trust between the police? And it goes back to the fact there should be no police. They're not constitutional. The people have to participate in their community to have a real community. But all we have are groups of people, and now you're going to see what happens in Minneapolis when they start bringing in this new police system, and you're going to find all those social scientists are there, ready to get rid of the people in the community that are dissidents and set up their hubs where the schools apparently are not going to open. So the schools will probably be those hubs that you can read about in the communitarian way, where the schools will have daycare centers and old people's basket weaving classes or whatever they think they're going to do, and health centers, and it'll all be right there. And that's why they're not going to be opening these schools. Oh, that's the way it appears anyway to me. And what will happen is you will have, what is it called, restorative justice. It's almost like no-fault divorce. It's no-fault crime. And in a way, when you read about that, and I haven't read about it for years, but when I read about it, I said, in a way, that's not such a bad idea, in that they're going to let the victim talk to the perpetrator, but of course you don't have any money. And what is the damage? I mean, all of this is arranged from above, and there's no right or wrong any longer. And this is why relativism was so important. Nothing, it's all relative. If somebody came and knocked you over and smashed your head against the wall, but it doesn't really matter. It's all just relative to the two people involved, and it's no fault at all. We'll just do what we can. We'll have another psychodrama right here. So the people aren't really involved. They're going to be guided through this by people who are in the professions, theology, psychiatry, psychology. That's what it's all about, is taking over the community. There's no real community here either. And that's why they had to get rid of the individual and the community, because now you're going to impose your systems on that community. And this is communism. That you won't own property. You will be totally controlled. From the time you're 7, you're told what you're going to do. You will be going to school to work programs. There'll be very few higher education programs. Those will be just for the Judas goats and the people who aspire to be pig gods. And that's what we're talking about, the pig pyramid, the animal farm, whatever you want to call it. These people are all animals. They're not using their attributes as humans. They've already decided they're gods over other people. Those are the most dangerous people. And it goes all the way down the line, down to your grocery store, when people, not understanding that they're being used, deny you entrance to buy food unless you wear a mask. Those are dangerous people. And that's how you do what's being done here, what was done under Mao in the Cultural Revolution, and it's happening here now. And you can't get through to those people. I've tried for 20 years to get through to people, and once you're mesmerized to that point, you can't break through. You can't. It's like these people are controlled from the outside, and their minds are possessed. And this is what is so disturbing about what has happened to us. So anyway, where was he? Back here. I don't think we're going to find out much about what they were doing, but you can see how they did this in 6 places. They're going to nationalize everything. See, the controversial Obama administration demands for the national standards for police, meanwhile, came just a few months after the United Nations boss, Ban Ki-moon, exploiting the chaos in Ferguson. See, why is a person in the United Nations more and more obviously the United Nations is behind these things, just like it is behind the regional governments. But now other people from other countries are making decisions about what happens here. And but let me finish this. Exploiting the chaos in Ferguson. Okay, they call for American police to obey international standards. So you see, all of this is scripted. Everybody's going to be all over the planet under the same systems that are merged to control the individual, and no one will get out. Once they shut the gate of the animal farm, it will be a closed system, and you will not get out of it. And they'll make sure, because they'll have the social credit score, and you can see what happens to people under this type of unauthorized power because of fear. They give in to fear, and they don't have any use of their faculties. This is what's been done. Highly criminal element called the educational system that's in this country, and it's another diabolical system. So, like Ban, the Obama administration seized on the unrest in Missouri, much of it bankrolled by billionaire statist George Soros. It later emerged to push his radical agenda to strip communities of control over their own police departments. Of course, Obama administration and previous presidents have been showering local law enforcement with military weaponry, ironically one of the purported justifications for the further federalizing of policing. They have this all worked out. The constitutionalist organization that publishes this magazine, the John Birch Society, has for decades been running a nationwide campaign to support your local police and keep them independent. From lobbying Congress to cut off the funds and educating the public about the Constitution to working with state and local officials to stop the federal bribes with strings attached, there are many ways to fight back against the establishment's efforts to impose a national police force accountable to Washington, D.C., politicians and bureaucrats rather than local communities. As Obama and Holder work to usurp all control over law enforcement from local citizens, Americans who hope to remain free under the U.S. Constitution must ensure that the administration's plot is defeated. Not only is it unconstitutional, history shows it is extraordinarily dangerous. And this is written by Alex Newman, a correspondent for the New American. So the John Birch Society apparently was set up as a controlled opposition, and that doesn't mean some of the articles aren't good, or I don't know actually the breakdown of that. But as an example of how other countries are involved in America now, and they should be told to get out. I don't even know where I got this one, but African countries are pushing for the UN's Human Rights Council to launch a high-level investigation into systemic racism, which doesn't really exist. Not to say that they haven't actually targeted blacks and moved them where they want them and destroyed the family and brought drugs into where they lived. That's what's going on. There's not systemic racism amongst the American people. This is exploitation and destruction. It's a war on the people by the people in the government. I don't like the word government. It's all the people in the government that are responsible for this, and they had no right to give themselves any kinds of immunity. Every American citizen should be immune from being destroyed by the government. We have unalienable rights, but they're not enforced. And this is our real problem. We've let them build systems up and take away our powers from us through diseducation, all the intelligence operations in the government, the media, Hollywood. And this is not new. I mean, Hollywood was utilized for this purpose going way back to its beginning. But anyway, that's what the Africans are doing now. They're going to use the George Floyd thing to bring the Human Rights Council. And they noted that 600 activist groups and victims' relatives had called last week for a special session. The UN resolution was introduced by an African group and condemns, quote, racial discriminatory and violent practices perpetrated by law enforcement agency against Africans and people of African descent and structural racism endemic to the judicial system, the criminal justice system in the United States of America and other parts of the world. It's also called, so they use these UN things to get into your country, and pretty soon they'll be calling for the UN to enter here, which, let me see, it also calls for a probe into the government response to peaceful protests, including the alleged use of excessive force against protesters, bystanders, and journalists. John Fisher, an official with the UN's Human Rights Watch, said, when national processes consistently fail, here it is, international processes are needed. The next phase, this is, read that last line again. The next phase may be UN troops called peacekeepers patrolling American streets. Okay, that's from The Need to Know by, what's his name? What's his name? I can't think of it. G. Edward Griffin. And right below this, I had this note about wearing masks. We know that wearing a mask outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection. Focusing on universal masking alone may paradoxically lead to more transmission of COVID if it diverts attention from implementing more fundamental. Anyway, I mean, is there really any? I mean, every day you turn on the radio, epidemic, pandemic, epidemic, pandemic. Where is it? I don't know one person who's had this disease. However, in the meanwhile, what have they done? They've stopped all the businesses. They've closed the schools down. They're not going to reopen in Fairfax County. The schools are going to be either you do totally online school. This is I was talking to someone whose daughter goes to the school right across the street where they had that huge Crown Castle cell tower, and they have a choice of either total virtual schooling or going back into the schools under, of course, strict medical procedures and going 2 days a week. So what is that about, and what does this have? It has nothing to do with COVID. It's always based on nothing. I mean, it is the racism, COVID, and climate change, and you can justify anything by this. Do people really buy this? I mean, what is the chance of kids? Oh, now, of course, we're having we have another wave of COVID now, and now it's going to start attacking kids, no doubt. They'll say anything that they have to. Here's a long article. Children have 0.00 chance of dying from COVID, but are harmed for life by social distancing, which has its roots in CIA torture techniques. So this is a long article. What time is it? 3:55. I don't think we'll go into that article because I wanted to continue on with... I actually want to go back to the policing thing, perhaps, but I have so many articles here, and here's what I like. This is by Jesus Huerto de Soto. I think this is a libertarian guy. I think I've read stuff by him before. It's called The State, the Deadliest Virus, and boy, is that not the truth. I'll just read this paragraph here. The deadliest virus is the notion that the state can guarantee our public health and universal welfare when economic science has demonstrated the theoretical impossibility of the central planners giving a coherent and coordinating quality to the coercive commands it issues in its attempt to achieve its pompous objectives. This impossibility is due to the huge volume of information and knowledge which such a task would require and which the planning agency lacks. It is also and primarily due to the fact that the institutional coercion typical of the agency impacts the social body of human beings who alone are capable of coordinating themselves and do so spontaneously and creating wealth. Such coercion prevents the emergence of precisely the first-hand knowledge the state needs to bring about coordination with its commands. This theorem is known as the impossibility of economic calculation under socialism. Mises and Hayek discovered the theorem in the 1920s, and events of the world history cannot be understood without it. Let's see what else. And it goes on. It is a good article. It's The State, the Deadliest Virus, which I think, to me, the deadliest virus really is believing things that aren't true that allows all this to go forward. But to call the state a virus, I can't disagree with that. So, in any case, what are we doing here? You can go to the what was it called, the New American, and there are many articles about this police consolidation. UN pushes international standards for the police. I mean, they've covered this extensively. And then there's Charlotte Iserby. Now we're going to get into where are we going with the police and why are they defunding these things. And what we saw last week from these articles, which we didn't actually finish, and I'd like to finish them, and what we saw is more and more unauthorized power taken over by the police used against the citizen by the police, which are unconstitutional. Another thing I've tried to find out about, but I have not been successful, is what exactly is the fraternal brotherhood of police. And this is one of the big problems. I mean, this is why everything is so coordinated, because there are associations of everything. I mean, you got the Convention of the Mayors, you got the Associations of Governments, you got the Association of Legislatures. I mean, everything is done outside of the view of the people. This is an occult system that operates from behind the people who play the role of representatives. They do not represent you at all. They do what they're told, and that goes all the way down to your local school boards, who are now busy renaming everything. And don't worry, how many schools do we already have now named Obama? And Obama was never an American. He's a traitor now because he was apparently American by marrying what's-her-name. And this is just an atrocity it's cultural genocide. And it should be called what it is. They're destroying this country. They're taking down, it's an indication of their conquest of us, with the complicity of the government. They're taking down all the statutes. That's our history. They're wiping it out. And they've already condemned it without even telling the American people, oh, by the way, you don't even know your own history. We've been screwing around with it for years, but now we're going to really wipe it out with the 1619 Project. These are criminals. They are traitors if they're Americans. Some of them are foreign agents, but they're subversives, and they should not be in all the, all the offices. They're all the realms of power they have taken. And this is what our real problem is. We're being pushed around by people who are lawless, and they're the enemies of everything that is good. And what they're getting us into is community policing. And maybe that's what we'll talk about now. And I don't know. I think I'll read the Roger Root's article, Our Cops Constitution. I think just because we haven't finished it, I'll read his conclusion, which is only a paragraph long. The United States was founded without professional police. Its earliest traditions and founding documents evidence no contemplation that the power of the state would be implemented by omnipresent police forces. On the contrary, Americans' constitutional framers expressed hostility and contempt for standing armies of the late 18th century, which functioned as law enforcement units in American cities. The advent of modern policing has greatly altered the balance of power between the citizen and the state in a way that would have been seen as constitutionally invalid by the framers. The implications of this altered balance of power are far-reaching and should invite consideration by judges and legislatures who concern themselves with constitutional questions. Well, where are they? I mean, how many would there be? Judges and legislatures who are concerned about the Constitution? I'd like to know if there are even 10 of them in the whole country. But this is what has happened. The police now are actually a lawless group of people who can murder you. They can enter your house without a warrant. They can kill your dog. They can do anything they want because they're in a system of utter lawlessness that we live in today. So I think now I'll go over to I really like this article. It's a great article to explain communism and policing. It is by Detective Phil Wartz. And I know a few years ago we went through this article, and I think we might do it again. This is published in June 1st, 2001 on News with Views. And it starts out with the consensus process, which is the dialectic. There's a myth that communism is dead and that the Cold War is over. Nothing could be further from the truth. The problem is that few people today understand what communism really is and just where the Cold War battle lines are actually drawn. Crack open a dictionary and look up the term dialectical materialism. You should find something like this. Quote, a philosophy founded by Karl Marx, which forms the basis of communist doctrine. It combines the materialistic ideas of matter over mind with a Hegelian dialect in which opposing forces are constantly being reunited at higher level. But that definition might beg the question, quote, what is the Hegelian dialect? Unquote. For modern man, the answer to that question is epic. The Hegelian dialectic has profoundly impacted the world in which you live. What is communism? The dialectic, fomenting the revolution. The concept of the dialectic has been around for a long time. It is simply that of opposite positions, thesis, position, versus antithesis, opposite position. In traditional logic, if my thesis was true, then all other propositions were by definition untrue. For example, if my thesis is 2 plus 2 equals 4, then all other answers, the antithesis, are false. George W.F. Hegel, the 19th century German philosopher, turned that concept upside down by equalizing thesis and antithesis. All things are now relative. There is no such thing as absolute truth to be found anywhere. And see how this will lead into restorative justice. It's like no-fault crime. Everything is relative. Instead, truth is found in the synthesis, a compromise of thesis and antithesis. This is the heart and soul of the consensus process. This is diametrically opposed to Judeo-Christian worldview prevalent in the Western world for the better part of 2 millennia that held that God existed, that he existed outside of the material creation, and that a man has a moral obligation to him and his laws. God was transcendent, and thus truth was absolute and transcendent, outside of our ability to manipulate it. This all changed with Hegel, and the modern man was born. Man could now challenge any authority, any position, even God. Since there is no such thing as absolute truth. My truth, in quotes, is just as good as your truth. So don't tell me what to think or how to behave. And you can see how this has taken hold of the minds of the youth. Because one of the things I said before I left the store, when I was not allowed to enter without a mask, I was explaining something to this young girl. She's probably in her 20s. And, well, I respect your opinion. This is like they've been scripted to say, I respect your opinion, but this is corporate policy. They don't respect your opinion, and it's not an opinion. They don't recognize that there are such things as facts, that they're taking part in a psychodrama that will lead to their harm. They don't get it. But they're mesmerized, and they're under a spell. Their minds are possessed. So this is how they are so easily utilizing their dictates upon us, because people just obey them. They've been taught to do so. So back to Hegel, man can now challenge, okay, we did my truth, everything's relative, nothing's, okay. Yeah, God, Nietzsche, the God is dead philosopher, would later say there's absolutely no absolute. Now 2 plus 2 can equal 5 or 17 or whatever you feel is right. Hint, this is why our schools are failing. All teachers are certified on Benjamin Bloom. He's another one of the biggies in the destruction of education. On Benjamin Bloom's work. He said, quote, "We recognize the point of view that truth and knowledge are only relative, and there are no hard and fast truths which exist for all time and all places." So that pretty well gets rid of thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. There are no absolutes under this system. However, of course, it's a false system, and you're going to have only false choices under this system. But they've imposed it on us, and it's what rules us. At about the same time that Hegel was... Phyllis?
Charlotte, how are you?
Hey, Phyllis. What's happening?
Well, not too much. My goats are trying to, my little new goats are trying to adjust to the dog, but that's okay. But, when you're talking about this stuff, it's actually, yes, there is something that's solid. It's always fluid. It's always they're living laws. They can be changed at will, especially if they protect the people who are doing the crimes.
Right. That's
and
right.
The money to buy whatever they need to buy.
Right. Right. I mean, there is no... What they've gotten people to believe is false, and you have to have some sort of inner knowledge to know that, and that they have dissociated people from their inner world through schools and obedience and all. Now I think it's especially insidious is what they're doing is emotional training of people to fit into a peer group, and the emotional harm that comes from being cast out, and it's taken hold of people. I'm really shocked, actually. I mean, I've known that this is going on, but you see it in action now that we're in the psychodrama. This is another false flag, or whatever you'd like to do, but it's probably the last false flag. This is not going to stop ever unless we stop it. And when you have kids that don't understand that there is such a thing as truth and fact, and they have no inner world, which means their souls are possessed. So how are they going to know? I mean, it's through time that people get to know who they really are, and they've made it almost impossible because we're living under a system of utterly false commercial value that's been in place since the 20s with Edward Bernays. But the whole idea of schools being dysfunctional, really, they're diseducational centers to get people that they don't want to be able to think, to keep them from using their powers by keeping them from using their mind and not learning how to deliberate and not understanding. I mean, gee, would the only species on Earth that doesn't know how to act be us? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. This has all been constructed by deconstructing the individual. They do this at the same time. I mean, and it's parallel process. It goes along. You're subverting the government from its supposed purpose. I think that's becoming more and more questionable. And you also are subverting the individual by destroying the family and the community. And they go together because the more and more the community and the family is destroyed and the individual is penetrated, then the more you need power to come in. That's the way that's why they set up the tavern, so they could get the police in. You want people to not be self-governed. That's the whole goal, is to get people, and then you can shape them behaviorally once you get into the social sciences, and you can turn them into animals, and there's your justification. Well, these people are unable to govern themselves, so we have to do it. Of course, they've caused the whole problem through fraud. Nobody has a right to take over people's mind and to put you through a labyrinthical training system so that you can't think and that you have to obey. It's the opposite of common law, where you can't compel performance. Now we're into, if you won't allow them to compel performance, you won't be able to eat. So, anyway, well, just, you want to say anything else, Phyllis? Or want me to go on here?
Sure, I can talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I could put words together.
Go for it.
A couple things here. One, well, yeah, if you live in the cities or lives close to a town somewhere, then you're going to really have a problem. If you live out in the boonies somewhere, I mean, even farther than we do, you're gonna be extorted. You're going to lose whatever you have. And that whole purpose of bringing those people out, that's not just for the contact thing, because people could lie, just like they did when they were trying to take guns away from people, which they still are. They always do. Just like when they were trying to do that, when they were going out and they were trying to make that happen, because all you had to do was turn in your neighbor, and then, when you did that, well, that was fine. We'd go out there and we'd take them to task, and we'll take their guns away from them and everything. Same thing can happen with this corona nonsense. People can lie. They can say, well, yeah, I have corona. And actually, them knowing that you have corona, isn't that against the HIPAA laws to start with? Isn't it unlawful for that to do that?
The HIPAA laws
share that information with anyone?
No, you don't have to, because it's private information according to HIPAA, which shouldn't be there anyway. But yeah.
Oh, you know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I know. No, I know, but we're playing with things that aren't law, and it's like playing a ridiculous game. We need to go back to the basic law that they do not have a right to compel you to perform. And of course, the corporations can do anything they want, and they're all creatures of the government. So how do you fight this when it used to be that businesses were owned by the people that owned the business, and they could tell you that they wouldn't serve you because it was their business. And that was all turned on its head with the Civil Rights Act, where now they're serving the public, so they don't have the right to control who comes into their business. And that's another big fulcrum.
Okay, Charlotte, if they don't have the right to do that, then how can they say that if you don't wear a mask, you can't come in here?
Well, they're doing it just by force. I mean, they do it by not allowing you to go through the cashier line. And that's what the lady did to me, and all these people were standing around telling them I am a very rude person. This one woman said, I don't even know what she meant by that. I don't know to what she was referring.
That's her opinion.
Well, she can have her opinion, exactly. But I think everyone should be rude to people who are unlawfully ordering them to do something they don't want to do. What is there's no way to break through to these people. But it's corporate policy, and so she said, you aren't going to go through the line. You're banned from the store. So I'm banned from the store now, so I can't go back there. And because of corporate policy, and that's all that it is. Corporate policy only applies to the people who work for the corporation. It doesn't apply to outside. The corporations have no right.
They work for you, basically. If you go into their store and you shop, then really they're supposed to be They're supposed to be serving you, not you serving them. But,
exactly, but we're all in the same boat, because what are you going to do? Take the corporations to their own corporate courts? I mean, this is where they. It's always the same wall you hit. There's no remedy in this country because the courts are controlled and there's no law. The law is not acknowledged. So the law of nature and nature's God, the common law, none of it's acknowledged, and the Constitution is made to be whatever the Supreme Court judges say. As we can see from their last 3 rulings, these people should be put on trial and hanged. They're all part of a very black organization. It's Luciferian. I do believe that that's true. I don't know what these people individually believe. I don't know if Roberts. I know there's rumors out there that he is being blackmailed. Maybe that's true. Maybe it isn't. I don't really care anymore why they're doing what they're doing, because the damage they're inflicting upon the people of this country and the world is so hideous, they have to be stopped. But they're so far above us, how can we do it? I mean, where are they? How do you bring them in and arrest them? I don't know the answer to that. And how we got here.
All you have to do is go to Mount Olympus, Charlotte.
Right.
They're the gods from Mount Olympus. I still think that there's something about that, about the gods from Mount Olympus, and the idea of the way these people act. Well, they're not even people, but the way these soulless, ignorant, arrogant, I don't know, I can't find a really good word, to describe them really well, because they're not human, obviously. If they did, they'd have some compassion. They'd actually have some, they'd actually realize that they were created equal, not as gods, but they were created. They're not above us. They were created equal with us. So they have no power to do the things that they're doing. I know, I'm doing humor. I got it. But anyway. So, so there's really no, what do you call people like that? You can't call them Jews, because that takes care of all the people that are in the Middle East. They could all be Jews, any of them. So these people that say that they're above or that they're Jewish doesn't mean necessarily anything. It doesn't mean a thing. They just have decided to take that on for their own purposes, whatever they may be. So you can't, what do you call them besides, I don't know. What do you call Hillary Clinton besides, I don't know.
Diabolical.
And you can call, well, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I think they're diabolical. They really do believe that we are inferior to them and that they are allowed to do anything they want to us. And it comes, again, it's like if people have as much money as these people have, say the Rothschilds or any, they all interbreed. That's not good for you, really, and it causes insanity. And they're taught that they're superior from birth. It's just, they're indoctrinated into this, no doubt. I have no idea if any of those, of a lot of this stuff is true, but it does appear that child trafficking is true, that they are selling body parts from abortions. All of these things that are just so, it's unbelievable that people would do the things that they're doing. But look at what they've done in the past. From what happened in Russia when Solzhenitsyn's number 65 million people, white Christians. This is white superiority. They killed 65 million, and then under Germany, so many people were killed under Hitler. And both of those groups and Mao, and I've read 100 million under Mao. All these people are just murdered, and nothing happens to the people doing it, and they're all controlled by the same groups of people. That's the problem. You've got psychopaths running the world. I mean, you think of somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer. Well, think of Jeffrey Dahmer being a whole family of Jeffrey Dahmers, and they're interbreeding with other psychopathic families. Now they're controlling the world, and they're doing whatever they want. They run roughshod over us, and they come up with all of these theories like the Hegelian dialectic, controlled oppositions, and all of this stuff, and we're fed nothing but lies from the time we're born. Then you start to wake up to it. It's hard to process it. It's easier for people to just go along and obey it, although you have to wonder if the thought ever occurs to them that maybe they should question something. I don't get it. I mean, because I do believe that within people there is a drive. It's a spiritual drive towards the truth. You can feel it. You want to know the truth, and these people have been deprived of that drive, apparently, because they just think everything's your opinion. And if everything's just an opinion and there is no certainty to anything, there's no reason to do anything differently than you're doing. It's insanity, and it's subversion. It's just,
it's when you talk about people. First off, they're so overwhelmed by this quasi-virus.
Oh, yeah.
That they cannot think, and they're bombarded with it everywhere. There's not one place that there's not. I got a little card in the mail today from the county mental health and recovery service, I guess, the service. And they put in there, they said, COVID-19, and it says, you are not alone, we're going to help you, and they put all kind of crap on there. I didn't read any farther. I just took the mailing label off there and then threw the dumb thing away. Because, no, I'm not alone, but I don't need any help from you, because I don't, care who you are. But eventually what's going to happen is, and these people believe they're showing themselves to be righteous. They believe that they're doing the exact correct thing no matter what you say. So whatever they're doing is correct. And you're wrong because you're not going along with this. But if you tell them it's their opinion, well, then they're going to get all upset because you're telling them something that they know is correct. They know they're right and you're wrong. So what's wrong with you? You must have a mental problem, and that'll be the next thing that happens, Charlotte.
But if everything's relative, then it's just their opinion. So, correct. And that's the problem, because there are things that are true, and there are things that are facts, and they're two different things. And there are also things that are lies. So what they're saying, basically, there is no such thing as a fact. There's nothing that's objective. Everything is subjective, so it's your opinion. And that's the trick they have played on people. And if people believe that, and then they can't think of, there's no question in their mind, and it goes from, they're subverting the individual, dissociating from his powers, and then you get these people who are very manipulable. And that's what the real problem is, because you can't reach those people. They have been subverted. And then if they think everything's their opinion, and their opinion is coming from people outside, it's not coming from within them. It's very, very evil what has been done to people. And to subvert people, and then pretty soon you move from subversion to perversion, and pretty soon you have inversion of the entire moral order. And I still look to Oliver Wendell Holmes as one of the biggest culprits in this by cutting off law from morality. And you can see, I remember seeing a black and white film about him years ago, and it was like a hagiography, it's like Saint Oliver. It was sickening. But that's what they do. I mean, they can make and break people's reputations through the media, and they do it all the time. And yeah, there's no truth at all. How can you believe there's no truth? I don't understand it. But anyway, people do believe it. And once you get people into a certain sphere, it seems like you can't get them back. There's the government subversion, and then there's subversion of the individual, and it's the government working to subvert the individual. But the government itself was subverted. And these things are what we're fighting against. And it's really hard. It's hard to understand things. And if people have no inner quest at all, I don't know that you can ever reach them. And unfortunately, they become our enemy. I mean, it's like we're in a maze. And there's a book out, I can't think of the name of it, I read it last year, and it's about all of the laboratories and the what do you call it? They're not mazes or labyrinths, but what do you call it in the laboratory when you have the mice running around in these wooden constructs? There's a word for it. I can't think of it right now. But the book was interesting. It went into the craze over these what I'll call mazes, and then I was really shocked at the woman who wrote it. Her final conclusion, she somehow admired these psychologists, sociologists, whatever they were, that were doing this to people. And I went, oh man, that's really disheartening to hear, that you would admire people who take people's lives over and get them to behave in a certain way by going through a maze. I'm sorry, that's a dangerous thought to me.
Then do you actually get shocked if you go the wrong way?
Yeah, it's operant conditioning. Yeah, mazes that were. And she started out, I think it was maybe the beginning of the late 1800s forward, and she didn't ever mention the people who were big, like Skinner or anybody, or Watson or anything like that. It was just the craze in the universities with the people making these mazes. I don't even know if she went into the Milgram experiment or anything, but it was, why would you admire that people are doing this to other people? I'm sorry, I don't understand that. It's crazy.
Because you're a little bit of a person who loves to watch somebody else get punished get, burnt, get hurt. It's all over TV now, where people they have all these shows, all these video games where the kids are playing and people get hurt, they get maimed, they get shot, killed. It's all over the place, Charlotte. It's kind of like they're conditioning us for that to happen. So
yeah, it
probably will.
Sadistic.
There you go. That's a good word.
The way they've done it to us, I believe, goes all the way back to Vietnam and before, where we see all of these things happening in foreign countries that don't really touch us, but we are, stripped of any kind of compassion for these people. It's repeated over and over and over and over, and pretty soon it's just the norm. That, people are being killed all the time. Oh, and by the way, U.S. forces are doing it. And then pretty soon, after World War II, oh, by the way, it's not even done with the sanctioning of Congress. They don't matter anymore. It's a UN maneuver or whatever, or it's NATO now, and it's and we've sat here and paid for it and watched it and done nothing because we've been deconditioned to have, or desensitized, I guess would be the word, to any response, any authentic response to murders of people across the world. And now it's right here with us. And you see how it's now part of the fabric of the human being that's just been created. It's not a human any longer once you get to the point where you're not in any way in control of your mind. And you're going to turn on your neighbor. You're going to even turn him in. And, why not? They're not wearing a mask. And, that mask, it's what protects you from the infection.
And you read that thing about Hegel and the ritual and what they're doing that was on From the Trenches World Report.
Oh, yeah, I believe
that's pretty interesting. That talked about why they're doing this, how this is dehumanizing, how it's actually controlling people and getting them to believe that they're almost like Pavlovian dogs now, and it's all because of something that they don't even know what it is for sure, whether it's really real, where it came from. And two, another thing they're trying to do too with this whole thing is now they're trying to say that it came from animals. They don't want anybody eating meat. They don't want us eating meat because we need the protein. So.
Yeah, we can tie it into that now. I mean, it's amazing how they use these things for so many purposes. But yeah, it's the operant conditioning. Once you get a person conditioned to the point they're only reacting to things and they're not acting because they have no inner life, that's what you're seeing all around you, I think. And I looked up I'm interested in this word, Ms. Maze. I've been interested in it for a long time, but I haven't really pursued it. But I did go get some definitions of maze. And this is from 1300. And it's delusion, bewilderment, confusion of thought, possibly from the Old English maze, M-A-E-S, which is suggested by the compound amazad, amazed, and the verb amazian, to confound, to confuse, compare, amaze, of uncertain origin, perhaps related to Norwegian dialectical mas, meaning exhausting labor, or Swedish massa, to be slow or sluggish. It's funny that one of the things that Manly Hall said about, what was he talking about? Luciferianism and Satanism. And he said, in Satanism, you want the people to be like cement, so slow or sluggish. Luciferianism, you want them to burn off their energy, preferably in orgies or whatever, kind of like the Bacchae in Greece. So anyway, meaning a labyrinth, a baffling network of paths or passages, is recorded from the late 14th century on the notion of something intended to confuse or mislead. And you look at all of these false flags that we have witnessed with this Operation Gladio in the United States, and in every single one of them, you can never get to facts. You never know what is a fact or what is not a fact. And it goes right to this one that started off with this Floyd. What was the guy? Floyd. And there's a guy on, I think this again is from News with Views. There's an article called Desolate, Burned, and Overthrown by Rob Pugh, P-U-E. And he has questions about, why our cities are burning and how it goes back to, let me just read this part. Today in America, many of our cities are burning. Many of our cities look like Third World War zones following riots by leftist groups like Antifa and Black Lives Matter. One of the saddest things about these riots is that so many Americans feel they're justified, reasonable, and to be expected. You may call me a, quote, conspiracy theorist, unquote, if you like, but there is so much about the George Floyd incident that just does not add up. Why was the entire episode filmed so perfectly with the words Minneapolis and police, perfectly framing the entire scene? Why did the license plate on the squad car spell police? This is not normal for police cars or any other municipal vehicles. With George Floyd subdued, not resisting, and in custody, why was he not simply placed in the back of the car? Why were we allowed to see the Minneapolis police officer allegedly murder him in cold blood, knowing he was being videotaped, while the other officers on the scene never lifted a finger to intervene? Why was the ambulance, when the ambulance arrived, was no attempt made to revive Floyd or administer CPR? This is not normal for EMTs. Attempts at resuscitation on the scene are always done prior to transporting the victim. But these guys didn't so much as check for a pulse. And it was later revealed that the EMTs were not EMTs at all. They were other police officers. Why were the pallets of bricks contained containers of rocks placed on the sidewalk in cities around the country before this incident took place, ready for the rioting that would ensue? And who put them there? Why did a picture of George Floyd appear on an Obama Foundation's Twitter page on May 17th, a full week before he was allegedly murdered? What was the connection between the Minnesota police officer and George Floyd? Turns out they knew each other and worked together as security guards at the same local nightclub for 17 years. Was George Floyd really killed? Though there were multiple funerals in several cities, his body was never viewed, only his casket. Could this have been a staged event meant to enrage the populace and to justify extreme response by Antifa and Black Lives Matter? And considering the video of his alleged murder was so graphic and horrific, why was it allowed to remain on Facebook, YouTube, and other social media, as well as broadcast on every mainstream media network for millions to see over and over again? Did such violence not violate community standards of those outlets, or were we meant to see it? Was it all professionally choreographed and produced for our consumption, designed to create outrage? There are many questions. However, one thing is certain. The rioters, looters, and destroyers were well organized and well funded by someone. Advertisements posted nationwide offered rioters $25 an hour to take place. And he goes on. But let me see. Well, I mean, it's... This is a pretty good article. People should read this. I don't want to read the whole rest of it because it's getting late, but it's called Desolate, Burned, and Overthrown by Rob Pue, and it's on News with Views, and it was just, I think it was from, there's not a date on it, but it's probably from just last week. So this is what we are up against, and this, what we're moving toward has already been decided. And that's why I do want to, I know we wouldn't get through this article by Phil Warts today, but I want to get through it because I think it gives such a good basis for what is going on and how they're going to turn the police into community police. And this is where you're going to see all their systems merge into one. It's a total control system. It's utter totalitarianism, and it will be done through technocracy. But that doesn't mean that the idiotology of vulture capitalism and communism haven't been, those are the two means by which they have done this and taking over the minds of the people. And they have subverted both the people as individuals, and they've subverted the government by putting people into the government who are basic criminals. That's why this is organized crime. This is not a government that we live under. There's nothing in it that even resembles what a free people would look like. And people have been, I mean, that's one of the conditioning mechanisms, is to live in a system and you just do what you are told. And all these systems that clearly, like when you talk about the Obama and Ezekiel Emanuel taking over the health care, I mean, by what law did they do that? It's clearly not constitutional, clearly. But all you had to have are precedents. And where do you get them? You go to the Supreme Court. They'll give you your precedent. You know, they're penumbra readers. They can come up with anything. This is all black magic. And now they're coming in for the kill. So That's where we are, and
so
where we're. Yep.
Now, if you would see something, I've seen things on TV that weren't, not on TV, but on YouTube that were not real violent. Okay? They were like, maybe somebody slapped somebody. I know, normally they have a little thing on there, and it says, be careful about watching this, it may contain violence. Well, I don't know that the George Floyd thing ever had one of those disclaimers on it. I didn't even watch one of them, but I'm thinking they probably didn't. Now, what makes the difference? You know what I mean?
It depends, right? It just depends on what they want you to see.
So
what it can be used for.
Of whether it's really violence or not.
Right. That was definitely to trigger things. Everything is staged. You can see that it's true, that it is. What we don't know in most of these cases, I'll look at all of the false flags from the Charlottesville, and that's one of the later ones, with Las Vegas, Parkland. Do we ever get to the bottom? Sandy Hook? We don't get to the bottom of any of it. It just goes on and becomes a cottage industry, and it takes its model from the JFK murder, where you never can come to a conclusion. They can seal off facts. If we were the people who started this country, how can they seal facts from us about the death of a president when most likely it's being done by people in high positions? That's not the only one. They can seal anything they want from you. I think they sealed Teddy Kennedy's records at Chappaquiddick. And who knows what that was. I don't quite get this whole thing. I've read that actually didn't happen the way they say, but I don't know what's true. And this is where they really get you. It's not that they get you to believe everything that you believe is false. It's more that for most people, if you actually believe that you know these things, you got a problem. Because there's no way you would know these things unless you're somehow have incredible extrasensory perception. I don't know how you can know these because the facts are withheld from us. We are not allowed to know the truth of these crimes and who committed them, and no one ever is brought to justice. It goes for Vince Foster to RFK to JFK, all of them. I don't know. Even Malcolm X. Where is that kid down? What is his name? James Fielding at Charlottesville. Did he actually kill anybody? I don't think so. But they had a kangaroo court. If you followed that was ridiculous. The whole Charlottesville thing was a master plan, probably by Terry McAuliffe and the mayor down there in Charlottesville, and all the police are involved in it. And that's the whole problem because it's systemic. This is not racism, systemic hatred for the masses of people, the middle and the lower classes. And that's the systemic hatred comes from. And I don't even know if they hate us. They just think we're worthless. And they're going to kill us and take everything we have. Now, is that a hate crime, Phyllis?
Charlotte?
Yep.
Not according to them. According to
right.
us, it's a hate crime because you are actually doing something against the population that really lives here. You know what I mean? I would get really irritated. I would be very pissed off if somebody came in my house and started taking everything out of my house because they thought it belonged to them. Well, the same thing's kind of happening here on a huge basis. Hold on for a second. I'm in a car wash right now. But anyway, the same thing's happening here, but on a larger basis. They're coming into our house. Trumpy Bear, one fellow calls him Trumpy Bear. I call him Humpty Dumpty or Dumpy Bear. But anyway, he decided that he was going to make America great. He made America great by standing there and letting everybody come in and buy it. Now, is there something wrong with this picture where somebody's coming in and buying our country, our house? Hold on for a second.
Yes. Are you there, Phyllis?
Yeah, I am, Charlotte, but I'm going out the exit and there was a lot of wind because it's got a blower thing on it. But anyway, is there something wrong with somebody, a bunch of other people, and it's been going on since the Clintons and probably even before that. Is there something wrong with somebody coming in and buying and stealing our house, stealing all the stuff that belongs to us because we sat here. We worked like the dickens for the majority of our life. And some people are just starting to do that because they're a lot younger than I am. I think there's a problem here. I don't really like it, you coming in and stealing my house. That really bothers me. Here we have people coming in who are illegal and are demanding that they get the same treatment that everybody else does. They want this stimulus nonsense, which I don't like this. I don't want it, but I got it anyway, whether I wanted it or not. They just stuck it in my account. So,
and they don't have any right to even know where your account is.
No, but they did it. They decided that they were going to go ahead and do that, and they did. They do whatever they want, Charlotte.
That's right.
You have no free money, no nothing. Now here's another one too. This one I just found out yesterday. Not only that, but they're stealing our money too. They're stealing our money. They're stealing from our pockets to pay for all these things that are going on. They're paying all these people that are standing there and doing all these criminal activities along with who knows who else. And then they're standing, now I'm hearing that, oh, by the way, you know what? There's a problem here. We don't have enough cash now. We don't have enough coins now. So when you come in, you have to bring your coins because we just don't have enough of them. We only get like one roll of quarters, one roll of dimes, one roll of nickels, one roll of pennies. That's all we get from the bank. The bank is rationing out coins.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Money's getting scarce now, apparently. This is done on purpose because they want to come in with this cryptocurrency.
That's
and
right.
They're going to get you through the medical system. They'll get you through the medical system somehow. You're going to wind up paying more money than you could ever absolutely imagine. So, and I shouldn't go on like this, but, when you start putting all this stuff together, you kind of wonder, what the heck? You're stealing our house, and you're stealing everything from us. Our
That's
commerce,
correct.
everything.
Everything. They steal everything, and they do it with impunity, and they've been doing it. I mean, they stole millions of people. I don't know how many people lost their houses, but it was a lot. They do this every time, like in 2000, 2001. They do it in 2008. Now they're doing it again. They're going to steal your houses. They're going to steal all your savings in the banks and in the stock market. It's all highly unlawful. It's to destroy your life. When somebody can steal everything you have, you don't have a life. I know that for 20 years of my life has been destroyed, and all the things I wanted to do have been taken from me. This is a massive crime, and it's a crime that's being committed against millions of Americans, and nobody cares. So they go on about all this white supremacy. Where is the white supremacy for all these white people who are being destroyed, thrown out of their houses? And it's going to happen more and more and more now because this is going to be worse than the Great Depression unless we stop it. And if you can tell if somebody in office is for you, because if they were for you, they would right away have the National Guard surround all the banks, shut the banks down right now, and figure out all the crimes being committed and give the people back their assets and their land. Nobody's doing that. Nobody will do that because they're all working against us. And they're criminals, they're traitors, and they need to be hanged. I would love to see gallows put up on what used to be Constitutional Avenue. I call it the Living, Breathing Avenue now. And the road to serfdom, which is above it, they go by the mall. You've got Constitution, and then you've got the Independence Avenue, but I think renamed them long ago. We need gallows going all the way up to the Capitol, and all these 500 and some criminals should be hanging there because they are the ones that are enforcing this. And then all the people down the line, all the way to the nurse that injects you, to the grocery store person who thinks they're a policeman and make you wear a mask. All of these people are how they do it. They get you to obey because it's my job. I thought the Nuremberg trials was supposed to have done away with that whole idiotocracy that you can just command somebody to do something detrimental to another person, and they can do it because they're commanded to, and through operant condition or total equality management or whatever, they do it. No, I'm sorry. They are responsible for their actions. But that's just my opinion.
Amen.
It's just insanity that we're in, and it's the subversion of the individual and the government both. And until we get people, you have to have, this is environmentalism, taking over the entire environment of the individual and not allowing them to have a complete life. Mr. Ezekiel Emanuel says he wants to die at 75. I want him dead yesterday. This man is very dangerous, and I don't know how old he is, to tell you the truth. But
well, Charlotte, right now he's 75. He just
for all intents and purposes, I think that's true. He has had more than a complete life, because nobody's life entails the right to destroy other people's lives. And that's what these people are doing, all of them. And it's time to stop them. How do we do it? That's really the whole thing. Oh, by the way, I found my definition of police from the Etymology Online Dictionary, and it says this is a noun, police. 1530s, quote, the regulation and control of a community. At first, essentially, the word same word as policy, from Middle French, police, late 15th century, from Latin politia, civil administration, from Greek polis, city. So until the mid-19th century, used in England for civil administration, application to administration of public order and law enforcement. And in 1716, from the French, late 17th century, and originally in English referred to the France or foreign nations. The first force so named in England was the Marine Police, set up in 1798 to protect merchandise at the Port of London, meaning body of officers entrusted with the duty of enforcing laws detecting crimes from 1810. Police power is the power of a government to limit civil liberties and exercise restraint and compulsion over private rights, especially to advance or protect the public welfare. Police state regulated by means of national police, first recorded in 1865 with reference to Austria. Police action in the international sense of, quote, military intervention short of war ostensibly to correct lawlessness is from 1933. Police officer is attested from 1794. American English police station is from 1817. So in any case, from the article by Mr. Roots, I believe, was that his name, on the police, you can see again, and all this is what we can do because they've wiped the common law from our minds, is you can see how it was the common law. The people did control the law in the early 1800s, and they were the force. They were the police. The law and the enforcement of the law came from the people at the local level. And all of that's been wiped out, and it's been wiped out of the courts. And that's our greatest problem. I mean, the way they do it is through the money and buying people and possessing their minds and souls. But the way the way to our total ruination is to have the masses go along with it. And we need some, we need something to happen quickly where people can once again be restored to a wholeness. I mean, when you go back to that, the Plato's view of the soul is very, very simple, more simple than it is, I believe. But that's what you need. Justice is the harmony between the rational, the spirited, and the appetitive. And that is true. And that we don't have that. And it's because they have destroyed the environment that surrounds us, that surrounds the individual. They've destroyed the family, the community. They've taken the resources, and they can squeeze you economically, as they're going to do now. If you don't get a vaccine, you won't be able to eat. And this is the fundamentals of what they're doing to us. It's highly criminal, highly treasonous, and we're going to have to find a way to unite against it and start making arrests and start restoring justice through things that are true. It is definitely not a no-fault crime. This is a crime with damages upon individuals. You've ruined people's lives. You've killed people. What is the count right now, the COVID death count of murder in old folks' homes and in all the people that didn't get into hospitals that needed treatment? It was always frightening to me to have community services, community health, mental health. Now you've got this vast Innova system of hospitals, and I was wondering, what is this really? And it's not what you want. This has nothing to do with medical care. It has to do with systems and control of the people. We need to go back into that, I've got to go find that article by John Adams about feudalism, when he was saying every man has to be their own lawyer, their own priest, their own doctor, and he's absolutely right. That's what self-government is about. Yeah, you might need a specialist if you break your leg or something, but generally speaking, we have knowledge, as do when you look into Ayurveda medicine or Chinese medicine. It's not like allopathic medicine, which is there to take your health away from you. I mean, it's sickening. I don't even know why I'm laughing. It's just it becomes such a farce to live in these times with all of this evil around us, and we can't seem to find a way to harmonize within ourselves. It makes it almost impossible. What they're doing to people with these repressive measures have effects upon your ability to function. I know I feel it, and it's a terrible thing, because when you lose your ability, your stability, this is what it's about. Taking the morals from the people has been done, and that we can get back. But when you rob people of basic stability, they can't function. And that's what happens. I've watched it my whole life within myself and other people who come from dysfunctional families. You can't function. You can't do what you want to do. And that it's outside of your realm of control. And how do you get it back? That's the real question. You have to restore the environment. You have to have a stable environment. You have to be able to relate to people through real communication. Real communication, not this Babylonian stuff that goes on today. And now we're in the position you have to defend your right to eat without going through the ritualistic process of wearing a mask and walking in one direction down the aisle and social distancing. This is all mind control, behavioral control, and it would not have come about without groups like Tavistock and the Frankfurt School and all the other things that we've been run through. I mean, through all the memes of racism, climate change, and now COVID-19, the cult of COVID. And I don't want to be in that cult, and we've got to put an end to it. But the racism stuff has to go, too. I mean, these are all based on false perceptions believed and then acted upon. And the people acting upon those things, you get into trouble even with the common law, because in the common law, you have to have possession of your mind to be accountable. And people whose minds are taken from them and hurt people are no longer, they're non-compos mentis. So what do you do? We're in a real problem here. Once you start possessing people's minds, and it's gone on for a long time, I don't know what you do. Do you have any ideas, Phyllis?
Well, one of the things you could do is live as free as you possibly can. And
right.
Another thing is don't go along with the system as much as you can. Stay out of the way. If they don't want you to come in, you don't. What I think too is one of the ways to seek to help this cause and to help the environment, because I've read that they were going to go ahead and start putting this app, this COVID app on your cell phone without you knowing. Well, here's a great idea, folks. Get a flip phone, a little flip phone instead of the smartphones. Get away from these things. Start going downsizing. And if you can't do that, well, just get rid of it all the way and go to landlines, go to cell phones, not cell phones, but go to CDs. All these other things that are alternatives that we used to use a long time ago. I mean, there's more out there than just a stupid little cell phone. I understand that. Most people have computers. I don't. I use my cell phone for computer, for email, and for texting, along with doing this, doing the radio show.
Hey, Phyllis.
But, however, yes, sir.
We've talked about this before. Even when you're on a landline right now, you're skipping over a cell phone signal in most places right now. But again, getting to the landline is going to eliminate that tracking you around the town situation. But
yeah.
If they have their way,
right.
They're trying to phase the landlines out around the country. So it'd be a good opportunity for people to step up and say, hey, we want to keep this, But
yeah,
again,
because
if it's a mandate coming down from the federal government or from the world government, a lot of our transmission lines, people don't realize, are actually owned by especially our high power lines, are owned by this. I can't remember its initials now. It's basically the UN's version of the FCC. It's a international transmission commission, or it's something like that. But if you go around to all the high voltage lines that run across the country, you'll see their placard up. They're not U.S. owned anymore. They're owned by a international coalition of businesses that are basically put together to run like the FCC. They're the same ones that are going after the telecommunication lines that we have, that have been so stable and have been more functional than the cell phones in every crisis that we've had. These are the people that are going out of their way to have our hard lines, like you're talking about, destroyed. I'll see if I can pull it up for the town hall meeting. I talked about them a little bit during one of the programs. It's like you say their name, people don't even recognize it. Then you go to their website, and it looks like it's some business. But it's actually part of the UN, and it's the UN's version of the FCC, the communications, like what deal with radio here in the U.S. Anyway, I'll step aside.
Thanks, Ed. That's very interesting. I mean, it is the FCC that's pushing these cell towers like the one I've got. My neighbor just showed me, went over there and took a picture. It is Crown Castle. It's the one that Bill Gates has so much stock in. And the Fairfax County Board okayed them, and they're not allowed to ask about the health effect. This is the country we live in, and I assume from what you said, Ed, that probably this is controlled, as most things are, by the UN. I mean, that was the whole purpose, is to have a government out of the UN. Which another interesting thing about that is that there are several groups of people trying to get rid of the UN and go into something different. And I don't know where my papers are on that, but I mean, the UN has got to go, and we should be able to do that by just. Well, I mean, what do? We have no control over the people in Congress, and it's going to get worse and worse. So, I don't know. It's deadly force that we're facing, and we've got to find a way. It's just like the labyrinth. Speaking of the labyrinth, like on Crete, when who was it? Theseus, is that his name? The son of the king of Thebes was in the labyrinth with the Minotaur, and Ariadne gave him the golden string to get him out. And that was like symbolic, but of love. That's what we need. Love. What is it? It's your mind and your heart acting together, and we need to find out how to do that. And it should be spontaneous. It's only because we've been so dissociated from within and subverted that we are in the state that we're in today. And this has taken probably thousands of years, but we know that it's probably, it's been in full force. The goal to destroy the individual since at least the 17 around, or maybe even 1717, I don't know. But we can't let them win. We have to join together, and your neighbor's life has to be as important as yours if you are against crime and people are being destroyed criminally from these echelons of evil. We've got to stop it by joining together. And one of the things we could do, if we had people to join together, was to have trials of people putting FCC rules into effect and dangerous cell towers around us. That's only one of the many ways they're destroying us. And all in all, they're imposing Agenda 21 sustainable development on the country. And that's why you see a lot of the things going on. That's what they're doing. And that's deadly, because it will enslave everyone, and all dissidents will be killed. So that's what we have to look forward to. And I don't know what to say. So for next week, we will go back and we'll finish the Phil Warts and see what else is going on, and continue to talk about subversion. And hopefully, I hope that we're going to start to see things like there was a sheriff, I can't remember where that was. Phyllis, did you see that? There was a sheriff somewhere, like out in Oregon or Washington State, who told the people not to be sheep. We need sheriffs who will stand up for what is right. And that's not an opinion.
Associations.
It's what?
And get out of the associations.
Oh, yeah, we can't have these international and national associations of anything. That's the way they did it from the Civil War forward. And people don't even realize that their governors since the 1930s, anyway, have met and they have the Declaration of Interdependence. All of these things are entirely treasonous. And that's how they took away the states. Now they're going to take away the nation state and go into the global animal farm. So this is what we are hoping to find a way to prevent. I'm hoping every day to see more people that say, no, we're not doing this, but we are going to not just resist, we're to come after you because you're criminals and you're traitors and you deserve to be on the gallows.
Works for me.
Works for me. So we're the ones that have to do it, and it's like the problem is we need actors acting on law, and not people reacting as they have been conditioned to act, and that's what we're fighting because we're in a laboratory, we're in a theater of war, and we're under all forms of terrorism coming from the governments, the corporations, and the NGO against the individual people. So that's where we are, and hopefully things will. People will start rising up, joining together against our diabolical enemies.
A common enemy. We have a common enemy.
Yes, we do. That's right.
We have a common enemy, and there are so many of them that it's really difficult. Which way do you point first?
Yeah, it's got to be in the direction of the law. Right. They need to be held accountable. They do not have immunity. People have to start asking themselves, how could you make a law like this? I mean, now we don't have face mask law, they're orders. But even if they made it into a law, would that be a law? No, it wouldn't. They don't have a right to compel you to perform. I mean, the two basic tenets, fundamental to common law. You can't interfere with a person's life unless they've done some damage, and you cannot compel someone to perform. People are free, but they've made it impossible to be free by taking away the environment where people own the resources, so people have to go and get jobs with them, the NGOs, the corporations, or the government. That was the hazard. That's the effect of the hazard doctrine back pre-Civil War with the bankers. This is all, we need to know our real history, and I mean, as much as I've tried, I can't say I know it because it's been so hidden from us. But I think to read things like the older documents you can get, or even newer documents where people tell you like what happened in the early 1800s, you can read this and you can see that people controlled both the law and the enforcement of the law. We don't want a police state. These police are not constitutional, and now they should not be able to merge with all these various social systems to control the individual at the local level. This is exactly what the communists wanted with Angela Davis and all these people. The question I had going back to the 60s are, why are all these subversives allowed to be in college positions? And they were when I was in college. You never got a straight story about history. And this is a crime in itself, to take over and utilize education as a form of diseducation to rob people of their powers and faculties to live as free people. And it's got to stop.
You know what?
What?
The clock, my Mickey Mouse watch on the wall, says that it is after 5 o'clock.
It's 5:02. Yeah.
So we are actually, now see, my watch is 5:03, so it's too bad Lena isn't here. We could really find the real time. But anyway, so it seems like we probably need to move on a little bit. I'm sure Ed will be playing the music at any time now.
Yes, I'm sure he will.
But anyway, thank you for letting me be on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Have a great rest of the day, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Okay. Thanks, Phyllis. Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Ed. Bye.
Generation triumphantly, won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption song.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost, you're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt. Put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Mark Corky. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines, in occupied territories southwest, east, northeast, and central. Ladies and gentlemen, you were listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, AM and FM micro stations, CB base stations, and Ultra Net Hallmark and Golden Spike technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon, and, well, just a great day to all of our friends out there in the lower part of the United States, to include the great state of Jefferson and Conus, along with the states, the territories, and the clock. Right now it's 5:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Friday, Cinco de Amo Day and Quartermaster Friday. Of course, there's a lot of other stuff going on. It is the 26th of June. It is the 12th year of open and obvious Fabian socialist and Soviet socialist occupation of America with a K. 2020 Old Earth calendar, 2020 year of conflict, year of betrayal, and Dance of Swords. The battle begins. Actually, it's already been in motion for quite some time here. Anybody notice how they've tried to create as much fog and confusion with all the rape, kill, pillage, and burn stuff that's been going on? Isn't it amazing how the system, okay, the rats in the government, the rats in the Israeli government, the rats in the Chinese government, and because they control the media, the feedback they're getting, they realize that they press this to the way that they have, and the actual feedback isn't what everybody, well, thought it would be. Number one, we're not out on the street rioting, but we are ready to shoot them. An interesting thing just to come out of the New Mexico shooting incident. Remember the guy that shot the Antifa characters that were attacking him? Well, it turns out, and of course, correct me if I'm wrong, you might want to look at the backstory on this now. The guy was one of the councilmen, the city councilman, who was there observing what was going on. And the frothing at the mouth, crazy town loons, of course, started attacking him, and they knocked him down, and they knocked him down, they attacked him, and they knocked him down again. And then progressively, they tried to murder him one last time. Of course, they'd already hit him and beat on him several times, and he took all those punches, as a matter of fact. Now, they're not showing you any of the footage because it's so blatant about, just how insane, what kind of animals you're dealing with here. But on top of that, they don't want to show you the fact that the person actually defended themselves, and, of course, because he did have a title of nobility. If it was a peasant, more of a peasant, the prostituter would have ignored anything and everything and would still keep him in jail. But it turns out because he was a politico, well, they have to show professional courtesy. So they didn't continue with any charges for a number of reasons that were obvious. But, of course, if it had been anybody else, if it had been you peasantry, they'd be pumping light to you because you're evil, because you thought your life was worth something. And when the communists frothing at the mouth, crazy town, red-eyed loons are after you, you're just supposed to take the hit, okay? Atlanta, talk about a hollow bell there, people. Needless to say, Minneapolis, etc. I would point out something, again, I've said several times about all of this. Number one, we're in the middle of the next depression as far as what they've orchestrated. Trump made it happen, the governors made it happen, the Democrats made it happen, the Republicans made it happen, the Israelis made it happen, the Chinese made it happen. You're not supposed to figure this out. But what's fascinating about this is if they go any farther, we're still very, very, very well armed, and we really aren't going to give any of that up. And needless to say, they've been in a brain fart here because they want to proceed. They really, really, really do. But I think they realize, as we've said many times, we have absolutely no interest in rioting, but we will kill you. We will kill you dead, dead, dead. And everybody right now is in darker and darker and grimmer mode here to the point where there isn't going to be any drama. There won't be any of the nonsense. So, like on the other side, frothing at the mouth or whatever. There is simply going to be a hand that reaches out and starts making all of this problem go away. Now, they've started to peel back, of course. We do know about Seattle. The communists are still in Seattle. All the rest of the communists that make up Seattle didn't like the fact that, they got the communists they wanted. They got the communism they wanted, as a matter of fact. And so they're kind of, hold on, the cops are back. The cops are back. Yeah, right. And about those cops for supporting that blue line nonsense. They didn't have any problem standing off to the side and letting people get beat, raped, killed, whatever. In fact, they sat there munching on a donut, chewing on a bagel, having some more blintzes, sucking on a coffee, and let you sit there and die by inches. And had no problem. I have no problem in letting that happen. You better understand who all of your enemies are. And be looking straight at them every step of the way. regard to what we're seeing here. So just a little heads up on that one. Anyway, it's going to continue. It's not going to slow down. The fact that they're trying not to report while they're proceeding. The next thing that the Israelis and the cooperative U.S. government elements, spooks and kooks, CIA, FBI, bat faggots, along with the Chinese, will be bombings inside the United States. It's part of the natural cycle of things that we've seen. This is all just an instant replay. Well, they waited 50 years. I mean, not quite, but almost. With, they figured everybody would be stupefied. Nobody would have any memory. Nobody's reading any books. They burned all the books they could. But just to give you a feel for where they're really going with this, go read the book Helter Skelter. Go find a copy of it, paper-bound, dog-eared, used. Don't buy brand new. And don't buy something that you worry about collecting. This is a book to put on the shelf and needs to be read. But if you want to understand the frothing at the mouth, Fruit Loop, nutcaseism, ism that you're seeing right now, go ahead and read Helter Skelter, and then step back and take a breath. And remember, as everybody pointed out, the government knew what Manson was up to. There's a lot of sidebars and white papers on the subject. Remember white papers? That's something you may or may not remember if you're really, really, really young, but we'll jog your memory on this. We had, for instance, the Pentagon papers. That was a white paper. Most of you don't remember the CIA papers. Another white paper document, just like the Pentagon, only with more redactions, okay? In fact, that's an old bait book for CIA operatives watching their storefront fake operations around the country. The CIA, that's what used to be the like bait book. There'd be a hardbound and a softbound. That'd be the only thing that'd be in the bookstore. And if you asked for a copy or went and got a copy off the shelf, like flies on dung, like white on rice. Yes, most fascinating. So these white papers, quite extensively, discussed many, many different subjects, but one of them had to do with cooperative operations with foreign assets inside the United States with the left, the very, very hard left, campus radicals. So you see, and when you read all of this stuff, it's like, actually, it's just like right now. Oh my God, just like right now. Oh, wait a minute, that's just like right now. Well, there's a progression to this. So when the Israelis start the bombing, you can point out that the Israeli fingerprint is all over the thing. They're going to try to, point it at anybody and everybody else. And, of course, they can flip that. They can flip the subroutine. But there's not much they can do outside of that with regard to their operations. Now, as I've pointed out the last couple of days, and I keep reinforcing this for a reason, so it's on multiple programs, remember at the height of the bombing waves that took place inside the United States, there were between 640 to 700 bombings of all types in a week. Now, this could be a pipe bomb at the front door of like a secondary FBI office. This could be an incendiary device in a college campus building or a private corporation business, building of some kind, or a house or somebody or particular, like, wait a minute, targeting the police too. And these operations went on extensively, repeatedly, ad nauseum. In fact, in the last hour, they were mentioning Angela Davis and the Black Panthers. Well, actually, it was more than just the Black Panthers. There were a lot of others out there. SDS, the Students for a Democratic Society. Sound new? No, nothing new. We got it now. The same slobs with even more mindlessness than we had back then. And frothing at the mouth and crazy, just like the ones we have now. Not a dime's worth of difference. Of course, now the weather underground was a little more, shall we say, tweaked. Later on, the Symbionese Liberation Army, but, for instance, the Black Panthers, right? How many of you remember the White Panthers? White Panthers. You remember the White Panthers? You remember the Black Panthers? Do you remember the White Panthers? And then, later on, in the final coalescing of power between the different leftist factions, you had the Rainbow Coalition. How many of you remember the Rainbow Coalition? Wow, does that sound familiar? Yeah, but go back 40 years plus. Yeah, in fact, go back 45, almost 50 years. Almost 50. Doesn't seem, I guess time doesn't wait. Yeah, the Rainbow Party, Rainbow Coalition. Not Rainbow Party as in the faggoty Fruit Loop thing here. Instead, it was where an alliance of all of the different elements of the fictions created by the Mossad, CIA, FBI, in conjunction with, independent groups, all came together and were operating on the college campuses in the later phase of what was the bombing and incendiary cycle. Okay? So if you don't remember these, I'm helping you out a little bit. And by the way, most of the later ones, they're actually passe with the past the weathermen, the Weather Underground. They're kind of overlapping and then split off in several different directions. Most all of these did start in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Started by the Jewish Mossad and Israeli operatives. Pretty much all of them were kosher. Everybody pretty well tracked that down. Even the black elements, as usual, just like over in communist China, it's Jewish run there. Same thing was going on here. And they knew who everybody was. They didn't do anything to stop them. As far as rape, kill, pillage, and burn, the Chucky Manson variation was not the extreme, but the one that they really, really, really wanted to test to see if they could kick off. And by the way, they operated several different types of groups, not just the Manson group, but were virtually cookie cutter to the Manson group right here in Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, upstate New York. Okay, there's another one, upstate New York, not New York City, and of course Massachusetts, and in Eastern Virginia, right where we see all the leftist garbage going on around Richmond now, etc. So, always near the CIA operational areas or headquarters or field operations offices, and that was one of the things that people started to map out as CIA here, radical faction here, CIA here, Mossad here, radical faction here. Wow, this seems to be a pattern that's easy to pick out. And repeat ad nauseum, repeat ad nauseum, repeat ad nauseum. Now, I would point something out. I made a point of reading everything in the Black Power movement that was produced. What I did is I went into the library and I looked at the top shelf and I said, see that book right there? I started from the top shelf, worked my way across to every book on the first bookshelf, and then went to the second shelf from the top and read every book there, and then went to the third shelf down, and finally the middle shelf, and then all the way down to the bottom. And then I started in the other, which kind of overlapped then into the power structure of like the all of the Brown Revolution / nowadays that would be contested the title, but the Brown Revolution / the Hispanic population, okay? The Mexican population, the South American, or the, what's that other term? Latin American population, or Latin population coming into America. So, the elements, the consistency here, that, that's why they had to make these books disappear off the shelves, which they did, is the baseline names weren't like, Esperanza Harmedo, or it wasn't, Ubunga Hawawanga. It was Blatzenstein and Bloomberg and Cohen and Bernstein and, Bronstein. Yeah, all these names, and they didn't sound very African, and they didn't sound very Hispanic / Latin American, but they certainly sounded Jewish. And in all of these texts, the big brag up was there was always the pasty-faced one or two characters who were kind of like the guideposts from behind the scene. There was always a picture in the books with them, with all of their black, subjects with afros. So don't forget the afro. Had to have the classic afro. The mushroom, big mushroom head. And you had the Jewish guy who had the, micro afro and always looked like he had the 5 o'clock shadow, even no matter what time of day it was. And then the other Weasley character who didn't look any better and wasn't worrying about the afro because he didn't have enough hair. So he just looked like the mad scientist routine, always with the Trotsky glasses, okay? And the big push was bleeding the man, getting down on the man, kill all the white people, blah, 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 blah. So when I see all this going on right now, let me be a witness for you because I've read a lot of books. I read everything we possibly could. Of course, now overlapping when you get into the Brown Revolution / the Hispanic side / the Mexican invasion that we as we call it now. The big thing that they plugged in with that was the migrant workers. However, there was a big contest between the people who were the regular workers and those who were the quote-unquote organized element. And the organized element wasn't really much different from the mafia when it came to how they collected taxes off of their own people, who, by the way, didn't get any improvement in wages. But they still strong-armed them to make sure they got their bucks from them so that they could, enjoy a little better meal, fiddle for some, additional toys, maybe get a nicer car, the usual, So there was like a pecking order of royalty within the migrant worker element. Not a surprise there. It's no different from the unions or anything else you see anywhere else. In this case, it was the pickers unions, and there were several, 2 or 3 of them, which were killed off by the others. Don't forget that. That was that trade war thing within the Mexican ranks, which pretty well took over and kind of bumped everything into Southern California and Central California around Bakersfield, and then it just kind of fizzled out and disappeared. Have you noticed that? It's just like, where'd that all go? It's just gone. So, same with the books we're talking about. I was fascinated by the number of individuals, especially in the black power element, that were in lacrosse. That was kind of interesting. It made me curious about lacrosse players and, what was going on there. But, of course, they're no different from basketball players and all the other sports scam that we see. That's usually the angler avenue that they bring it in from. With regard to the, just another Japanese man keeping us down. We're being oppressed. You're oppressing yourself. Okay, we've had 50 years worth of this drivel now, where it's I want. And one of the things I've had a conversation with a lot of people, I'm not giving them stinking anything, no money, nothing. Already did that. 50 years worth of doing that. You know what happened? They just come back with their hand out for more. They can't get their act together. So you're at a point where it's like, nope, we'll see ya, wouldn't want to be ya, and I really don't care about you anymore than I do anybody else on the planet. Okay, in other words, we're in competition. So as soon as you understand you're in competition, you all will live better. And it's just that these characters know the Jewish mob thing. In fact, they were taught by the Jewish mob. I'm a victim, squeaky wheel, I'm a victim, give me money, give me money. Just another variation on the theme. Well, guess what? Really bad timing. Kind of like burning down all these cities right now, or at least burning down a lot of the areas. I would point out that a lot of these companies, you might recall before we had this convenient race riot thing going on, that a lot of them had just announced, for instance, how about Wendy's? Oh, guys, go look at how many places did Wendy's want to shut down? Let me ask you something. You know that Wendy's that got burned down so symbolically down in Atlanta? Do you think that Wendy's was planning on keeping it open? I mean, they wanted to shut down 300 or 400 Wendy's, and if you burn one to the ground, they get the insurance. Granted, they still have to fight that because, remember...
wait, Dad, that was an Arby's, wasn't it? Or did they burn down a Wendy's, too? We know they looted Target. They burnt pretty much everything down.
No way, yeah, I know. Well, that's my point. And Target wanted to shut so many stores down. All these chain stores that have been conveniently damaged, that's why I did that little meme thing. Remember the 2 guys from Trading Places, the 2 millionaires, when they had the bet? Guys, don't you get the feeling that that's what's going on here? They already know they're going to shut down so many places, but if they shut them down themselves and idle them down, the cost is out of their pocket. But if they can stir the pot, all of these non-plus locations that really are like, they don't really want them around, they don't really need them, the market isn't strong, it has more shoplifters than it has customers, and so it's not really worth their while to keep them open. And of course now everybody has an excuse. And they can yap about, more commitment. What that means is the Democrats, the Demicans, and the Republicans, a la spineless, are going to hand money to all these chains, and they're going to fake like they're rebuilding when they won't, and they never will. But they'll get additional tit-sucking off of your wallet and tax dollars as they fake everybody out. That's happening right now. That is the perfect scam for the shyster, for the yarmulke wearers, as far as stuff that they've done in the past all over the world. I'm a victim. Give me money. Give me more money. And I keep asking you, give me more money. And the black scam works the same way. I want money. I'm sure you do, but there's none left, and we're not going to give any. We're not going to hand it out anymore anyway. So, yeah, the governments claim they're gonna have to fabricate something and pull it out of their arse. But the way things are going, we are going to have a war one way or another. It is inevitable if they're going to be coming out to try and go after the guns. Good, do it. We need to. The sooner you do, happier we are. We're already on tenterhooks right now. Everybody is finished with this nonsense. So the sooner that they make their jump, the better off we'll be. The feds will side with the gun grabbers. If they even did it at the state level, I've told you a million times, when you see all this garbage with the red communist banner laws, which, by the way, Trump backed, and then they try to lie and claim he did. No, he backed it. There's ample recording of it. But the problem is every time they do this, ATF, that's right, Donald Trump's ATF, same one that's trying to go after now the hand supports, which, as we know, they are pistol stocks, okay? We know this, but we won't call them that, and everybody agreed to it, even the bat faggots did, and several times they've reinforced it, and it's been confirmed time and again. Well, all of a sudden, under Trump's administration, the ATF is trying to flip it right over and make all of you that have one of those shoulder braces an enemy of the state. You'll be committing a high crime. They want to kill you in your home. They want to murder you. They want to come to your house. Well, like the red flag laws, the bat faggots always show up. Why? Because there's guns there, people. Anything and anybody who tries to lie about that, tell them to just, stuff it up your arse. Because all of these red flag incidents, there's been ample opportunity with cameras. Everybody's got cameras nowadays. And guess who's right there? ATF. Automatic transmission fluid? They have some work they had to do in a car? No. That's not the case. Although I'm sure there's some cars that need to be worked on. So heads up for everybody out there. And I'll tell you what, Edward, if you could, do me a favor. Let's roll up Muse with Propaganda. Take your pick, either acoustic or the standard regular instrument. But if we could, for the bottom of the hour break, Muse Propaganda, which would be kind of cool. And with all the garbage we're seeing right now, it's not only what's said, guys. It's the gaping hollow bell hole of what's not being allowed to be said or talked about as things are happening. And like the Mount Rushmore thing, they now are hinting at Mount Rushmore. Get ready for the Jewish mob, the Israelis, to do a blast on something there. How would you attack the Mount Rushmore? Either A, they're going to come over the top and throw paint on it, or the Israelis are going to blow it up. We'll be right back.
Trapped in your dark fantasy world. Don't you know you're making me woozy? You have me wrapped around your little finger. Baby, don't you know you can't lose? You make me offers that I can't refuse. You keep telling pretty lies. You tie with the truth. You're killing me with it. Chick, you eat my soul just like a dancer eater. I'm an ocean, you're an oil slick. Now I'm choking on your thought pollution. Don't you know you can't lose? You make me offers that killing me with your killing me with you.
Propaganda by Muse, and that's what you're seeing out there is propaganda. You've got the whiny boy drama queen in NASCAR. NASCAR all gets together and pushes whiny boy, blubber brat out to the front. So piss on NASCAR, throw that out the window. Actually, this is an opportunity for NASCAR real quick to build a whole, not NASCAR, but for the people out there who are tired of NASCAR, which is now pretty much all New York owned / being run by asshats who in no way, shape, or form have any interest in the history of or maintaining any of the heritage of where the rum runner / moonshine driver NASCAR guys came from. Remember? Yeah. So once the New York types oi get in there, then you're pretty well screwed, because no matter what, they're gonna stir the pot. And you see what's happening now. Drama queen. And I'll tell you right now, I've been around Ann Arbor for a long time. That character, the one Black Lives Matter character, is a queer, okay? I'm telling you right now, he's a queer. You can't tell me otherwise. I have seen them behind the wall. I have watched them in person while I have worked at the University of Michigan, watched the parade go by, and there is body language, especially eyes. And it's just poofda time on top of everything else. But you won't need to worry about that, because after all, if you're not watching NASCAR, what difference does it make? Who cares? And everybody should dump it. It's like the rest of the BS sports. It's wasted a vast amount of resource. It's effeminized a whole bunch of people. I don't care what anybody says about football. Everybody that I've run into that seems to be real hyped on football are incredibly effeminate. Yeah, he's maybe bigger than me, may have arms as big as my legs, and you have no neck. But you know what? I've watched over and over again these sports bars when, like, the blacks attacked, remember, in the several of these different riots, well, not just this year, but a couple of years ago. And all these jocks are standing there basically scratching their hind end, sucking vapors, and the women are jumping in front of them. And, and it's a situation where they usually say, well, I'm going to get in front of him because that way the guy won't get in trouble. And it's like, these people come to rape, kill, pillage, and burn. They don't really care about what's in front of them. But my problem is that the men let the women jump in front of them. All these guys bigger than I am, more than 100 of them, and one of these stupid little... It all got caught on video. And the Ubangus knuckle draggers are coming through the door, and they want to, rape, kill, pillage, and burn. And all these sports bar jocks are standing there, and they're pissing bullets. Half of them are trying to run out through the back door. Others, and again, not more than enough beefcake there to beat down everything coming through the door. Except it's the panty waist, like, I don't know. I mean, you tell me. I've watched this so many times now, it's like you got to step back and go, what in the hell is this BS? But it's the way things are. So, we'll live with it, because that's the sports bar. But it's also true of what we're seeing with where they're going with. They're trying to push all the rest of these quote-unquote sports. They're controlled. They're manipulated. They're not us. So we need to get back to basics, which is where everybody participates. Everybody's going to be doing it. If you're good, you stay. If you lose, you don't make it. You better try harder next time. Anyway, I heard a voice. Do we have a caller before we go any farther? Okay, very good. A couple things I wanted to touch on. It is Cinco de Amo Day, and it is Quartermaster Friday. I've mentioned these before. Smith & Wesson Model 10 revolvers over at jgsales.com. These are, they have the cylinder, all the internals, butt stock, everything's in place, but there's no barrel. Now, these are round butt, which means these were designed as 2-inch undercover guns. You can tell by the ejector rod, very short, okay, which is not a problem. But the fact of the matter is that we have a really nice Smith & Wesson American-made piece here, brought back into the U.S. by Century Arms International. Now, I would say this: they can't do anything wrong with this gun as far as Century, because they took a barrel off it. They didn't assemble it. If they had assembled it, then I'd say, well, oh God, Century, eh? Oh, God help you. But in this case, it's a basic standard firearm, and I believe the reason that they could not bring the gun in with the barrel is because it was a 2-inch, but because it is an American inventory firearm, there's all kinds of gobbledygook you got to go through with importation. It is an American inventory firearm. Its point of origin is here. However, because it does not have an adjustable rear sight, that was one of the things that restricts it for reprocessing of the country. So what did they do? Well, they popped the barrel. By popping the barrel off, this basically is a rifle. That sounds weird, I know. What it means is that it technically, even though it has a cylinder on it, the device is not a handgun. Right now, it's simply a frame. It's a receiver, okay, until it gets a barrel on it. And this is true with, by the way, building 45s years ago here in Michigan. If you bought just a 45 1911 frame, because it was typically the only thing anybody was building from scratch. But if you did buy one, you didn't have to have a inspection certificate / register it as a handgun, because the frame does not have a barrel on it. It's the frame by itself, stripped. So it basically was handled the same as a rifle or a shotgun or a 22 on a 4.473, okay? The interesting thing, I don't know how that stands with this. It is a handgun. I'm sure no matter what, they don't care, well, whatever their gobbledygook they've done in the past, it's all arbitrary enforcement anyway. But this is a decent buy for $150. There are barrels out there. In fact, there's even the 2-inch barrel, though I personally wouldn't put that on this gun. But it's a Series 7, Series 7 variation for those of you who are familiar with Smith & Wessons. So the cool thing is that there's a lot of barrels out there for this gun. Personally, I'd put at least a 4-inch on it. I'd love to find a 3-inch. Not likely. It's just not going to happen. So a 4-inch, 5-inch, or a 6-inch is likely, and makes this a pretty decent package. Now, I'm going to point out something else about these K-frames real quick. Something happened in the UN small arms scam at the international end. Remember, they don't have to affect us. They can affect everybody else we deal with. But the company that made Rock Island revolvers, copies of these guns for Rock Island and for 2 other companies, they're all the same gun. Parts are totally interchangeable. They are a K-frame type weapon. I don't know if they'd fit the Smith standard K-frame I'm looking at here. But a year ago, they chopped up a bunch of these brand new inventory outside the country. I mean, they were built, they were finished, they were supposed to be imported, and they were whacked down. They destroyed the frames, and obviously they pulled the barrel, and the barrels, I don't know where they are. They probably got chopped up with the frames when the time came. However, these brand new internals and, for instance, side plate, hand grips, cylinders, everything brand new, is out there in the gun parts sphere right now as a kit. You can buy them for, I think, Gun Parts Corp, you can buy them for like $35 or $40 for everything but the frame and the barrel. Now, if you have one of those guns, and I have mentioned these many times in the past, I recommend for the price, you buy them. You're going to get some parts you may never use. But fact of the matter is, you got a brand new cylinder. You've got all the new timing. In fact, here's the thing. You keep the kit together because all of the parts were timed and synchronized to that cylinder. So the cool thing is if you have another one of the guns by name, the ones like made by Rock Island, then you literally could rebuild the gun down the road from scratch. And what you would do is take all of the parts, the hammer, all of the internals, the synchronizer, everything, and the cylinder. Take those out. Don't get rid of them. Just keep them off to the side. They're still spare parts. And turn right around and put a whole new assembly in, and it would link, lock, and function flawlessly. Already synchronized, already timed. That's a neat little package option. However, that's not necessarily for this gun. We haven't had a chance to test to see if those Philippine-made assemblies interchange completely. We know that a lot of them do, and these might. But if they do, then that means you've also got spare parts for the Smith & Wesson Model 10 and a lot of other guns out there. So just a heads up. We're looking at that right now, as a matter of fact. We should have an answer in about a week, maybe 10 days, because people are already looking at this. Anyway, JG Sales is where these are located. JGSales.com. JGSales.com. Smith & Wesson Model 10, revolver, 38 special, no barrel, round butt, GSS, CAI mark, used, Smith & Wesson, $150 a piece. Look to see what it says about what you need to, acquire them. You have to have an FFL holder, because even though it doesn't have a barrel, remember, it still qualifies as an FFL item because it is a serial numbered frame. However, it is, again, a gun that has quite a bit of versatility. There's, like I said, 4-inch, 5-inch, and 6-inch barrels available. I would probably build the first one if I was doing these. My first one I'd do in a 6-inch if I could get a 6-inch barrel. Seriously, I love that combination of K-frame. For me, the K-frame with a 6-inch balances perfectly. Smith & Wesson Model 19. Basically a Taurus Model 66. They're all in the same range. They're all K-frames. The only difference is one's 38, the other one's 357. What's neat about this is, again, it's a Smith. And if you look, the Smiths came through with the same guns without being stripped of the barrel. Were like $350 to $400 a piece, and they thought that was a great price. Well, this is half that. And at the very least, I think, if you looked at it this way, too, maybe you got one of those other piles of Smiths. This is even for $150, this is a hell of a price for a whole lot of spare parts, including another frame. Not that you'd consider the frame a spare part, but obviously I wouldn't disassemble the thing. I'd be reassembling it very, very quickly. And it would not be hard at all. There's about 6 companies I found that have Smith & Wesson barrels in hand. The cheapest barrel is running about $30. You can spend you can spend any amount you want for brand new, uncirculated, never tweaked onto a gun for $78 to $80, and you can pay more. But you're also looking at several different barrel variants. And yes, the 2-inch barrel that normally went on this is available, but they want more money for them. They want a lot more money for them. So it's more than $30. So, it's like I said, I'm not excited about the 2-inch, and who cares? That extra little 1.5 or 2 inches a barrel kind of comes in handy when it comes to pushing a little more velocity with a 38, especially if you want to pump it up a little bit without playing dirty Harry. So that's one solution. And again, that's at JG Sales. Now, I want to bring this other back up from the other day. And thank you for pointing this out. Antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser, model 1893, complete barreled action, good condition, $150 again. No FFL required on this. Okay, now sales are not allowed in California, Connecticut, Illinois, Cook County, Illinois, Kane County, Illinois, Lake, Guam, Hawaii, Alaska, New York. Now, this is really funny with Alaska. But New York, New Jersey, Maryland, and Massachusetts. So let's see. Commiland 1, Commiland 2, Commiland 3, Commiland 4, Commiland, Alaska, obviously, New York, New Jersey, and, of course, Maryland and Massachusetts. So, wow, what a surprise. Well, who would have thought that? The shopping list of communism. So anyway, antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser, 1893, complete barreled action. I found 2 or 3 different options. There is a sporter stock that's brand new made. One place did have it for a few days for $49. They seem to be gone. and it was made for the 93, but that means it's out there floating around somewhere. So I need to find out more about that. I haven't yet. So for basically, and when we say stocks, we're talking a brand new nylon Zytel type, whatever it is. In fact, it even has its own magazine well, etc. So you just use a spring and follower. But I like the idea if I could find an old an old military stock that somebody tried to hack or cobble, clean that up, round it out better, and throw this action in it and keep the price down. I guarantee if you were to look around at the shows, you could find a yucky, already chopped 1893 stock for $5, $10. Probably even with top wood, okay, with the upper handguard wood. So you can definitely put this together for about $100 or less. Depends on how much you have to pay your FFL. So you actually, forgive me, you don't pay the FFL on this one. Slap me in the microphone. But you're still going to have to pay shipping, I believe. I don't know what shipping is with Centerfire right now. If it's a flat fixed rate, I'd have to look again. But this is a good investment anyway. Let me point this out. As this is right now, these used to be $20 a piece, $19.95 all day. We used to buy hundreds and hundreds of them. Okay, we did. There's racked up and stored places with a lot of ammo that are these model 1893s in pristine condition, because earlier on they were in better shape than the ones they're bringing us now. However, for what these are, they are a good investment to sit on the shelf for the long haul. They're a small ring Mauser. They're a step military barrel. They were originally, by what it says in the 765 Mauser / 765 Argentine, as a lot of you would know it, and they were rebarreled, and I would assume probably rebarreled at the end of World War II, not before. And the reason is because there was a bunch of 765 before the war. Belgium, of course, used it. The Argentine used it, as I already mentioned. But the 8mm after World War II, there was just such a pile of it, surplus, junk everywhere. I mean, you got to remember, it just went through a war. And the stuff just got traded and traded and traded and traded, and eventually more was made. After the war, they still made more 8mm. They had all the dies, the Germans, the Czechs, the Poles, everybody made it. They made it before the war. So the 8mm made sense with regard to economics. Now, it's not as common, but I would point out, as we said the other day, if you were to buy something like this, my recommendation would be that you use if you're concerned about performance of the gun, buy Prevy Partisan, get the standard lighter bullet, 150 grain, which seems to be very common out there for the 8mm, the 7.92x5.7 round. And this thing is shoot flawlessly all day. The previous is middle-of-the-road load as far as the chambering pressures, etc. It's typical for the type of ammunition you buy from Federal, Remington, or Winchester, okay? The advantage is that it's a lot cheaper than pretty much everybody else. Prevy Partisan. AIMsurplus.com, 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 AIM, AIM Surplus. They have Prevy Partisan. They got a special hit on it. They always seem to have it in good supply, and it is worth going to them and checking to see what they have. Now, would I do much else with this? Well, let me point something out. This is an original, obviously rebuilt. This is something where they went from 7.65 to 8mm. It is still a collector's item, but don't have to cobble it up to get something really cool out of the deal here. The rear sight, they make B-square Mauser B-square sights where you tap out the retainer or unscrew the rear leaf sight, the rear slide sight, and you replace it with basically what is a Picatinny-type rail system so that you can mount any number of different scopes and fixtures on the gun. And the cool thing about this is that these are a very strong action to begin with, and the way that the system, the sight is affixed, you're not going to have to worry about anything floating. Also, again, the armorers pretty much had a good idea how to maintain these things and put them together properly, so you're not going to have to worry about alignment issues. And the big thing is finding the B-square for the 93 or for the Mauser. Typically, I think it covers the 93, 95, 98 Mauser for the rear sight assembly, the way that they're built. We have to double-check that because I know B-Square, they're still out there. You can get B-Square mounts from jgsales.com. You can get them from Gun Parts Corp. There's many companies that have B-Square on the shelf for all your old military weapons. The purpose behind this was to not tap your gun. You don't have to. You don't have to malign the gun in any way, shape, or form with regard to harsh language and a drill press or a mill. Instead, you use the existing points of control, and then they would, insert, for instance, disassemble the one or two parts that need to be taken away, put those in your pocket, so to speak, put them off the side, store them with the gun. And when the time comes, you obviously mount the B-Square mount. You can use a long eye relief or standard eye relief. It's purely a matter of preference. With the sight forward, it does lend itself towards making a scout rifle out of these. If you don't know what a Cooper scout rifle is, do a little research. You'll understand what I'm talking about. However, a lot of guys put a big butt, 9 to 12 variable conventional eye relief scopes on these rifles. They didn't worry about the stripper clip. In other words, the scope comes back over beyond the chamber of the weapon for obvious reasons, and mounts accordingly so that it's comfortable for the shooter with regard to cheek weld and eye placement. But because of that, you can't use a stripper clip with the magazine, which is not critical because a lot of times, again, we're not firing more than 1 or 2 rounds from a position. A second one might be dangerous most of the time, and it truly is. So you fire and you move. Now, you still have the magazine available, however many rounds are in the weapon. But it's you're going to have to shell, you're going to have to load individual rounds into the weapon if you're using the larger scope, and the scope is over the receiver. Okay, just something to think about there. Not a big deal. You'll work it out and you can see what's going on. But I would recommend this, if nothing else, if you're looking for investments, this is a good thing to just put on the shelf. If you were smart, we start looking for stocks. If you want to go full military, you can piece it together with regular original military matchup stocks. And ammunition. And I go to AIM Surplus and get a bunch of the Privy Partisan. There is some corrosive Ethiopian, which would be fine for this gun. After all, it is a Turkish Ottoman Mauser. So it can handle corrosive ammunition. You just have to clean it. That's all we expect. Clean it. As long as you do that, you'll be fine. So, again, it's over at centerfiresystems.com. Antique Turkish Ottoman Mauser 1893. And now somebody's just asking here, well, would you carry it? I've got tons of these. I've shot these. I have shot 1893 Mausers. People say, they'll blow up on you. It's like, well, I'm not going to overload this gun. Okay, here's one of the things I'll repeat again. Guys, what we've historically found is this. Americans love to jack stuff up, especially back in the day when the stuff was coming in the 70s and, early, like 60s, 70s, 80s. And so a lot of these guns, which were earlier arms, and they were even cheaper back then. They were under $10 a piece before they were $19 a piece. And we were buying them for $19.95. Then when the crack stock models came in, you could buy them for $16.95. Somebody said, you're going to shoot that? I said, well, let me look at it. Okay. Took me an hour, went over everything. Yeah, we're going to shoot it today. Cleaned all the cosmoline and grease out of it, checked where the crack in the stock was. It was not at a critical point. Later on, I brass pinned that, so it's probably, clean it out, glue it back together, pin it just like the armors used to. And the stock will be there forever. But I have owned and shot so many of these, I could not possibly tell you how many I've shot, nor how many rounds I've put through them. They're fun to shoot. It was cheap at a quarter penny and a half penny a round to shoot back in the day, and we actually enjoyed being able to take it farther and farther and farther. And I've taken that gun, the 1893, with regular old dog barrels, okay, with corrosive ammunition, 200 grain military. I popped out to 400 or 500 yards and kept it on basically a 30-gallon stock can over and over and over and over and over with iron sights. Comfortably. You start out with, intermediate range, short range if you want. Start out at 50 yards, then move out to 100 yards, then move out to 300 yards. Then once you figure out what that gun's doing, it's not hard to put the bullet where it belongs. So the weapon works. It's just nothing fancy. It's nothing to write home about. It was like the M16 or the M4 is kind of like a yawn now because anybody and everybody could have an M4, and military handed out M4, so it's not special. It's not special. And the same is true with the AK-47 standard field grade. This is the equivalent to that. These Mausers were the rank and file weapon of God knows how many armies, just like the 98s, just like the British Enfields, just like the Moss rifles. And even after many of the newer weapons were produced, these guns cost money when they were put together. And they were very well built. And it's a testimony to their longevity and performance because what year is it right now? You're looking at a gun that was made, well, the baseline model was made in 1893. These particular weapons probably were built on the regular tooling that originally, they've been built on for maybe 2 decades. I would say it could be as early, well, obviously pre-98, but there were models that were made afterwards right up until 1917, 1920, 1925. Needless to say, the K98 basically overran them. But let me point out this gun, the Spanish military ran basically this gun through all of the NATO period. In fact, they took the, if you guys remember, the FR series of rifles that came into the United States. There's a ton of them. And you guys have some of them. They tried to gimmick them up so they basically had all the same working points, although a bolt gun, as a Setney rifle. Anyway, we got to do this. It's centerfiresystems.com, but we got to go to break. We are at the top of the hour. God bless our republic. Yes, to the New World Order. We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The Empire's on the run. We're in the march. Go check that out. Centerfiresystems.com. Turkish Ottoman Mauser, model 1893. We'll be back in a few minutes here. The bad guys are still in motion. Through the weekend, they're going to rape, kill, pillage, and burn. Expect the Israelis / the Mossad to kick in with some bombings, and they'll, coach whoever it is they're, doing it, or they'll blame. They don't even have to do that. They'll coach them. They just blame them for being the ones. Government mouthpieces will do that, so will the hack media. And the game will continue. We'll be back right here, Liberty Tree Radio. It is Friday.
Boys call it the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Save it from the storm, boys, water down its roots with tea. And the sun will always shine on the old Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. March along with the piper, boys, we were born forever free. Let's go pay the piper, boys, beneath the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Pay the price they're asking, boys, always pay the tyrant's fee. Never give up the struggle, boys, fight for the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Stand for the rights of man, boys, stand against all tyranny. Hang the lance of freedom, boys, high on the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. It will grow as we grow, boys, it will be as strong as we. We must cling to our faith, boys, faith in the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty.
Join Mark and Todd for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12 gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost, you're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper, so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm, so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm, and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn. And your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now, as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave, is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Art Kornke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters on and behind the lines in occupied territories, Southwest, East, Northeast, and Central. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com. We're also on AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, CB base stations, and Ultra Net, Hallmark, and Golden Spike technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon to all of our friends out there in the lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson and Conus, the states and the territories and the outlying areas, along with the clock. 6:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Friday, Cinco de Mayo Day and Quartermaster Friday. It is the 26th of June. It is the 12th year of open and obvious Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist Occupation of America with a K, 2020 Old Earth Calendar. I'm giving it all she's good, Captain. And 2020 Dance of Swords, conflict begins. They really, it's going to be fascinating if they try to roll back, which they can't. So they've got to continue to escalate. Your enemy is on the ground. There isn't any reconciliation with the creatures that we are facing that are, again, arrayed against us. So we're going to war. It's not an if, it's just a when. If anything happens, I'm going to remind you of something, especially with the Eubangus Maximus that we see out there. If you end up in a situation where we're escalating the conflict, and the battlefield will change, and it will change again, and it will change it again, if you've got Antifa, you've got Black Lives Matter, the rest of the communists, you've got a whole bunch of other characters, shoot the white ones first. Shoot any white combatants first. What? Oh, yeah, shoot any white combatant first, because the racially challenged idiot sticks that you see out there, they will go back into the woodwork and try to hide if things were, let's say, quiet. In fact, they're going to try it right now. This is this is the most dangerous time for a lot of you, because you have a lot of idiot sticks right here in the area where we are. I first of all want to know who is making my food, who's doing anything behind a counter. Anything where it handles something that interacts with you, you better be paying attention to who's, don't get into a slump. You better be paying attention to who's doing what. Because the characters that make up the commie, the white legion, so to speak there, these characters will be the monkey poke murderers later on. And for that reason, you've got a chance. They're in front of you. You put a bullet on every white one that you see right off the bat.
Not to mention that they are, even though they're idiots, they're more likely to be more efficient than the baboons and Ubangis.
Yeah, frothing at the mouth nutcases anyway. The problem is they don't really do a good job of hiding themselves, and you can pick them out usually no matter what they're doing, because they think that their sly eye isn't being noticed. I've warned you all about this for years. Pay attention to your enemy, because they just don't. There's a combination of things that you will eventually identify that will help you to understand your enemy, but identifying their body language, eye contact, eye activity. And then there's the old story. It's like you got the hairs in the back of your neck raised up. Is there something not right? Stop. Freeze. Whatever it is you're registering, pay attention to it. I'm going to repeat that many, 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 many times. Something doesn't seem right. Okay, stop right now. Now, maybe don't look too obvious that you're stopping. Become casual at wasting time, at twiddling your thumb, so to speak. But idle. In other words, stop, look around, pay attention. Over behind the bar there are two of them looking over at you, and they got kind of a sly, skanky look on their face. Oh, see those two right there? And there's a third one that kind of looked up quick and realized you're looking right at them, and they look back down. Right there. So your food, there's something wrong with your food. Pay attention. They've done something to your food. They're laughing, waiting to see about it, and then they can brag up, and they're so stupid they'll even brag up on social media.
Hey, Dad.
Okay, but just a heads up on that one.
Whoops. Dad, can you hear me?
You got you.
Okay. There was a piece of information that was sent to me, and I thought it was interesting. It's by a website called Statista. It's a website / company that all they do is statistics, okay? They compile numbers, they put them out there. Well, this graph, I posted in the Discord already, for the, between 2017 and 2020 is a graph of number of people shot to death by police in the United States from 2017 to 2020 by race. It was requested to be done by Black Lives Matter. They're not using it though, because when you look at the numbers, the group that is killed the most by cops as far as shootings go, it's white people. It's double in almost every instance, including the coronavirus year, okay, which is 2020. We got coronavirus going on. You know, supposedly the blacks are picked on more than anybody else. You would think that it would show that, you know, well, the 88 number there of black people shot by cops, that must be the highest number on the board, right? Well, how about 172 people while this coronavirus thing's going on that have been shot by cops? In fact, you go back statistically through the years, and it's half or less for the black population on their own statistic board that they had done up.
Well, again, one of my problems is that I've watched this for 50 years. The blacks can do no wrong, and this is what they're doing. They're priming the pump so that no matter what they do, rape someone, murder someone, beat someone down, well, it could be that they're innocent. Yeah, well, when they got caught with blood all over their arms, and they've got the person's phone in their back pocket, and they've got somebody's teeth in a bag, pretty good indication they probably did it. Okay, but who am I, you know? So it's like all the mass murderers or the different murders that are committed by blacks on whites that I just sit here and listen to it or watch it, like the one couple that were, you know, basically raped and murdered to death. And everybody just needed to turn a blind eye. The controlled media in no way, shape, or form covered it because it was so obviously horrific. But the woman's body parts, the girl, when they finally found her, she was chopped into about 7 chunks. And she was in garbage bags. They were so doped out from all the stuff they'd stolen and what they were doing that they'd left her in the trash can and hadn't gotten, quote-unquote, rid of the body. Okay, they just kind of left her in the garbage can because, after all, who's going to be looking for her? Well, how about somebody would be, right? And eventually it got around where she was, but by then she was dead, okay, and horribly dead because they poured lye down her throat. They did all kinds of stuff to try and destroy evidence, quote unquote, and chopped her body parts off before she was dead, and then, you know, did all kinds of other wicked, evil, nasty, you know, Ubangi things that, like, oh, okay. So it's not like we've seen this once. It's like we've seen many of them, and the lie just continued. And it's the kosher mafia that's doing this. It's the turd stirring the pot behind the scene that continues to create this condition. I'm going to point out that I'm laughing because, you know, like the Seattle thing. Guys, we've already had that Seattle crap in Detroit right here. Anybody know about the projects? You know, for years before Detroit burned down the rest of the way and is like at 1/3 the population it was, and it'll never recover that. It will never get that back. The blacks were, of course, hating on the whites, and the blacks wanted the whites gone because the blacks wanted the whites' houses, which they got, and they burned down. But before, during the transition phase, there were a lot of places where they were given all those legs up with the social justice crap of the 60s and the social justice crap of the 70s. And so buckets and buckets and buckets of money were poured in. But in the process, the schools were burned down, places were virtually abandoned. Well, there are areas where far bigger than the few 6 blocks or 7 blocks in Seattle, where the blacks had absolute total control. Cop couldn't go in there in some of these areas without a squad, 10 men, 14 men, and even then they would be going in for something very specific and they would leave right away. Why? because it was a war zone. The blacks ran it. The blacks were killing people left and right. It was a mini Chicago. And everybody knew where those areas were, and you didn't go near them. Not if you were smart, not if you were black or white. Didn't make any difference. Of course, there were the lower end of the black category that were criminal combine types, and they would go in there. And that's what they were operating out of. So we have seen all of this before. Everything I'm seeing now, it's why you don't see me going, oh, my God, oh, wow. It's like and when I said earlier, okay, when the Israelis do their bombing, let's say that they do attack Mount Rushmore, they're not going to blow it up. They're going to do something, and it'll be, of course, then it'll get puffed up, no matter what it is. It'll get puffed up if they feel they can use it in the controlled media. If they feel that there is a backlash or they get caught, you won't even see it in the nightly news. Bottom line, it's like the punk Israelis that got caught with the explosives on the Washington Bridge. How many people heard about them? Well, not while they were beating the gong, only just when they got caught, and then they all were made to disappear because you don't need to think about who it is that's actually doing the dirty deed on America, and nobody heard about it. Even though the cops arrested were interviewed on it, they had stories that originally were released, and then they made sure that all those little rat pigs that had the explosives that probably were going to do, Israelis, that were going to do the Washington Bridge, their van didn't get the job done, so they picked them up and shipped them right back over to Israel, where the Mossad operatives were all debriefed later. Now, we're going to have the same kind of thing happening here soon. There's going to be a one-way, if they want to kick it off, that's fine, but we're looking straight at them. I'm not going to believe a word. I mean, come on, look at the drivel we've got going. The peace-loving protesters, kill all the white people. Kill all the white people. Look, those wonderful, loving, peaceful protesters. Rape, kill, pillage, and burn. Rape, kill all the white people. Kill all the white people. Yeah, right. All that peace-loving dope crap like we saw back in the 60s and 70s. We all remember that, too. Yeah, we know what the rest of the story was. So the thing about this right now is be prepared for the next phase. It's going to continue. They have to keep the pressure up. Now the discussion is, because, well, we are into the end of June. It is the 26th, by the way. You do realize the date. If you looked at the date, June's leaving us here pretty soon. June's going to be going bye-bye. And we're now a month closer than when all of the rape, kill, pillage, and burn stuff started, before we had the rape, kill, pillage, and burn with the cops doing the corona beer virus on us. This is another reason the cops are having a bit of a problem and nobody's doing the rah, other than maybe some brain dead, is because anybody who was around for the 90 days before all of this BS had the cops coming to their doors, frothing at the mouth and how they were going to kill you or beat you down or take you and, take money from you, blah, 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 blah. So then, when all this stuff really starts kicking in and they flip-flop this, all the cops are wondering why it is people aren't just jumping up there and, stepping. Well, why would I? After all, you got all the power. You kept everybody off the beaches. You kept everybody off the streets. You came to people's homes. How many videos you got where 3, 4, or 5 and they're all looking grim and they're all pissing on people and they're all spitting at people, the cops are? And I'm supposed to go, wow, oh yeah, I need to side with them now because, wait a minute, all I have is one orc army with a better uniform over the other orc army with another uniform. But they're all orcs. And they all look at us as the humans that they hate. As in the target taxpayers with a crosshair on our back, people, with a shoot me sign. That's how they both look at us, the Antifa and the Antifa fellow employees, the cops. And now they're scared because, this immunity they should never have had in the first place, which we've warned everybody about for years, well, they could get away with anything, lie about anything, do anything they wanted, and eventually the kickback is you kept doing everything you wanted to all of us. And I'm not the brain dead. I'm not going to be, jumping, do that to me again. Get your cop back in there so they can kill us some more. Yeah, because let's remind everybody, let me ask everybody here again, is it the super patriot that's burning down the cities right now, people? Is it the patriot or the constitutionalist that is burning down the cities right now, people? Is it the sovereign citizen that's burning down this country right now? No, it's the globalists, the New World Order, and their little skank minions called whatever. But it ain't any of us. It is not any of us. However, we are kind of waiting here with the sharp bayonets and a loaded weapon and on a massive scale, and we're getting ready to come out with the, Khalid al-Had / the red hand going boom and dragging them into the sand and they're gone, dragging them into the marsh, dragging them into the bog and making them disappear. That's what's ready to happen. Now, however they proceed and try to twist it again, ain't nothing fooling. I'm not fooled by any of this garbage. And they're already flapping their yap. Now, you think about this. Look at how the cops treated everybody for how many days and how they pissed in everybody's face. And they ran around without any face cover on. Of course, they had to cover their ass on that when everybody started pointing it out. Well, they got some kind of magic force field? Sure they do. It's called immunity. And they're lying because the system is lying. So, of course, they have that special force field going on, since they know it's a lie, too, but it's a chance for them to piss on and muscle up on the average American, not the ones who are raping, killing, pillaging, and burning right now. That bunch would do it no matter what happened, and mostly do it for pay. Oh, wait a minute. So do the cops. So heads up on that one. Anyway, we do have a lot of work. Can't just complain about the problem. We have to build. Number one, manufacturing. Everybody can work in manufacturing, but we need basic tools, but we also need the perishables. Guys, everything you can think of in the way of drill bits, saw blades, files, anything that you can run into, you can accumulate and store. Or anything that is already packaged for storage. Don't break it open and see what's inside. If it already tells you on the outside what the package tells you what it is. We need a deep tactical manufacturing base up. Now, I'm going to point something out here. It's a lot of fun. There's some neat stuff over on YouTube that'll show you how to do plating, that'll show you how to do special finishing, that will show you how to do case hardening, that will show you how to do sharpening, that will show you how to make tools, that will show you how to make even the devices from off the table, out of the kitchen, spare equipment or junk that's laying around. And once you look at some of this, you're going to realize, man, I screwed up and got rid of those old coffee carafes, the ones from the Mr. Coffee, which, by the way, yeah, those are designed to take heat. Those are laboratory beakers, people. That's all equipment you will use if you're going to be doing certain things on a regular basis to bring up a better standard of, fill in the blank, whatever it is you're building. And don't forget, Mr. Paint is your friend. If all else fails when it comes to finish, I mentioned a couple of different ones there. But, in the long run, paint covers everything and keeps it from rusting. And remember, all we got to do is keep it running. It doesn't need to look pretty. We don't even care about pretty. And we're going to dump pretty before the war starts. We've already been doing that. I've talked about this before. When you manufacture something, wherever the 2 points of something come together, that's where your refinement and where you focus on quality. Contact non-critical surface areas, no finish whatsoever. Who cares? Mill marks, grind marks, cut marks, who cares? Make sure there's no sharp edges. But beyond that, we don't care about the rest. It's irrelevant. Most important is that you have baby butt glass finish and proper hardening and proper dimension where there are two bearing or contact surfaces where they have to work and interlock. But any other surface, totally irrelevant to wasting you don't want to waste your time. And remember, you're cranking out. Do you know how many stens with modern technology we have that you extend guns? 9mm Sten guns, submachine guns. Do you know how many of those you could make with modern CNC machinery and an output right now? If you decided to start making them right now. Do you have any idea how quickly you can crank them out? At the height of production in World War II, the Sten gun was made for $2.75 a gun. They actually say they got one production run down to $2.25. I always quote the 75 because I'll take my chances of 50 cents different. But you're talking a submachine gun going to a British soldier who earlier, just a few minutes earlier, before you gave this to him, might have been carrying a 2x4 as his primary weapon. A 4-foot piece of 2x4 tapered down to use it as like a battle club because he didn't have a gun. And all of a sudden, he's got a submachine gun, a Sten. Now, with all the cool things laying around, building a production Sten here in the U.S., I'd be willing to bet we can knock it right back down, purely a matter of cost of materials. But again, let me point something out about, for instance, the Sten. They made the bolts out of brass. They made them out of bronze. They made them out of steel. They made them out of pot metal. All of them worked. Every one of them worked. Yeah.
Hey, concern. Hello. Hey,
Yeah,
how you doing here?
Ammunition would be the next thing, and production ammo would be the next thing.
Are you guys there?
I can hear you kind of, but you're kind of foggy or like you're off in the distance a little bit. So go ahead. Who do we have?
Can you hear me now? Concerning Detroit riots, what year was that? What years were those?
Which one?
Well, 43, 67, 43, 67.
The 67, 68. You had another one in actually one of the block parties in 1970. And let's not forget the replay in 71 in the projects. And in fact, when I mention the projects, this is why most people don't know where the projects are.
I was 4 years old. I was 4 years old in 63 there, down in Hamtramck. And I remember they burnt down a lot of neighborhoods down there, a lot of houses and stuff. Most of them were black people homes that I went into as a little kid. And they were running up and down our stairs. We were living a 2-story up on the corner of a butcher shop there. They were running up and down our stairs. My mom was behind the door. My dad was gone on the road, working a truck driver. And she shot through the door a couple times because we only had a glass window. One of those old wooden doors, She shot through the wooden part of the door down low there. She wanted to break the glass. I remember that.
There's
my brother hiding behind her, and oh my gosh.
I had a friend of mine, his mom. A friend of mine, his mom lived in Detroit back when actually it must have been the 66, 67 event. And she had the apartment at the end of the hallway. Her husband had brought home a Thompson from World War II. He was at the factory. Nobody knew he had the Thompson but her. And she said, yeah, they were coming down the hallway, and I didn't even bother opening the door because he said, if you hear a bunch of feet tromping down the hallway and they're kicking in the doors of the neighbors, just shoot right down the hallway through the door. So he goes, honey, that's what I did.
Yeah.
He goes, I fired every round that he showed me how to work the stick mags, and I put one in and I just dumped whole round. I don't even know how many rounds I fired. The thing didn't kick real bad. And she goes, but when I opened the door later on when he showed up, everything was clear in the hallway, but I did hit a lot. I hit the walls, the light lamps. He goes, well, at the other end of the hall, it looked like a sieve with the light coming in from outside. And I was like, and of course, the husband used to say, yes, dear, we remember that's what those guns do.
Yeah. Yeah, she had 32 swords. She had 32 caliber semi-automatic Sorensen. An old beater from 1819.
Well, one of the things, you know what the difference between the riots in the 80s and 90s were? They just took longer to burn everything down.
Yeah, so that was like a spurt going on there.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, if you think about it, okay, if you go take a highlighter and you take a map of Detroit and you look at the 67 riot window and you map out what was damaged, okay, a lot of places were burned. Mostly in that one it was the same thing like you're seeing now. It was party stores where they'd bust the party store open, steal all the booze, and burn the place out to cover the losses, so to speak. But a lot of shoe stores, shoe factories, a couple other places down by the Werner plant. Remember Werner's down there? down by the Werner plant. A couple of those buildings were never rebuilt after that. Okay? And that was the beginning of, like with the Watts riot, where they just figured, you know what? They want to destroy it. We aren't putting it there anymore. And it gave them an excuse to move everything somewhere else. And
yeah, so I
progressively...
didn't know we thought that was the end of the world, but some of them black people, I was a kid, I rode my tricycle up and down this road, you know, on Hamtramck and Cutchways there, and I went to school down, I can't remember, I had one, another direction, but I went to, and those people, I was friends with all those people as little kids, you know, and I went in their homes and stuff, then I went down there, their homes are all burned out. I'm like, whoa.
Well, remember, it's a criminal element, like I said.
That, though, you know?
Yeah, remember, it's Crime Incorporated. It wasn't everybody doing it. It was Crime Incorporated doing it. You have black criminals. We got Jewish criminals. We got Protestant criminals. We got white criminals. And the thing is that in this case, the black criminals, pretty well everybody just let them get away with anything they damn well wanted. That's where the problem was. And when they went after each other's, you know, not just each other, when they went after other people's property, it didn't make no difference if it was black, like you said, or white. They were going in there with they already had a plan. But the problem is that, as we know, because these are destroyers / parasites of the worst kind, because, you know, like even the mafia is smart enough not to kill the cash cow. Mafia will threaten you, but they don't kill the cash cow, right? That's the difference between that and the black movement thing that we've seen, in that, well, they just seem to think that you can come in, rape, kill, pillage, and burn, and wipe out the neighborhood, and there's somehow a miraculous click of the fingers, and it's all going to regrow. Well, that didn't happen. And and again, it was the slower than molasses riot of the 80s and 90s that killed Detroit. The riots weren't good, but they just got the kickoff going, where people said, well, I don't really need to stick around for the rest of this shipwreck. But, you know, remember, Don said this many times. You know, he was in a neighborhood where all the houses were standing when he started to see the crack wars develop. And today, all of the neighborhoods where he lived, all the place where he lived while he was working at the Rouge plant, they're gone. There's 1 or 2 houses standing on each neighborhood. You can see 6, 7 city blocks sideways through town. And that's destruction. But again, it was like a slow motion drowning in quicksand burn. First one house here, then 2 houses there, then another house here. And everybody's waiting for someone to rebuild. The other half of the problem is that the parasite government that was worthless, that has never done anything for the people, is always waiting for another handout from one end, from the Fed dropping from the sky. And the other half, because the criminals that gravitate to government, they also try to expect you to pay for everything, well, again, you're not going to rebuild if it takes you the cost of building a house to pay them so that you have the privilege of building a house. And that's because of the overlapping bureaucracy. But it's not just in Detroit where it's like that. Out here where I live, which is a whole county away from Detroit, it's no different out here.
It's everywhere, these days.
But and the big difference is that there, it's like, I can do without that, and I don't need to be there. So everybody, black or white, it didn't make any difference, basically said, well, my wife and my family are worth something. I think we're heading this way. And so you have this evacuation that took place. Granted, it took time. Also, you had decimation. Let's remember, a lot of people were killed. Here's the one thing about Detroit, Cleveland, Cincinnati they don't want to talk about. There are a lot more people that die every year than they want to even post. And I know Detroit cops, and I'll relate this story real quick. Detroit cop, his partner was black. There's a black and white team, okay? They got into a shooting incident. Some captain had it out for them because these guys were like senior cops. So anyway, they got split up, and he got put on harbor master. Now, this guy had been a Detroit cop for 17 years at that time. And what he said, when he was telling me what happened, he got shoved over onto the harbor patrol, the river master patrol, at a third shift. Now, that's from somewhere, I guess, they started around 9 o'clock, but they don't get on the river, on the Detroit River, until about an hour after they report. And he goes, he didn't even know this, but the first time he was on the boat, they go right to the bottom of Belle Isle. And then they start fishing out bodies. And he said the average was 9 to 11 bodies a night.
God only knows.
That they would find at the bottom. That's the ones they found easy.
Oh, my God. That's what they find.
Well, do the math on that. Okay, there's 365 days in a year. You're finding an average of 10 bodies a night. How many bodies is that a year? So think about this. These bodies mostly ended up as Jane Does, John Does. A lot of them are stripped naked, dumped in the water, and that's the ones they found because down at the bottom of Belle Isle there's like a little whirlpool. There's like a little bay area that creates a little bit of a catch point. And that's why they would go there first thing. Then their job was to start looking for other floaters that that kept going. So you got to figure, 10 times 365 days in the year. And he said, I didn't even know. He goes, I've been in the Detroit cop. He was a Detroit cop for 17 years. And he said, I had no clue about this because you didn't hear about this anywhere. So that's just one element of the department collecting bodies. And it wasn't given any publicity. They don't talk about it in the newspaper. They don't discuss it with regard to even the numbers that are printed. So I think they've been lying about a lot of this stuff for a very long time because they wanted to lure more victims into the kill zone. That's what it's all about,
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise you don't show up for the slaughter if you know there's a slaughter going on, right? It's like me, I want to try that one. Let's see if I can get myself killed. Well, probably not today. I think I'll hold off on that one. In fact, there's nothing down there I need. And that's something they won't overcome for a very long time. The Chinese are trying to take over. Listen to the subnote. This is part of what's going on right now. Remember, a year or two ago, the Chinese were going to come in, but they also wanted to buy Belle Isle. And they wanted to create an international city on Belle Isle that wouldn't have been under control by the U.S. and would not have been under control by Canada. Anybody remember that? I do. We reported it and gave you all the date, time, places on it. So here's the thing. Now, they are buying up real estate, but nobody has any interest in going into it. And whatever they are building, you got to build like a fortress or a prison, or it's not going to survive anyway.
Are they going to make an airport there or something?
Huh?
I say, are they going to make an airport or something there?
Oh, they got cornfields going in. Which
there you go, international.
Yeah, they got corn. They were doing vegetable gardens and they were doing farming, and it's like, well, that's kind of an insult, because that's a downtown metropolitan area. That's not exactly a positive thing when you're taking a metropolitan area and turning it into farm fields. It just doesn't seem to work well, but that's me. Weird. But they do it. But here again, they got coyotes now downtown in Detroit. Even had a bear show up a little while back. Don't know where he came from. And it's that Spartan, it's that bear in places. And I'm sure they got deer. So, figure it out. This is if the other side has its way, it already did have its way. The blacks have Detroit. The blacks have Cleveland. The blacks have Cincinnati. Do we need to go down the list? Now, were it not for the fact that they expect us to come in and keep fixing things, which, by the way, stopped happening in Cleveland and stopped happening in Detroit, at least with us. Now, remember, the Jewish mob, they got a whole racket going with every one of these cities. All you have to do is find, it's easy to find the Jewish enclave next to the parasite city that's being destroyed and fed off from, because the Jewish enclave is the richest part of the county or the richest county in the state. And in some cases, like around Detroit, Wayne County is where you're supposed to be fixing things, but Oakland County is where all the money goes.
Are these things kind of networked between major cities, you think?
Oh, I think each one just has, they've divvied it up, the real estate. The kosher mafia is, there's one mob. It's like the old Murder Incorporated versus the Chicago mob. An old guy I know was in the mafia years ago. He said, Mark, and you guys probably at one point or another, a lot of you have had somebody say something like this to you. He goes, Mark, just because they're from Sicily doesn't mean they're Italian.
Yeah, that's what I found out myself. The Irish mafia and blah
Jewish
blah blah
mob.
and all that stuff.
Right. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's-
well,
guess
in the
what?
Irish is
Guess what? Al Capone was actually Jewish. Guess what? All
Right.
famous
Look at the
mafia
lips,
guys
look at
were
the
actually
ears.
Jewish. We're all not Italian. No way.
Well, and again, that's
Maybe a
why
little bit.
later on, if we look at all the things,
don't
that,
know.
in fact, well, if you look at the old, let's right now, look at what we're seeing happen.
that.
Take a look at the characters behind the scenes with all of what's going on right now. It's the same Jewish mob, different day. And they have their propaganda arm, Jewish mob run. Now, back in the day when Murder Incorporated started to rise up, who did they go against? Now, there's two groups that they kind of went into action against. One is right here in Michigan, the Purple Gang. The Purple Gang was blatantly Jewish. In fact, I would remind everybody that when you hear the term drive-by shooting, the term drive-by shooting was coined. It was originally coined here in Michigan with the Purple Gang when they used to go through the Goy neighborhoods to see how many people they could shoot off their front porch on a summer day like today. They used Duesenbergs. How do I know the history of those? Well, right here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, there's a gentleman that used to live right down the street from where we used to live, and he collected all of the Purple Gang's Duesenbergs, and the family still has them because they passed them from father to son to the grandson. And he has a couple that are bullet-riddled. The reason they got bullet-riddled? Well, the Jewish mobsters and the Purple Gang used to go down through the Detroit neighborhoods where the Ford workers and the GM workers were, and they'd come to the end of a neighborhood and they'd rev the engine and then they'd run down with the guys standing on the boards with pistols and automatic weapons, and they'd try to see how many women, kids, and dads they could shoot off the porch. Well, these guys, a lot of them were World War I veterans. So what happened is they got tired of the Purple Gang doing this stuff. A lot of them did, so they all got together, unlike today where we let them get away with all this BS we're seeing. And when they revved up their engine and started down the road, they were nothing but a pincushion before they got to the other end. They've been tagged by 30-06s, 35 Remingtons, 30 Remingtons, 45 ACPs, and they got their hairy hind end shot down.
Oh, yeah, good. Right on. Yeah, right. City government thing, it's like, these big cities like that, It's like, what in the heck? Why haven't they stopped that kind of thing? Well, guess what? Who do you think runs the dang city?
Well, Detroit, till the Purple Gang's stomping ground was Detroit. They went all the way out to Battle Creek. They worked all the way down in the middle of Ohio. The overlap was with the Chicago mob, like the Capone-type gangs that came out of Chicago, headed east, west, north, and south. And then Murder Incorporated, which operated out of New York and actually out of, Philadelphia. They also had ties in Baltimore. Well, they came west. So at some point, they all started butting heads. They all started killing each other off. So...
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing. No honor amongst thieves, as they say. There was competition for power, and they wanted to consolidate. Now, the Purple Gang survived with an alliance.
Yeah. It seems like these cities are becoming like a state in themselves. And I don't like that one bit.
Well, that's always been the case. The thing is that typically we maintained the checks and balance system. This is what our founders told us about. You cannot let any of the municipalities become independent mechanisms that we're seeing now, because you need that infrastructure, which is what the state is supposed to be doing, is to keep the cities to a degree in check. Organized crime is always going to be there, because once you get enough people together, somebody's going to figure out how to milk those tits. It's just that simple.
I don't want my tax dollars. I don't want my tax dollars going to that. Support those cities. I'm a person of the state. I don't want my shit going to to their cities. I think they shouldn't get it.
Right. Well, it's actually, but that's where we're in. That's why I said a year ago. Now, I'm going to point to, now I've said this for years. Okay, every place where we have a significant cesspool problem, number one, it's a large metropolitan area. Let's look at the state of Illinois. You got the whole state of Illinois is basically suffering because of the toilet that has developed called Chicago. Okay, Chicago. With Detroit, it almost was the same situation, but here's the problem. It wasn't just Detroit that was affected. It was Detroit, Pontiac, Saginaw. You go right up the 75 corridor. But Detroit was our key problem, and it's actually run its course. Detroit is neutral. It's not any plus, it's not any minus, it's just there now. This is why, if you'll pay attention, guys, look where all the crazy town garbage has been going on. In fact, there hasn't really been that much crazy town Black Lives Matter stuff in Chicago. It's just the usual kill each other off in Chicago like we used to in Detroit. There's not been any significant, Black Lives Matter, you bangy knuckle dragger stuff going on. That's happening in all the other areas where they haven't had a chance to burn them out so that the Jewish mob can start the big money tit suck like they did in Detroit, like they did in Cleveland, like they did in Cincinnati, and still do because that's a much bigger city and a larger complex. But Chicago is basically where Detroit was in the 90s.
You look at these big cities like Chicago, New York, they take up like 2 or 3 counties. It's like, nah, I think they should just become separate little cities. Like, you got your Chicago Heights, you got your Downers Grove. They should all become their own little cities, and that's it. No more municipal police, no more downtown Chicago. Could be downtown Chicago if they want to be. Good luck.
Well, first of all, the brakes should be put on. What happens is graft and corruption becomes fed. Once the Jewish mob gets in there, they figure out they've got a pattern for this now. I mean, come on, we just got hit with the coronavirus the same way. Where did the $4 trillion that Trump signed off go? It went overseas. Who did it go to, people? Did it go to Americans? $4 trillion was signed off and shot out of this country in a big bank robbery. It was the exact same cookie-cutter action as what the Jewish mob did with Detroit with the money coming in there. Once they demanded unaccountable grants, billions came in at a time. They spend $1 and $99 goes to the Jewish bank account in Oakland, and then from there it goes overseas to Haifa and Tel Aviv. It's laundered immediately. Well, they just did that nationally with this corona beer virus scam. Everybody we got offered, well, I didn't want it anyway because I knew better, and sure as hell it turns out it was a lie, and we knew it was. That $1,200 fake-ass BS was chump change, while $4 trillion disappeared right in front of everybody publicly. And you know what they did with it? Shot it right over to the Jewish bankers right over there in Israel. That's where it all went. That's why there's no tracking or tracing it. Nobody's allowed to. And that's why nobody was allowed to also have any accountability at this end for it. So it's the big version of what we're talking about will happen with Detroit or Cleveland or New York. Take your pick. And they've got it down to a science in New York. New York State, though, how much longer can it stand this? Or Illinois, how long can it stand it? How about California with Los Angeles and the garbage going on there?
They moved the state capital down south because Chicago was so corrupt back then. Well, I don't know when it was, but now it's in Springfield, but in Chicago, Illinois, but it once was in Crook County.
What, Crook County? Cook County?
I mean,
only with an R, right? Yeah, Crook County is more appropriate. Yeah. Well, the thing about it here again, and this is where we're at the crossroads. Well, not even that. We're at a division in the road because it's not a crossroad. There is something. There's no X, so to speak. There's a Y. At this point, because of what the aggressor has done with waging war, which is what they're doing right now, they're waging war against the American people. The problem is they've also created a crosshair in reverse because people are asking the right questions. We don't have the money. We just slaughtered the economy, okay? So who's going to fix any of this? No one's going to fix it, or everybody's going to say, don't you dare give them anything. They don't deserve anything. All of us were stuck in the same situation a month ago. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, we got all these turds, and that's all they are, is a pile of turds that all start doing the squeaky wheel routine that they want. Well, everybody else is in the same boat. So this is the one thing that's different from during, like you mentioned, the riots during Vietnam. Guys, the example is Vietnam cranked out money for people. You had a job. They were looking for people. They couldn't find enough people to fill the jobs. The job market was flush. You could go from one manufacturer to the next and just make more money and more money and more money. And still, when it came to the riots, like the Watts area in California, the Watts, it wasn't rebuilt 11 years later, and that's when they had money. Now, here's the point. We don't have that money now. And so all of this garbage that they're doing, this is wartime destruction. Because the infrastructure in terms of the monetary capacity, they've already monetized everything in this country they can. It's the only reason they bring the illegals and these foreign POSs in, is because they can fake out everybody by monetizing the new batch of slaves. But the slaves get everything for free. They get 7 years tax-free. They're being given money back, though they don't pay any taxes because they don't pay into the income tax, but they're getting money back from the income tax while you are denied. So they're getting paid off in so many different directions with chump change. But remember, if you understand the straw man, then understand that the system benefits with tens of millions of dollars while literally spending chump change to make the new imports loyal to the scam. That's what they're doing. That's why everyone goes, well, they're bringing all these people. Yeah, of course they are. And it counterweights because you're expecting your retirement. It's going to be stolen. You're expecting your Social Security. They've already stolen it. You're going to expect some kind of protection with some kind of health care. They've already stolen it. So what they're doing, and this is what the purpose behind the riots are right now, is to work a back guard so that you're all busy watching the peon organic sandbags while the pigs that are stealing the house are running out the back door of the bank.
Well, concerning Michigan, have you noticed that you can take your cans back now to the store? Have you noticed that? Now you can take them back. Some stores take your deposit.
Oh, you
cans
take
back.
your cans back. Oh, do you realize how much money?
Yeah. Think about it. And you know what? A lot of the smaller stores are not allowed to do it for a year.
Well, you know why? You do realize they're still
Michigan.
charging us for each of those 10 cents on the cans, aren't they?
Well, I wonder if they didn't just rob the fund already.
They always do. They average $100 million in non-returned cans. In other words, people just chuck them, even with all the people scavenging them. The amount of money that they steal from that account is guaranteed. Now, think about this. For 3 months, you couldn't turn that money in. You couldn't rotate that money out of the account, but they told you to keep buying it because they left the booze stores open, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And they left the pop stores open, right? So you got to buy every time you bought. For our listeners, guys, we have a deposit on cans and bottles. It's 10 cents. Do you realize while all these people were drinking their sorrows away about being in the Corona beer virus scam, do you realize every time that they bought a bottle of beer, every time they bought a can of beer, 10 cents went to the state? Now, you're supposed to get it back. Oh, but wait a minute. For the last 90 days, and now more, you can't get that 10 cents back. So you're getting taxed by the government in a situation where you can't recover it because it was supposed to be what? It wasn't supposed to be a tax. It was supposed to be a deposit, which means you give them the 10 cents.
Piled up high.
And then you get the 10 cents back.
Right, yeah. I can't. I got to go to the grocery store. Only stores that have the machine will take them. And there's some that say you can't do it till the end of the month. They're already so full.
Well, again, I'd be willing to bet that by the time we're done, but of course now, here's the thing. If they're planning on burning the house down the rest of the way, they keep doing what I told everybody they do 4 months ago. Oh, just a little bit longer, just a little bit longer, just a little bit longer. Oh, a little bit longer, a little bit longer still. How about more?
Yep.
A little bit longer. And look where we are now. In fact, the Idiot 6 are going out to the next school year. Now, I'm going to say something else. We're almost at the top here. Do not, everybody listening, tell everybody you can, do not send your kids to the public school system this fall. Why? Because they're going to be vomited on and spit on with every leftist BS program, and it's going to be so massive that a lot of them will wish they probably want to commit suicide. They are going to be pissed on, spit on, attacked, and told that why aren't you black? You're not being black enough. And they're white. If you're white, unask the AO it's time to leave the school system, because this fall is going to be an absolute vomitous toilet. The blacks are going to rape, and I'm not exaggerating because I have seen this before. The blacks are going to rape. 4 or 5 blacks are going to be on each white kid beating them down. They will kill them. They will be told they need to understand. They're being told already they need to apologize. You would be a fool to take your children and put them into the public school system in any way, shape, or form. You are looking at the final storm with total destruction. You might as well put a bullet in the back of your kid's head. You would be an idiot, an incompetent, or a fool to send your children to the public school systems this year or ever again. It's finished. They're done. They're cooked. But if you do, and then later on your kids are messed up, or my child was raped at school, I don't understand. Oh, yeah, a pack of black kids? Oh, really? Well, I understand the black kids. They want to have some fun. Didn't you have that child so that somebody else could rape, kill, pillage, and burn them? I thought that's what it was for. So why are you crying? First of all, did you take the children to the public fool system of execution? Did you take them to that murder session? Were you so lazy or so incompetent that you decided that, well, I know, but it's just I'm so busy. I gotta put the kids in the public fool system where they can get their brains blown out, or they can get raped, or they'll be, well, sodomized, and the teacher might even pitch in. In fact, after the teacher found him, he told the kid that he should apologize, even though he was sodomized by 5 or 6 other blacks. He needs to apologize for existing. And if you think I'm joking, you are wrong. You are stupid. Because that's where this is headed. This shipwreck is already in motion. So rule number 1, avoid the public pool system because it's a plague. Not because it's like a plague, it is the plague. Time to leave. Anyway, God bless our republic.
Yes, the New World Order.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire is on the run.
We are on the march, but day and night.
Hoorah. And the next thing they're going to tell you is they need to pour money on the cities. You just didn't give them enough money. I'll tell you what, Izzy Blackstein's going to have a new bathtub picture made out of solid gold because of that stupidity. Anyway, we're going to get out of the way. Bush and Town Hall coming up next, guys. You're all part of that. Ed taking over, and we'll be back at 8 o'clock. Hopefully BK will be with us. God bless. Bye-bye.
Save it from the storm, boys. Water down its roots with tea, and the sun will always shine on the old Liberty tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. March along with the fight for boys. We were born forever free. Let's go pay the piper, boys, beneath the Liberty tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Pay the price they're asking, boys. Always pay the tyrant's fee. Never give up the struggle, boys. Fight for the Liberty tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Stand for the rights of man, boys. Stand against all tyranny. Hang the lance of freedom, boys. High on the Liberty tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. It will grow as we grow, boys. It will be as strong as we. We must cling to our faith, boys. Faith in the Liberty tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12 gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
Let this be a lesson to you, girl. Don't come around where you know you don't belong. They're riding on the avenue, they're probably coming after you, and they all look mean and strong. Mean and strong like liquor. Mean and strong like fear. Strong like the people from South Alabama. Mean like the people from here. Take it from me, we ain't never gonna change. Daddy used to empty out his shotgun shells and fill 'em full of black-eyed peas. It ain't real low when you tear out your ankles and rip right through your knees. There ain't much traffic on the highway. There ain't much traffic on the lake. 'Cause the ATF and the ABI got everything they could take. Take it from me. They didn't take it from me. Take it from me. We ain't never gonna change. We ain't doing nothing wrong. We ain't never gonna But there ain't much difference in the man I wanna be and the man that I really am. We ain't never gonna change. We ain't doing nothing wrong. We ain't never gonna change. So shut your mouth and play along. We ain't never gonna change. We ain't never gonna change. We ain't never gonna change. We ain't never gonna
Alrighty, here we are. It is another Friday. It is 6/26/2020. Woohoo. And hey, we've made it to about the end of another month here. Oh, lots of stuff going on in the world today. But this is your program. And we're going to open it up to our listeners or callers here in just a second. But first, we're going to open with a prayer. Dear gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for letting us be here this Friday to be able to open up our airwaves to our listeners and our callers. We ask, Lord, that you watch over and guide and bless our friends who are traveling this weekend, that they get to their destination safely, that you protect them in their travels. We ask, Lord, that you continue to watch over our friends and allies in the medical system. We ask, Lord, that you watch over those that are recovering and those that are serving their patients the proper way. We thank you, Lord, for everything that you've done for us and that you've kept us up and running throughout these times. And we thank you for continuing to watch over us. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. Alrighty, well, we are live, and we are live on YouTube. Woohoo! Still doing that. I have not been able to get back with Daryl, though. I tried to on Monday, and I didn't get a reply, so hopefully... Oh, wait a minute. That's interesting. Okay, I'm like super redlining on one of the meters, so I hope I'm not blowing people's ears out. This is like one of the problems I've been having while doing this is that there is like just a whole other windowed screen that I gotta watch the settings on, and you know, I don't get to see everything, and it's not the same for everybody as they come up, so I have to adjust things and play with it as we go, and still maintain everything else that we're doing. So it has been a little bit taxing. I don't think we've made mistakes as much as we did last Friday. Maybe somebody can let me know. I am not even in the YouTube chat right now, guys. That's just a whole other window I'd have to open up. So I'm trying to avoid that because there's just tweaking and trying to fix things all over the place, and it's just of course we've got requests like to get another feed going, which would be, you know, great, I'm sure, for more listeners to be able to come in. But as I was talking to Mark, you know, it's like, well, I was doing 2, then the conference line is basically 3, you know, so we've got the conference line, we've got the SamCloud, we've got the Winamp feed through my radio stream, the MRS feed, and now we've thrown YouTube on top of it, and it's using a totally different broadcast tool to broadcast. And there's some stuff with the technology I'm not entirely familiar with using it this way, so I'm kind of learning as I go. Now, if I can get another stream going and make it relatively simple, where it just plugs into one of the other devices that we're using to broadcast right now, one of the other programs, I'll try and get that done. But like with all of these, like the free service ones, there's logins and all that other fun stuff you got to do when you start broadcasting. to make sure everything's working right. And the process of firing everything up gets longer and longer because you got to fire one up, the next one up, and so on down the list. And then you got to make sure everything's working right. It's got good audio levels and all that fun stuff. So it's a lot of work. And I'm still working on a problem with the YouTube feed, at least for the stuff coming off the mixing board. I think I have a bad cable or a bad connector somewhere. Might even be the sound card on the computer that only seems to be receiving to the input from the mixing board to what's going to the computer. Like when Dad comes on, it's pulling it right off the desktop because that is the computer that is broadcasting us on YouTube, is the one that we have hooked up to do the conference line. It's relatively clean. Since we went to fiber optic, that computer is not nearly taxing as much on the bandwidth as it was before. So not only am I able to do the conference line, but I can also stream the video and the audio out at the same time. I can multitask on that machine and try to get that to do more. It's also the machine I usually read the news stories off of and look at some of the other stuff while I've got the Play computer over here, which does the Discord and the other stuff. But I've had to have the Discord open on two machines now. That way when I swivel my head I can see stuff. Makes it a little more useful. And then we still have the Dinosaur running the two audio streams going out to SoundCloud and out to the MRS feed. Again, the oldest machine is the one that's doing the most backbreaking work. It's maintaining the other two feeds and sending it out there. Again, for audio, though, where you're doing audio, you're not doing video, you're not doing anything special. You don't need a whole lot of computer to do that with. It's just a matter of having programming in place, memory, and all that other fun stuff to meet the system requirements, which, as I say, I'm probably eventually going to have to upgrade that machine again because it's, getting towards the end of its lifespan as far as software upgrades go. Unfortunate. The computer will still work, but it won't work with the software for the more advanced stream like SoundCloud and whatnot. So, looking at that, I'm basically been going around looking at, what people are getting rid of computer technology-wise and seeing if I can get anything decent to upgrade that with. For free, preferably, we don't really want to spend any money there, especially with as tight as everything is going to be this year. We know it's going to be tight. We're expecting it. I've said that last Friday. I'm saying it again. We know people are out of work. We know people are not getting unemployment. That people are, some people are trying to streamline getting unemployment, and then some people are running into the problem of, well, you can't prove who you are according to the system, so you can't get unemployment. And a lot of those situations where I've talked to people personally, I go, well, tell them to treat you like you're an illegal alien and you will get through the system. That's what I had to do in Michigan when I was trying to get my ID. I went up there for a while, guys. I was back in Michigan for a bit. Everybody may remember that. And I was dealing with the system. And they couldn't do anything to help me until they started treating me like I was a foreigner. Then all of a sudden, all the red tape that is put on the American people just kind of cleared up. Isn't that amazing? And, I've posted a couple of images on the, scrolling, I don't know what you would call that. Let's see. The slideshow. There we go. The slideshow that's been running during the broadcast. One of them that's up there is of a guy in Chicago who's basically having the same problem, only unlike me, he has everything. He's got the Social Security card. He's got the birth certificate. He's got his driver's license. He's got his passport. He's got everything. And they're telling him that, it still doesn't prove who you are. It doesn't work, so we can't send you any benefits, sorry. So if you don't think that that's happening, it's happening to more people than they want to let on, let know that type of situation is there, where you, as an American citizen, are stuck in internal exile, even if you have all their BS paperwork that they tell you that you need to prove you are who you say you are. You know, even if you've paid into these benefits or you've been told that, you know, you're qualified for disability by whatever agency you go to apply for it, and they won't give it to you because, well, their documentation, the documentation that they handed you, the documentation that you've been using your whole life, and you being there in person and clearly, you know, match all the information, why, you're not who you say you are. We can't confirm your identity, even though you're standing right here in front of us with all the paperwork that we want you to have. We're going to deny you, and deny you, and deny you, and deny you, and it will take, like with my situation, where I didn't have hardly any of that stuff. I had my birth certificate, and I had to dig out some of my public school records, my medical history from the University of Michigan, all that other fun BS that they make you go through. In the end, none of that counted for anything. They had to treat me like an illegal alien in order to get my state ID in the state of Michigan before I came down here, and then got it transferred over to a Texas ID. And not something I particularly wanted to do, but, you know, something I had to do. But it's interesting because everybody's like, well, how do you do anything with it? I go, even if you have this stuff, you know, even if you have all your ducks in a row, they're still gonna deny you. And I've had people tell me, well, no, because it depends on where you're going to, or I guess who you are. But again, more and more I've been seeing articles like that pop up where people are just trying to either get unemployment or they're trying to get their Social Security benefits, you know, with everything that's going on, trying to retire early, and they're trying to get into their retirement accounts. And hey, no, none of your identification is good anymore. So what was the point of trying to force everybody to update it? You know? Ridiculous. Stuff like that. And I just realized I had the conference line muted. So, hey, if we got somebody there, Fluffy, I see you're unmuted. If you tried to come up, I apologize. Fluffy, are you there?
Negative. I'm doing all right. I was just listening.
Well,
and in case you're wondering, you did not blow out any volume. You were fine.
At least with the conference line. You see, the conference line I can see.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
only
so.
On the conference line. I'm usually a little soft. I barely ping a yellow most of the time over there. On the Sam Cloud and on the MRS feeds, I tend to be a little hot there. I hit about 3 red bars. But over here on the YouTube, I'm looking at myself, and I keep having to pull it back because I'll pull it back, and then I'll hit a high point where I blow the red meter off, and it stays solid while I'm talking. It shouldn't be doing that, but again, like I said, I'm not familiar with using that technology in this way. I've used OBS before for doing gaming stuff or for doing tutorials for other people on how to use programs. So I'm a little bit familiar with some of this stuff like screen capture and all that other. As far as using it for broadcasting though, it's not an entirely different animal, but it's more different because you are doing a live show and the stuff that you're editing on the screen, like putting up the text or the images and everything, the first time you do it, it's pretty obvious if you've never done it before, like me. If you go back and watch any of the videos where people were telling me how to do stuff and suggesting I do stuff, I was trying to do it as we went along. You could actually watch me type stuff in, fix my mistakes and everything while the program was going on. We had some audio glitches over there where we accidentally tried to put up a website Dad was talking about, but it had a video that came up to play, and I couldn't mute the audio on the web page that I was basically reopening inside of OBS instead of taking a screenshot of it, because I figured, I can do that. That would save me, having to open up the thing. I just enter in the website, put it up. Unfortunately, when I did that, I had no volume control of what was on there, apparently, or at least not where I know to look for it. I'm sure it was probably there somewhere. Somebody is probably, in fact, right now, typing me a message telling me how to, mute web pages like that when you open them in OBS instead of opening them in your web browser. I've had a lot of help, and I want to say thank you to everybody who's been helping us with that. Again, Daryl Civic is the one that needs the help more than I do, though, because their broadcast with Braveheart Radio on the weekend has traditionally been done over YouTube, and they are having an audio problem. And it's hard for me to fix it being here in Texas. not being there in Pennsylvania, whenever they had a problem like this before, I would literally go to Pennsylvania and help them fix it. Unfortunately, it's a little bit more than a 3-state drive right now with me being down here in Texas. So, and unfortunately, Mike passed away. Doing some reminiscing of Mike this week and last weekend, where I've been helping Daryl, thinking about stuff that me and him used to talk about and do. Mike was a gamer and a sci-fi buff, guys. He was he had some very cool Klingon stories from him and his friends in his youth. Anyway, gotta move along from that. This is your program. It is not mine. I'm just rambling on right now. We're about halfway through this hour, and I haven't given out the number. So here it is. The number is 712-432-0900, room number 957-464 in the pound sign. If you missed it, it is posted on the YouTube feed. If you're watching for the very first time over there, you'll see there's a thing that says conference/call-in line in white lettering, and that is the conference room number. And the conference room number. You know, we got the number you call and then the room that you enter. If you have unlimited calling, use your phone. If you don't, you can go over to libertytreeradio.4mg.com. Scroll down just a little bit and you'll see voice over IP phone. You can click on that. It's provided by freeconferencing.com, which is the company that does the conference line. We've used them for a very long time. This is actually the second conference number that we've had on the website before. So, again, if you're looking at a page that seems like it has outdated information, may dump your cache file and restore it. I've had that happen with people who've told me that, you know, they're having problems finding the information or clicking on a link that doesn't work anymore. Again, I still haven't gotten the website entirely up to date, guys. I have been trying to get the archives going. We're almost a month behind again. I apologize for that. But, like I said, we're having a problem with the archives through free conferencing. We've been doing the YouTube thing. If there is a program that you guys would like to hear that we've been doing since last week, where we've been doing the YouTube, has it been a week or two? I think it's actually been about a week and a half. You can go back and take a look at the archives that are there. I have gone back and listened to a few of them and realized that the audio is not there on a couple of them. I don't know if that is due to YouTube blocking our audio, because we have music that we use with Liberty Tree Radio that we have the license to use with Liberty Tree Radio, that YouTube won't acknowledge that you have the licensed performance rights stuff to use. Or somebody else has flagged it, and I'll have to make a challenge. You know, it's just another thing I'm going to have to sit down and do and figure out what's going on with it to fix it. That's like, just, it's crazy. It can be hair-pulling. I know a lot of people like the idea of doing this stuff until they actually sit down to do it, but we really do need more people doing stuff like this. That's why I posted the conversation me and Daryl had about, you know, trying to get OBS working with YouTube. That way other people have the opportunity to not only hear, but kind of see what we're talking about and see if you want to do it yourself. Even if you just, you don't have to do 24-hour streaming like I do with the Liberty Tree Radio 2 audio channels, where we play music most of the time, but we have live broadcasting in between, or 6 hours out of the day. You don't have to do that all the time. If you're doing like a YouTube or a podcast broadcast, you can get up, do a 1-hour program, or heck, 15-minute program, talk about something, news, information. You get a piece of information that you can put out there for people to digest real quick and post it. Get it out there, share it, post it on the Discord, post it in Twitter, post it on Facebook, post it whatever social media that you're using. That way the information gets out there, gets into many hands, and is disseminated, hopefully before somebody, starts blocking it, flagging it, tearing it down, because that seems to be what our society has turned into. Is we don't want history, we don't want knowledge, we don't want a record kept of anything, looking at the ridiculous stuff with these statues being torn down supposedly because of Black Lives Matter. Francis Scott Keyes, the guy who wrote the Star Spangled Banner, tearing down his because he had slaves or might have had slaves back in that time. Getting rid of the Confederate flag side of our Civil War history. Well, that's great. So you're going to teach the Civil War anymore? I mean, your history books would have to be scrubbed to that, offensive flag. You're going to ban it everywhere else. But we can't be offended by Black Lives Matter. If we say all lives matter, we're being quote-unquote racist. Hey, you'd think, the more inclusive one wouldn't be the racist thing, but apparently racism is only one direction. And I'll point this out again. I posted the link to it. There was a study that was done, let me see, by Statista. I'm not even sure if I'm saying that website right. Statista. Let's see, what month was this done? Give me a second here. I'll pull it back up. Read more. Looking for the date. This was done January? Yeah, I think it was done. No, June. This was done June 5th, 2020. Study of the number of people shot to death by police in the United States from 2017 to 2020, sorted by race. Again, this study was done to show the disproportionate numbers compared to black people being killed by police to whites, but it's showing the opposite thing, that, out of the pool of people, the white people seem to be the people that are shot the most by the cops. Going all the way back to 2017, in 2017, 457 white people were killed by police in shootings. Black people, 223. 2018, 399 white people, 209 black people. There's a number for Hispanic, other, and unknown there too as well. It's interesting, to look at this study, and I would love to pull up more information about it, but I'm not going to pay for their what is it? Hang on here. $39 a month to have access to their source information, their publisher information, or have them do statistics for me. Basically, you can hire these people to do statistics, to crunch numbers and collect it from different sources, and they post a bar graph or a pie graph or a line graph based on the numbers that you wanted them fed into their machine. So it's not something that we control. It's not something that anybody on our side did. Again, this was done to support the Black Lives Matter thing, and they don't want to use it. I can't imagine why. Because the numbers are askew. I mean, even in this coronavirus thing, if with the population, with blacks and Hispanics being a minority, you'd think with racism being an issue, with the riots and the protests and everything that's been going on, that number would be higher than 88 during the coronavirus thing. It's not, but the white number of deaths for this year, while the coronavirus has been going on, where people have been shot, 172 people killed by police through firearms. These are shot to death. It's not. This isn't counting like physical beatdowns. This is just them drawing their weapons and fatally injuring somebody. So, just interesting. It's there. You guys can go take a look. Click the link look at it for yourself. If you want more information on the data that was collected, you can pay that $35 through them. Again, I'm not going to do it. It's a well, not 35, but 39, basically $40 a month. Ooh, it's on sale. Well, no, thank you. I'm not gonna fund that. I can put my money in other places. Like I said, I'm gonna have to keep the station going by the end of the year, or I'm gonna have to find alternatives. And Mind Mix Radio was up, I think last week, and we were talking about that, looking for like free alternatives and other things that we can do to expand our broadcast pool. You know, our sources or areas for people to come in and listen. Again, YouTube is nice while we have YouTube available. The question is, you know, will YouTube mute our audio, or will YouTube delist us because of, you know? And I'm sure they will. The topic of discussions, you know, that we hit on, yeah, definitely, you know, at some point. If they haven't already been, like I said, I've gone back and I've tried to listen to a couple, and the audio has come up dead, where I know people were hearing it at the time, because you can watch that little chat scroll on the side as it progresses, and you can see, in fact, let me go over here. You can see the conversation that's going on that's separate from, you know, it's part of the program, but it's also separate from the program at the same time. Partially because Dad and I neither of us are really there. Let's see. I'm going to go to my bookmarks. No, I don't want to bookmark the page. I want to open a bookmark. And I have to find it. There we go. I'll see what you got, if you guys are even paying attention over there. Because I will say hi to people. Potentially inappropriate message. Ooh. Wow. Oh, I go to open up my own YouTube chat channel, and it says potentially inappropriate message for a review. Not now. I really don't care. Yeah. Most people that act like a troll or continue to harass other people, it becomes pretty obvious who they are. You can right click on them and ignore them. You know, that's always a. I think it's ignore. Wait a minute. Do they have that option over here on YouTube? It would surprise me if they didn't. Yeah, you can hide user on the channel. You can ignore them, report them, moderator, all that other fun stuff. I don't do that. You know, people have their opinion. I'm of the opinion that if somebody's going to be a troll, they make it pretty obvious for themselves by the way they react to what the program host is doing. Like the conversations I've had with a few people about, you know, keeping up to date on stuff. I understand there's some people that are frustrated about the archives. We've talked about the archives constantly and the problem that I have been having with them. YouTube has been a temporary solution, but there are some people who, even though they know this, they constantly come back and use that as a point to attack what we're doing at Liberty Tree Radio, because there's nothing else really for them to attack at. You know, it's to me that's a little funny, but okay, whatever. You know, go ahead, attack at us that way, whatever. I'm doing what I can. I'm one person sitting here at the keyboard right now, so hey. Oh. I don't really. I guess there is no timestamp on these things either. It'd be nice if the chat was time-stamped. I'm just going back a little bit to see what's there, and of course I don't think I'm even getting the full scroll back. So it's kind of, like I said, it's kind of pointless anyway. Other than you can watch it while you're doing the stream, and it kind of plays out in time with the stream. It looks like they're having a conversation because of the way it records the chat with the live streaming. It's interesting. Anyway, that technical stuff. Oh boy. And there are a lot of people who do cover great subjects. Hi, Jim. I see you over there. There are a lot of people that cover great subjects on YouTube or on other social media that, I feel they do such a good job. I don't need to, other than maybe to bring up an article or something that they've discussed to bring it to your light, but I also like to give sources for everything. I don't like to put something out there that I can't say, okay, well, this is where the information came from and track it back to people. And that is something I've noticed with a lot of people who have been coming up lately with information that's lacking. And it frustrates Dad, it frustrates me. If you're going to bring up a subject that has only partial information that we can confirm, it's more than kind of a little annoying. But we do try to sift through the stuff, like the article that I was just talking about. You want to see that for yourself? It's posted in Discord. You can go there. People were asking me, the micro effect. Joe is supposed to be doing a program over here. I've not been able to get a hold of him though since that last program he did. I'm still trying to get a hold of him. I don't know if his phone is changed or whatnot. I've sent him an email. I'm waiting to hear back from him. I do know the time that we picked was not the best time for him to do the program. He was busy and he was losing track of time and not being where he could do the program. So I'm just going to have to wait and see. I know he wanted to do a morning program because he's more of a morning person. Unfortunately, I'm doing stuff in the morning where I can't do a morning program, which is why it was great to have the micro effect, because they were doing stuff in the morning. I was doing stuff in the evening. I could rebroadcast them in the morning and then pick up live in the evening. It was a very copacetic setup there between the two of us. Oh... yeah. Well, anyway, we are, now I'm lost. I'm looking at something and now I'm just completely lost on the page. I don't know where I left. I was trying to pull something else up. I had something else I wanted to talk about. If we don't get callers, I mean... You guys can bring stuff up in the chat if you want. If I see it, I'll bring it up. As I said, the guys on the Discord are good about posting stuff. I'll play the videos sometimes. Sometimes I won't, depending on the content. I tried to play this one from number 4 of the Twitter post earlier today, and it won't play for me. I don't know if it's because I'm not on Twitter or if... Twitter is blocking Discord from being able to play videos, or if it's just something going wonky with my computer. And it's something we've noticed across the board with a lot of services, and some services have even reported on having blackouts in certain areas. Whether they be planned blackouts or whatnot, the electronic communication system seems to be going through some major fluxes again, especially the mobile software. In certain areas, we know Chicago had a problem, Michigan had a problem, New York is constantly fluxing with problems, but one that was big enough for them to report on where they had blackouts, I know Joshua with TechCom, he talked about it a little bit last Monday on his program, about the blanketing, dead spots that were happening. So it's interesting to see that while we have this 5G thing being pushed, and I'm going to remind people 5G is using the same towers that 4G did. The frequency is a slightly different range. They have been upgrading the system slowly over time, trying to get it in place before they sell their product. That's what they do. We got Elon Musk, who just launched the first of what they're saying is going to be 1 million satellites to transmit 5G around the world. These little supercomputer satellites that they're throwing up there that operate on the 5G system. That's great. I'm sure NASA just loves that. That's more junk in the atmosphere. That's why we need launch windows. There's so much satellite junk that's up there already. In low and high orbit. That's why you have launch windows. People don't realize how much junk we've actually thrown up into the air above us sometimes. You start taking a look at it, and the numbers are kind of staggering. But you also have to consider that some of those satellites have already fallen. That does happen too. Their orbits decay. You can't correct them, and the satellite goes to comet, or it looks like a shooting star or something in the night sky when it hits the atmosphere and breaks up. Anyway, I heard a couple of dings. We got people on the line. Oh no. Okay, well, I just got Fluffy on the line. Maybe we lost everybody and... Okay. Well, maybe we have a problem with the conference line. What a surprise. We've been having problems with the conference line. We got shifted over to the high def thing when they flipped the service over. And that was something that wasn't going to happen. We were preparing people for losing this number. We even set up a second number that's apart from this, and another number for a conference line communication that happens on the weekends for something completely different than Liberty Tree Radio. Those two systems, which are not the HD systems, their archive thing works. It doesn't have an issue. I think the HD part of their conferencing system is where the problem is. And I honestly, I do. I think the free conference call HD.com is part of the issue. We got slid over here, and it worked great. It was beautiful. We got access to archives going back to when we first started using their service. We really do. Do they load all the time? Well, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You can still see the file there. You can try to load it. You can try to download it, but there's either decompression or something going on there that is messed up. We try to link the programs, and we run into the same thing, especially where we're linking to a specific start time to a program. We've got buffering or... what's the term I'm looking for? It's like it's a fragged file. It won't complete loading. It tries to load you back from the beginning, and you got to start all over from scratch. That's the more annoying problem that we've been having right now, which is why I've been talking about just taking those archives and flipping them over into a single file dump. Just put it out there, get the archive for the day, it's there. You have to figure out where the time index is. I know some people are saying, no, we don't want it like that. We want to be able to just go access that and download it and do that. Well, I can download it, I can break the files up, and I can put them back up. But then that starts costing money again. Right now it's a free service. Once we start talking about loading files up onto our server at libertytreeradio.formg.com, you start talking about eating up our data, and then it starts expanding and getting more and more and more. We have some archives that are actually posted over there, and we had to upgrade for those. So our website costs a little more than it used to, just because of the file aspect of it. Not even because people are downloading the files, just the file space needed. So, not to mention that eventually, if the traffic goes up there, if the website gets more popular, then there's a whole other issue with funding that you got to deal with to unlock the page from the bandwidth cap. And a lot of people, companies will say that they're unlimited until you hit their bandwidth cap. So that is something sneaky that a lot of web services do, like GoDaddy and some of the others. And I know people that use GoDaddy. Great system. It all depends on what you're doing. I would not use a GoDaddy server for a streaming server. I would look for a server that is, specifically for streaming, or like a podcast server. I wouldn't necessarily use a GoDaddy stream for, to host like podcast files on, because the size of the podcast file, the amount of times a podcast can be clicked on, downloaded, just that, the downloading of the file increases your bandwidth usage. Even it can be one file. The file size doesn't change, but the bandwidth for that file, depending on how many people click it and use it, that just grows every time somebody does it. That sounds ridiculous, but that is one of the ways that they charge you for websites, depending on what service you go through. So, yeah, you could have one file, and if it was extremely popular, if it went viral, as they say, and 1 million people hit on it, you could crash your website's bandwidth and need to purchase more bandwidth just because that one thing. Oh, yeah. You know, we were in the car at the time of that video was done, Mark versus the police state. Me and Eric were both in the back seat of the car. Well, no. Eric was in the front, I was in the back. We got to a point where they let us out, where Dad let us out, and we started to walk home. Of course, Eric got out, got away pretty clean. I got out of the car, and they ran me over. Yeah, that's one thing you don't see in that video, because it wasn't the first car that was behind him that ran him over. It was the second car that was behind it that ran me over, sorry. Messed up my ankle, and I ended up hobbling, up to the first house that was there and trying to get some assistance. And, of course, they're all freaking out, not knowing what was going on at the time. So I ended up hobbling about 5 miles, so I got to somebody who knew me. None of the cops bothered to stop for me or Eric after we were let out of the car either, so... Yeah, they already knew we were in the vehicle. They just didn't want to acknowledge who we were because of the narrative that they were pushing, claiming that Mark was a bank robber, even though they knew at the time we were not the bank robbers. That was our bank. Everybody at the bank was saying, no, it wasn't us. Everybody outside the bank was saying, no, it wasn't them. You have one cop who had a problem with Dave Sinar, who is a person who was driving the Ryder truck that we picked up the chairs from the, was it the Lions Hall? I think it was Lions Hall or Knights of Kiwanis Hall. I can't remember which it was. But the people there knew we were there doing that, and we were taking the Ryder truck back to return it in, and that was how that whole BS started. Later on, the FBI came out and acknowledged that, yeah, we knew they weren't involved with the bank robbery because we were following them that day. So, all that BS, they knew. They did it anyway. Anyway, rolling along. We got about 7 minutes left of the program, and I'm just rambling here, people. I've got no subjects left to talk about. I want to thank the people who are in the YouTube chat giving me something to talk about. But yeah, that was actually... I'm not even sure. I don't think that is... The edit that is there is even the original edit I did, because I'm the one who cut those videos down after we got them from the police dash cam. That's the police dash cam point of view from the trial. I did a couple edits on that. There's a long and a short edit, and I think the one that they kept up on YouTube was the short edit. There's one that was longer, that's a little more boring because it's, it's not a high-speed chase. Even when you see Dad, quote-unquote, dust the cops, it's not a high-speed chase. That's one thing they commented on. We never really went over 25 miles throughout the whole thing. We did do a little off-roading in a Dodge Diplomat. In fact, I think that part is...
I saw that video. That was cool.
Uh-huh. And what the point where... one of the points where they claimed Dad was trying to assault them with a car, you can clearly see where it's disputed time, where you can dispute it time and time again through the video, like when Minzy jumped out in front of us with a shotgun, and Dad intentionally swerved to miss him. The other one was the Canine Patrol, who just said wrong place, wrong time, both of us, where we were coming out of, the farmhouse there, getting back on the road. Oh, come on. That's not Linder's property. Oh, I'm trying to think. Hoey, yeah, Hoey's property, which I don't think is Hoey's property anymore. It's like a wedding, a place where they have weddings and whatnot.
Well, no matter what a cop said, I would figure that he was lying. I trust no cop of any kind, anywhere, anytime.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, we even had our dumb cousin up there who didn't realize he was our cousin at the time. He came up and saw us, saw Mom at a family reunion. Is like, "What are you doing here?" Wait, we're family. It's like, because dad's side of the family, Navy, police officers, and fire department, but mostly fire department and Navy. Even Mom's side of the family is aerospace and military, but I'm struggling to remember what branch of the military her side's in. I do know one of my uncles worked at NASA, and the other one worked at the Pentagon, and I can't remember which branch in the Pentagon he was working at, so I can't tell you. But that was Mom's side of the family. Which is neat, though. The one that was, I think, actually Air Force? I want to say Air Force. He would always give us some very interesting toys. It was always stuff we had to build. Like those little, mechanical wind-up birds that you throw and the wings flap and they go farther than they normally would. The airplane on the string, with a real gas motor, and you stick the stake in the ground, you get it going, and it flies in circles till it's out of gas. What was the other thing? My first radio-controlled car was one that he gave me that, you had to build it and make it work. A lot of interesting stuff from him. One of the people who got me into electronics and, taking stuff apart and putting it back together and figuring out how things work so you can make other things. Always fun. Oh. We got about 4 minutes left. And this is a Militia Town Hall meeting. I'm just rambling now, guys. If there is any subject or topic you guys want to bring up, we've got just a couple of minutes before we're bowing out for the intelligence report, which is usually when we have some of the more interesting topics brought up because it's people that are calling into the intelligence report and they heard or seen something that they want to bring forward. It usually gets done in the last 5 minutes of the program. It'd be great if it happened sooner, but it almost always happens just as we're about to close. Other than that, I've given you guys an update on what's going on with Libertytreeradio, a little bit anyway. I've still got some other stuff I'm trying to work out. Like I said, if people want me to do another audio stream or another way to tune in, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do it. If I can do it without messing up too much, I will get it out there. Right now, though, being stretched between the four is almost at the maximum of my multitasking. I know it because I have slipped a few times this week. I'm probably going to slip some more as we go through with this because I'm still learning how to use the OBS with YouTube. I might even look at a different video streaming service. I don't know how many streams you can do off of OBS at a single time. I don't know if it's got a limiter to where you can only do one. I do know the Sam Cloud, or not the Sam Cloud, the Sam Broadcaster, which is the Sam Cloud software. I know that can do more than one stream on multiple streams at a time. So if I can get a stream like that that'll auto connect, other than me having to go and remotely access the site and turning it on, I'll probably do that and run it through there. But again, we pay licensing for that software too in order to be able to use it every year. That's one of the things that I'm looking at cutting down. That way our end of the year bill gets cheaper. MindMix has been helping me look at some of these other programs that are out there that people use to stream. I have not found anything as comparable that I would understand right away. I'm going to have to download it and take some time to just sit there and fiddle with a program to make sure I've got all the bugs worked out before we switch over to anything, if we have to switch over to anything. So that's what I'm looking at there, and we are at the top of the hour. Coming up next is the Intelligence Report with Mark. I don't see BK on the line. He didn't call in to do his check-in, so we will probably just have Mark on the Intelligence Report this evening. So stay tuned. Coming up next is the Intelligence Report here on Liberty Tree Radio. This has been the Militia Town Hall meeting. Say good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening, Ed. Have a good night.
You too.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper, so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt. Put men of God in jail. Harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn. And your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? Oh, sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
There we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Evening Intelligence Report. I'm Mark Krunke. We see if we have butter knife there. I keep hearing dings. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, west, southeast, east, and north. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com. We're also on AM and FM micro stations, CB base stations, and Ultra Net, Hallmark, and Golden Spike Technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon and evening to all of our friends out there in lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson, way out there 3 hours behind us, so it's still afternoon there, along with the lower 48, the outlying two states, the territories, and the clock. It is 8:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Friday, Cinco de Amo Day, and Quartermaster Friday. It is the 26th of June. It is the 12th year of open Fabian Socialist and Soviet Socialist occupation of America, with a K. 2020 old Earth calendar, 2020 year of conflict, year of the Dance of Swords, and they've already begun, and it isn't slowing down. In fact, right now we got some dribble going on in Washington. They want to tear down the Emancipation statue. In fact, there are communists, even as we speak, all clustered together. And what do we have, about 48 minutes worth of yap back and forth, and they're wanting to just go to town. Well, if that is the case, I hope somebody shoots them. I doubt our patty-ass government's going to do anything about it, but hopefully somebody will put a bullet in their hind end. That would be the best situation. Again, the government one step away from the next failure, only a matter of minutes whenever they start to do what they're doing here, and they let them paint it and tear on it and break it and crack it and whatever, and then they, after the fact, do something. That's just wasted failure. That simply demonstrates the turds that we have that are in our government that are worthless. Absolutely worthless. Piss on them. That's why we need to, again, step up to the plate. When they get in the way of us again, they're going down with the other communists that we have flat out in front of us. The fellow travelers are going to be dying with them. And there's a reason. They'll show their own colors. They'll show their true red and yellow colors progressively, the whole pack of them. Anyway, thank you to Carl. You know, guys, George Bernard Shaw, I haven't talked about him in a while, but because you hear what we do with the intro every hour. And I hope you pay attention when I mention Soviet socialists. Oh, they're wicked bastards. Those are monsters. These are evil vampires, red eyes with red cat eyes with horns. And then there's the Fabian socialists. Now, I will help you to understand. I've read several texts over the years, and I have to dig out of the other studio the one piece that I've read more than a few times. Discussing the travels of a Western European and an American across the Trans-Russian, which basically is also the Siberian Railroad, back in the day, moving on to Port Arthur, which, by the way, is all the contested area of the Russo-Japanese War of 1905. And this is before 1905, right around there. And what's fascinating is the discussion about the different peoples that they're running into. And what is really interesting is the Bolsheviks, got to remember, no, this isn't 1917. This is pre-1917, way, like a decade earlier and more. And the guy's talking about running into the communists, and they're on the train, and there's all these other characters there, and one of the small towns, and they stop in, and the communists are there already, and they're all yapping about how they're going to, revolt and kill everybody off, blah, 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 blah. And then somebody realizes that the Fabians have shown up, and the communists have terror written on their face, and literally they go cold and quiet. What? Well, understand that with regard to the Fabians, what is their motto? How many of you know the primary motto of the Fabian socialist? Make haste slowly and strike with extreme terror. Make haste slowly and strike with extreme terror. Have you ever watched any video, actually, with the old newsreel? They're not newsreels, it's not even that. They're movie pieces done of George Bernard Shaw. George Bernard Shaw was a very, very, very well-known Fabian socialist. And if you study all of the works of the Fabian socialists, including George Bernard Shaw, when you look at him after you've read and you come back and you watch these videos, he looks like your grandpa. He looks like he's such a nice guy, and he gets so close, and then you see the shark eyes and the teeth, and it's too late. Seriously. So if you get a chance, actually, you should be able to go to, for instance, you can go over to YouTube. you should be able to find a few of the videos, well, actually originally, movies, of George Bernard Shaw talking to his audience. And remember that when you look at him, remember the motto, make haste slowly and strike with extreme terror. And understand, all those communists who were all so puffed up on themselves, when it was realized that the Fabians were there, terror ran through their ranks. Fear ran through their ranks. They went silent. Some blanched and turned white. That's the enemy that you're facing, people. Oh, there are still plenty of Bolsheviks out there. Make no mistake about it. The communists are... This is one pack of orcs versus the other pack of orcs fighting over, against you humans. Make no mistake about that. And for everybody out there, again, pretty straightforward as far as, well, where this is headed. So where it's already done. I mean, number one, you're not going to get out of this now. The most important thing is preparedness, is to actually be ready in every tier that we possibly can. Manufacturing, food production, medical support. Virtually, we are going to have to ensure that we don't lose and go back into the Stone Age, which everybody always seems to write up in all these BS, fictions, where the only reason you're going to go into the Stone Age is if you actually, just can't pull your head out of your arse even for a minute, take a breath and look around and see what's going on. We got a lot of work to do. Most important here, again, it is Quartermaster Friday. So what we're looking at is the need to make sure that we have first-tier support in place. That is existing manufacturing support or manufactured support in place. That can be food, clothing, shoes, socks, Pampers. Take your pick. Go right down the whole shopping list of the convenience of existing manufactured goods and storing them in depth. But that's not going to get the job done. The next is intermediate or phase one manufacturing. And by the time we're done, full independent production in all categories. Now, we've been working on this for decades. We have been in motion and are basically now integrated with a lot of people who have small businesses and companies. They have had good discipline. We don't share within our circles. Everybody knows who's who in the zoo. We don't share outside our circles. In fact, they're very patient. It takes time to recruit the next person to bring them up to speed. But what has happened is we have a vast infrastructure of Americans who are not with the Fabians, not with the Soviets, not with the globalists, fed up, tired. Many of them, of course, tired of what they're seeing now because we know we can't go any farther. The bureaucracy is not going to do anything other than continue to be a burden. It will continue to hamper any rebuilding or repair of the nation. In fact, it will do more to tear down. The moment that anybody resists the globalist agenda, it's the mission of the bureaucracy to toe the line to create a greater burden for the people who are resisting. We've seen this over and over again. We've had to deflect their energies accordingly, keep them busy, make them think they're doing something, when in reality we're looking straight at them. Even if they are just that bump in the curtain, we can hear everything they're saying. We pretty well can map out whatever they're doing, and pretty soon they're a bump on the ground because the next bullet goes right through the bump in the curtain. See how that works? So, again, the first phase, which is, again, to have a deep larder, gives us anywhere from 2 to 3 to 4 years worth of ability when the time comes to be able to maintain our people, to be able to maintain a standard, and give us the ground time that we need to establish first phase manufacturing in all areas, light manufacturing. Now, there are a lot of people have argued, and we've even had this discussion till 3 or 4 in the morning, well, could we actually achieve what we, say our great-grandparents or, the people of this nation in our grandparents' age, were able to successfully put on the table. And I would point out that we don't have the disadvantage of, lack of working knowledge. Example, going through the era of steam, going in through the era of chemistry as opposed to electronics or the age of electricity as it develops. We have all of that under our belt. So So the only question is, what can we achieve at a particular point in a particular location? To what degree can we develop the technology, a technology? Would we commit to it and permanently stay with it? One of the things I've been pointing out is that we're going to have to be very fluid because we have a progressive series of advancements that can take place. Now, the other side, especially the ring knockers and the spit swappers with all the garbage they're doing, the technology wave advancements are for their advantage. They know what they're doing. They understand exactly how they've been doing what they've been doing and how they play us. We understand that too. The difference is that we're not going to play that game, but rather we have a very different method of presenting the technology and still advancing it. Not to the degree that they have, but in that if we are going to maintain, or if we're going to establish and then maintain a higher standard of living, to do that we have to commit to a period, plant our flag, develop it accordingly. We still maintain many of the more advanced technologies for as long as we can, but eventually everything's going to wear out, run out, just plain break down. Entropy is part of the nature of the planet. It's the nature of all things. Entropy catches up with us. So we need to be prepared to whatever degree we can. First phase, right now, all of you can participate as, like you said, a deep larder. Whatever food storage you can get on the shelf, keep piling it up, keep piling it up, keep piling it up. You're not going to lose a penny on that. Big thing is try to manage it. Now, in addition, everything from clothing, for instance. Any piece of clothing you can get your hands on, you can get for free, can it and box it and put it away. What if it doesn't fit me? Well, it may fit you, especially if you go on that, what's called that, basically that, speed diet, called starvation, or at least, let's just say lesser calorie intake. Don't worry. You're going to be changing clothing sizes pretty much across the board. Armstrong is going to be involved, so physically you're going to be in better shape in general, no matter how you look at it. We're going to be working more, physically working more. The big thing here again is technologies such as tools. If you're looking at a particular trade and you are experienced, what would you need to maintain as a master, as a leader, to maintain your trade in your area of operation or for your own personal gain and interest, because that is part of what we're dealing with here. We're looking at building and maintaining society. We are not looking at destroying or burning everything down. That's the other side. However, we're not going to be building it back up for the enemy so they can turn around and burn it right back down again. Piss on that. That's done. We're finished with that. We're finished with that. We are finished with that. It hasn't sunk in with them yet. This is an opportunity for all of you. We have a chance, a very bright chance, a very outstanding opportunity to actually achieve at our own benefit, rather than these parasites non-stop sucking off us and dragging us down. That's not accidental. That's part of the whole reason people scratch their head and get frustrated, because we're not allowed to benefit from our own life's time. And in fact, we have 6, 7, 8 monkeys on our back from all different directions, including overseas, that are living off our productivity. You eliminate that, you eliminate a lot of other schisms and issues that right now have dragged down a lot of people. Some will never learn and never going to lift themselves up anyway. And I mean, don't think I'm picking on black people on that. I'm talking about everybody. I don't know what it is about this Weezer society. It has to do with the idiot education system. It has to do with your stars. It has to do with, the planets. Take your pick. Whatever it is your belief system is on this one, there are some people you just aren't going to fix. They are broken. They are going to stay broken. That's it. That's done. It's in the stars, or it's what they want. Tears in your beers. Well, get over it, get on with life, and make sure, again, that we do the best we can with what we've got. But we are going to have to fight for our freedom. We're going to have to fight and earn our freedom. No, the soldier down the street did not earn your freedom. No, nobody out there earned your freedom. Oh, it got me free, but no, they didn't. They were shooting and killing people for oil. They were stealing for other stuff that we didn't get. We mostly have been killing and stealing for the Israelis or for some other foreign punk tied in with the Israelis in some way, and we get screwed every step of the way. That's not fighting for our freedom. That's not maintaining our liberty. Has nothing to do with any of it. But you, given the opportunity to fight for your freedom, will be able to earn your freedom properly. Somebody else can't earn your freedom or your liberty for you. That idea of buying somebody isn't working. It's why we got to where we are now. How do you like the shipwreck you're in right now? Well, step back, and rather than doing the stupid thing about, well, we're going to do the insane thing and just keep repeating and repeating. No, wrong. Better step back and figure out what it is that's been done wrong here that we've allowed to go too far, and we need to fix it, which we will. You're all part of this. You can all make it happen. But we need that positive. You all need to be part of the positive attitude, the positive mechanism that needs to be in place. And, of course, you're going to have naysayers dragging you down nonstop. Get over that one. Throw them out the window. In fact, throw them off the skyscraper. That would be your best bet. And, get on with the world the way it's supposed to be. Now, with regard to food storage, disperse it, caches. We don't need everything in one place. You need it spread out. You also need it, again, palletized for transport. One of the things that I've been really using heavily, because I don't know why people aren't keeping them, but I'm ending up with tons and tons and tons of these phenomenal kitty litter buckets. They are perfect for what I've said for years, talked about with regard to weight management with supply and support. Why? Well, they're about the optimal size. They've got a good carry system. No, they're not going to last forever. In fact, just the reverse. They're only going to have a limited lifespan for serviceability. Then you repurpose them for something else, and then finally we'll break the chip down, melt it all out, put it back into something else down the road, and we'll make it work for us, okay? But it is an ideal single package carrying system that everybody can understand, everybody can operate, so to speak, and despite age, if properly managed with what goes into the container, anybody from a child through to an older adult can handle that particular piece of cargo. This is critical because in a lot of cases when we end up having to move material or we have to support personnel, everybody that is of fighting age will be fighting. The other people that are in the community will be assisting or supporting the fight because it is a fight for our people. It is a fight for what's directly behind us. For that which we are, again, we have love for and hold dear. So we have a really good reason not only to fight, but fight to win and win hard. We have to win well. We have to make sure that we win permanently. Well, to do that, it's all of us joining in to get that process accomplished, to get that done. So we need to be thinking out how we build things accordingly so that everyone is able to participate in the management and the execution of the actions that we're involved in. It's not hard to do. It's not difficult to figure out. It's pretty straightforward. We can handle it. We will accomplish it. These little kitty litter buckets, they're not the only system that I use. I mean, we got 5-gallon pails. We use number 10 cans, which y'all call a gallon can, which we can seal and can ourselves, which we have done a lot of. But whatever we do, we need to be thinking about material management with the person, with a human. That has to be the first tier because no matter what, wheels are going to get broken, vehicles are going to be destroyed, carts aren't going to be available. How can we move what we move, what little resources we have? Well, that's why the packaging and palletization of the equipment needs to match our future plans and needs. So, again, prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance, which is what the whole situation is all about, okay? One of the big things here, again, with packaging, remember 3 tiers of defense, 3 tiers of packaging. It can be nothing but a garbage bag, over top of everything that goes inside a container. You put a garbage bag in the container. You use a primary, subdividing container with the individual packages inside that subdivision container. It goes inside the bag. Once the bag is filled up to the capacity of the container, it is tied off. It's burped, get rid of all the extra air. It's rolled up and shut. Now you have a containment, a second layered containment system. Then you seal up the container itself with a 5-gallon pail, kitty litter bucket, whatever you're doing, purely, of course, to create a harder shell on the outside, protecting the contents on the inside. And this is what the government does and has done for years and proven systems that work quite well, as a matter of fact. You need to be thinking ahead and thinking the same way. Now, again, this is just the basics for storage. With manufacturing, as I pointed out earlier, drill bits, saw blades, rasps, hasps, files, anything that is a perishable in operation, sandpaper, emery cloth, all of these things need to be accumulated. Watch for somebody getting rid of. Anything like that that they are tossing out or they're disposing of, collect, box it, mark it, put it in the system, in our reserve system. Okay? There's a reason for this, and it has to do with, again, where if we're going to be manufacturing, we obviously have to have the components to accomplish the task and get the job done. Well, there's that line, we can do it. Well, yes, we can. But you all need to be pitching in and be part of the solution. You can't just be complaining about the problem. Now, with regard to heavier manufacturing, I would point out, once you have light manufacturing, machines make machines, which then make more machines, which then make more machines. By the time you're done, you have a progressive, developing industrial base that you can point at a particular problem and you can solve it with either the existing earliest tier of technology or the up-and-coming replacement or improvement or expansion in growth and the ability. You remember, one machine can build a bigger machine. The bigger machine can build the next bigger machine. Think that way. So whatever your area, your express interest, whatever area of interest you do have, develop it. If you're interested in carpentry, if you're interested in ironmongery, plastics, whatever it is, this is the time to get invested and get involved. Don't forget Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. Watch for estate sales. We had a couple of estate sales. Got some stuff out of one of those last couple of days. I, in fact, got some really nice stuff out of those last couple of days. Some I didn't expect because not all the stuff was out by the curb, so to speak. But fact of the matter is, canteens, backpacks, tools, machinery of any kind that you can imagine, pretty much everything and anything shows up. So you don't have to spend money necessarily. In fact, what you do is you spend the money to tweak your inventory the rest of the way. You see how that works? You have a plan, you figure out what it is that you need, and then you act and acquire after you've done an inventory and sorted out what you were able to accumulate, then act and retire whatever it is that is necessary that may not be serviceable, bring up what it is that is serviceable, make it work for you, okay? Probably the best example is, like for instance, for camping or, a lot of people are looking at retreats or they're looking at, bugging out. A lot of what you need, you can acquire. It won't be necessarily, in some cases it is top of the line, but it may not be top of the line, but it'll be close enough nobody will know the difference. Everything from seating to tentage to camping gear, cold weather gear. I just picked up 3 pairs of ladies' winter boots the last couple of days here. Again, they're actually like new. The one had a little mouse nibble on the fur on the top, which is why they probably decided, well, I'll get something new next year. But the fur could come right off the top of the boot, and it wouldn't make any difference. They're actually just an ornamental. It's real leather with real fur. God knows what. Could be cat. But it's not critical to the operation of the boot. But the boot itself is comparable to many of these military boots that are presently being made in good quality. Well, guess what? That would be a pair of the seasonal boots for our people that would be in need when the time comes, and I would issue them out accordingly, or might use them within my own circle. But the fact of the matter is that for just a moment's worth of effort and a little bit of storage, now all of a sudden, or just redistribution right now, I might just send it to route it to a person that needs it or can use it, and I know they'll have it where they need it now. There's all kinds of resources out there. And as long as we keep working on them, example, I'm looking at right now a freebie. I can't get to it probably tonight, but a handful of radios for free just outside Ann Arbor, actually halfway between here and Ann Arbor. And the price is right, free. In fact, looks like 3 40-channel Citizens Band radios. Don't see any antennas or anything with them, but the radios are there complete. So do I want those? Oh, hell yeah. Do I necessarily need them for what I've got right now, in the fleet inventory? Well, I might need one. But the rest would go to allies, or it's in reserve, and when the time comes, it can be handed out. That way I can force multiply, okay? So, anyway, idea is not just complaining about the problems. We need to be looking to the future, and we are going to be around for the future. The big thing is, what kind of a future are we going to create? The hell with Satan. Send his ass back to hell where it belongs. Shaitan, Cthulhu, I don't care what it is. They're all going to drop like flies. Mostly just because we're going to beat their minions down. And there's no fighters, there's no army, that's it. Okay, that's how it works. So we need to be prepared to deal with that. Now, a couple of things I was mentioning. I'm going to do it Friday. Of course, it's Quartermaster Friday / Quarterbastard. If you've really been in the military, you know what I mean. But in this case, we'll do a better job than that. If you go over to Botash, we've mentioned this many times on the air in the last couple of days, hopefully we'll sell them out. That's what I want to see happen. We need to sell them out. I was hoping actually we would have one of the orders here on the doorstep today, but it didn't make it. But who knows, might show up tomorrow, or we're out and about or in the garden. And I'm going to take a look at some of the other stuff that Botash had to offer that I needed and wanted, and so I took advantage of it, and I'll give you a follow-up on the part that I was interested in. However, now it's B-O-T-A-C-H. Botash is how it's pronounced, though. Botash.com. And military surplus, but also brand new military items, quite a few. As a matter of fact, of course, it's going to hiccup when I want to do it on the air. And it's www.botach.com. I'm reinforcing it while I'm reinforcing it in front of me here is what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get it right. All right, there we are. Now, I would also point out, we've mentioned these people many times. A couple of our listeners brought forward the information. They are, of course, an personal body armor carrier. Take a look at what they have. They always have some kind of deal waiting in the wings. So if you are looking for, again, armor or plates or supplemental plates or inserts for your system, maybe you've already got equipment, doesn't matter what it is, they do have it sitting on the shelf, and they always have deals. Right now they got a couple of 99 cent, I wish, $100, I'm not going to say 99, $100, $99.98, throw 2 cents in, $99.95, throw 5 cents in. That's $100, but still, it's a good price for the plates that they have and the armor that they have. Take a look, compare, see if it's something that will make more sense for you, and if it does, then jump on it. Now, the Botash boots we're talking about are Maelstrom Military Combat Side Zip boots. Guys, the feet are going to go real quick if you don't have good footwear. I'm always looking for more boots and shoes. I don't care where I am, I don't care what it is I'm looking at, I always am looking for more footwear. Not just for myself, but for the people who are going to be my unit that are part of whatever infantry operation or mechanized. We need more footwear. So, here's the thing. I just looked while I was talking. There are a limited number, but it's the smallest number of 8.5, size 8.5, 52. All the rest, there's about 1,000, not quite, but about 1,000 of each, a little over 1,000, 1,500 size 9. There are 764 size 9.5, and then there are 1,715 size 10. I'm amazed at that. Size 10 is like the number one size, especially through the 90s. Of course, now we're into the aughts. The 11s and 12s went. Kind of tells you every 10, 20 years here we're growing some, bigger beanstalks. So anyway, $15 a pair. These are a side zip boot. They still have the lace up front. These are not a tropical boot. They do not have the breather ports like you see on the jungle boots. They're as cheap as a pair of Walmart tennis shoes, but they're not Walmart tennis shoes. On Maelstrom Military Combat Side Zip boots, go look them up just in general before you go to the $15 deal here at Botash. It's $15 a pair. That is an excellent price for a pair of boots, period. And even if the shipping's a little higher, still, it's again, one of the best prices, baseline prices in the country for the items that we're looking at. Now, the other thing they do have are repelling gloves right now, and they did mention these. I think we talked about them yesterday, and I did touch on them for a minute in the first hour, I hope. Anyway, these are reinforced in the base of the finger area, out to the middle of the finger, middle of the fingers, and it is a repelling glove for $5. They have size extra large and extra large, and I think they have smalls. I think they still have some of the smalls and maybe some mediums. However we look at it, most of us have bigger hands. I go the extra large simply because, again, they do have them. Guys, if you have recovery vehicles, you're going to be with mechanized, you've got any other technology or equipment that is combat engineer, these repelling gloves are perfect for a lot of the handle work you got to do with, that's right, cables and chains. Seriously, this is reinforced for the same reason you have these gloves for repelling. The purpose that they serve, protection against the effects of friction, which builds up calories, which means heat. Guess what? With the repelling gloves for working cabling or working chains for recovery, tow chains, tow cables, wraparounds, and heavy tie downs for loads and equipment where you're having to move the stuff first before it can be dogged the rest of the way. For $5 a pair, you can't beat these. And the fact that they are a repelling glove, if you guys got the Czech repelling combat harness I recommended here last year before they ran out of them, these gloves match up with that repelling rig you got. So I highly recommend that you take the time and grab them. Go ahead, caller. Who do we have?
This is Fluffy. Where are those gloves? And I'm sorry to ask again, but I wrote down the address where those Mauser actions were, and I lost it. But I'll be able to get on
repeat again?
Tomorrow.
Repeat again. You wrote an address down for?
The Mauser actions.
Oh, okay. The Mauser rifles, which do not require any FFL, they do not require paperwork. These are barreled actions with the trigger guard, magazine well, bolt, everything's there except the wood. They are $150. They are $150. They are model 1893 Mausers. They do not require an FFL. They are pre-98s. They're at centerfiresystems.com. www.centerfiresystems.com. www.centerfiresystems.com. And those are Turkish Mausers. When you go
and
over
they
Center
are
Fire,
an 8mm, correct?
They're an 8mm Mauser. Yes. And look to be in good condition. Again, until I get to see another couple of them close up. So far, if the one they're showing in the picture is the standard, looks to be in good to very good condition. So definitely serviceable enough. Again, they are M1893 Mausers, and they are over at centerfiresystems.com. And they're Turkish Mausers, $150 for a barreled action with all the accoutrements, everything but the wood. You got to go find a stock for them. Now the gloves are over at Botach, Botach, and they're repelling gloves. Not repelling as in, oh my God, they're ugly. They're repelling gloves, and if you're not familiar with them, you recognize them. Well, you recognize them. You've been in service before. Let's put it that way. And
on those gloves,
they might have sold out. I'm not sure, but you know what's funny? I put in repelling glove, and I'm getting everything but. By the way, before I even go too much farther beyond this with the gloves, I have been talking with the importers, actually with the jobbers. Guys, armored gloves are going to go up in price again. They already have, actually. I didn't know this. I mentioned before, over a year ago, I tried to get everybody to buy out the inventories that were out there. Somebody did. Some of you guys did. But gloves, the Chinese have apparently taken over most of the industry the rest of the way, which was expected, like everything else. They are conquering by, undercutting, and then once they get the industry, then they jack the price wherever they want to. Well, they are. So armored gloves are going to take a bite upwards again. Just be ready for that. Everybody understand? It's going to be. It's already happening. Not be ready. We just don't. When you look at the prices, you're going to have some sticker shock. And at least somebody told you beforehand. Now, if you run into anything, I ran into some armored gloves over at Tractor Supply. In fact, I'm looking at the same pair right here, basically the same pair, $40 a pair, and it's the exact same manufacturer. And I picked them up because they were in closeout, markdown, for 2 pairs for $10. Couldn't beat the price. I grabbed a couple more sets because of that. But even the price I'm seeing here, which is like $36, $37, is going to go up by another $5 or $6 shortly, if it probably in the next week. All of the other wholesalers, it's already reflected. So this is going to continue. This is goofy. It means your money's worth less is what it means, guys. But for anybody out there, if you are, and we might have actually sold out of these because they're not popping up. And it should say, well, I wouldn't be surprised. We mentioned them on the air, and they're only $5 a pair, so the fact that they might be gone already wouldn't surprise me at all. Let me look over in clearance real quick on these. But as far as the other items, whatever it is, I'm looking for a deal. There are some, even the gloves that have been going through Gov Liquidation / Iron Planet have been going pricey. And that's because anybody who's looking at what they're going for at the auction end of government auction are knowing what they're coming in from the Chinese at. So we're getting American ones for, they're willing to pay more, but still pay less than they would they're paying more for the American ones from the government auction, but it's less than what they would be paying for the China Sport version. That's just a heads up. And we're going to see this in a lot of other categories. As this depression develops the rest of the way and everybody finds out more about what's really going on, the distraction of the battlefield is only going to last so long. And again, don't forget, during the American War for Independence, we had the same problems we have right now. Everything beforehand, during, and after. I mean, as far as the economics go, the only people who are going to stabilize this are us, and it's by demand. It's the speculators and the shysters / the shysters that are our problem. They're the ones that are creating the difficulty that we have right now. So we're going to have to put the kibosh to that and get on with other things, as they say. Oh, here we go. Okay. And so thank you, Bob. Actually, no, I'm sorry, Robert. I didn't say Bob. I mean a microphone. You're going to hunt me down later and beat the snot out of me, aren't you? Uh-oh. Well, I don't know. They may be here, they may not. It looks like they're not jumping off the wall at me there. We're $4.98 a pair. There are some other gloves still for that price. Laceration-resistant Kevlar line tactical gloves, Desert Sand for $4.98, but those may be completely out of stock. I look for stuff like this for a reason because, again, guys, you should be armoring up where you can right now. And it looks like those are completely out of stock, but I could be wrong. So check them out. Go when you see them. If there are any of these that you're interested in, they're Franklin gloves. Those things are about $50, $40 a pair, $5 a pair, but they sold out today while we were doing this. So the repelling gloves may not be in the system at all. They may already be sold out, but I'll scroll through, and you guys need to do the same thing. Enough on that. You can find it after the program without any complications at all. Another thing, real quick, we were talking about tourniquets. Okay, let me point something out. You guys got any bike repair places? I mentioned the bike repair places quite a few times on the air here. How many of you have a bike repair business in town? Or you got to. Most of your bigger towns do for sure. Go over and ask them what they do with the inner tubes they pull out of the bikes. Typically, they'll have a bunch of them right there in the trash that you can, take if you want to. Now, I've told you before, you can make what we call Ranger rubber bands for your gear, for holding your, locking your gear down, especially on the old TA56 or TA90. where you have your suspenders. You cut the rubber band from the inner tube as whatever width you want. Disconnect the straps, slide those up onto the shoulder harness, and then reconnect your hanger. Now you've got keeper rubber bands, and they're as wide as you need them to be for whatever object like flashlights, radios, whatever you think you want to do, or other pieces of equipment you need to temporarily affix to your gear. Well, here's another thing. We were talking about tourniquets. And, racing bike, French racer / smaller diameter, although any diameter will work, inner tubes make great tourniquets. Old inner tubes make great tourniquets. They are cheap. They are easy. So if you need more, because Doc will never have enough, and because one way or another you're going to keep going through them and use them up, this is another reason to make a point of acquiring these things. Put them in one of those 5-gallon pails, or put them in one of those kitty litter buckets, and save them. Now, I would go so far myself, I do this all the time, like I just cut one up the other day. I've got it in the vehicle for another project. I actually need some more of them. The Schrader valves that are in there, take the valve out, put that into your repair kit. Any of those things like that, don't let those go to waste, and don't throw them out. Can't do much of anything with the stem, but you never know, so save those off to the side, because you can always cut a hole, use some goop, glue the thing from the inside of a tube out, and be creative. There's all kinds of stuff we might do with them down the road in the future. So if you want to, you can put them in an odd, like, kitty litter, pour container, one of those big, almost like jerry can size kitty litter containers that have a pour spout. Those are perfect for stuff you just want to toss in and save, because maybe down the road you'll use it. It's not out anything if you got in a container that makes it easily manageable. It's not in the way. So just a heads up on that one. Anyway, with regard to the inner tube, well, think about it. You can use it for tying down. You're going to stretch it. The elastic nature of the inner tube is going to do a good job of choking off circulation, but you can also apply a twist stick, and if you leave long wings on the tie, or forgive me, on the rubber, on the inner tube, you have the advantage of being able to use that twist stick to bring the tension up, and use the extended ties, the extended wings, to lock down and secure the twist stick, so that the tourniquet does what it continues to do, what it's supposed to do, without any complications whatsoever. It's another improvise, adapt, and overcome solution, and it's really, really, really affordable. Plus, again, there may be other applications down the road where you need that type of elastic or malleable material for something. Could be a gasket, could be a seal, could be, again, to wrap around and use something, make kind of a reverse spring or a hinge spring with two pieces of material. On one end, you wrap, bind, and thread the inner tube. Now it becomes a springy point. Put a piece of stick at the right up next to where the rubber band ends in the inside V, and you've got yourself a lever with a recovery position. There's all kinds of things you might do with that, especially with booby traps or with other improvised technologies. So just something to think about. There's all kinds of things you can do with the junk, but you got to have the junk. And this isn't really junk at all. In fact, again, you can put a number of these up as backup tourniquets for a recovery or medical kit. Like I said, a crash kit. Somebody's got to deal with more than one casualty. You've got a whole bunch of different bleeders and a bunch of arterial problems, maybe even traumatic amputations. Be kind of handy to have more of everything that you need. I want to address something else real quick here, and I will say this again. Granted, if we go to war, it won't make any difference. They'll lie about whatever we're doing and whatever happens to us. But remember, we're in that smoky phase where the shysters are always trying to stir the pot. Some of you may have seen the picture yesterday of the black kid coming up behind the white kid with in fact, the cameraman even gloats with him. The guy has a pair of brass knuckles. Now, they're brass colored, but they're not brass knuckles, because right now a couple different companies and the wholesalers are pushing a lot of stuff that you do not want to have in hand when the prostituter starts to play games, okay? Granted, they're going to lie anyway, but, they're going to have to fabricate more if you don't provide ammunition like this. The brass knuckles aren't. They're a crude set. You can find these paperweights at Budcay and a number of other locations, and they're a very sharp-edged device. That's why they're easy to spot. And they're a shiny brass coating. They're not brass. They're shiny / this is an alloy set of knuckles. And the guy gloats, and he's got him on his left hand. He comes up and he smacks the guy in the usual monkey poke / backstabber attack from behind. Then the kid's on the ground, and the black guy starts beating him with the brass knuckles. Now, I think the idiot stick crushed the knuckles on his hand. This is something I'd warn you about, a lot of this junk that is out there. I mean, yeah, it'll work one time, and in fact, it'll keep working because you won't be able to take it off. Problem is you won't be able to take it off. Oops. Well, anyway, fact of the matter is, don't get caught with that stuff. I will tell you again, best thing you can do, go to one of these surplus companies and find the guys that are still selling the Vietnam-era steel carabiners. They can't get you for carrying a carabiner. You put your keys on it, you hang the keys from your belt that way. Guess what? You got a key hanger. But you know what? You put your fingers inside that with the cross bridge that doesn't clip. On the clip side goes in your palm. And guys, works just like a set of brass knuckles, but it doesn't give. It won't collapse on you. Whatever you hit with will. But do not have a set of brass knuckles. Another thing, no twitch blades, no switch blades, twitchy blades, okay? Those are just, those cops usually carry a switchblade more often as a dump device if they're going to kill you, a way to have an excuse where they can plant something, than a gun. Because the switchblade, they can have your corpse, put some fingers on it, your fingerprints on it with just touching your fingers to it, and they've got what they need. And that's why, again, because the switchblade is considered the same as a gun, same as in fact, they do all kinds of propaganda on it. But especially when the prostituter gets into court. So that little thing reminded me watching the knuckle dragus Ubangus, hit the kid from behind, which is the only thing that the punks are good for, as far as the way they attack. Like I said, I see something like that. First I'll shoot the cameraman, then I'll shoot the asshat who thought he was going to do the monkey poke. But this is something to beware. No brass knuckles, no switchblades. Go ahead, caller, jump in there.
This is Hal, excuse me, in South Dakota. Just real quick, that's Botach.com, BOTACH.
Yep,
right?
Botach.com.
Yeah. Sorry, the humidity got to me today. I wrote it down. I thought I got it right. I'm just double checking.
Yeah,
Thank you.
BOTACH.com, and they have the boots right in the front page there. Now, the repelling gloves I couldn't find, and they might have sold out of it. I would understand why. We mentioned them on the air.
Actually, they haven't.
Huh?
Actually, they haven't. I just sent you the URL to the repelling gloves. I looked at them within the past 20 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I kept bouncing around here on the air, and that's the problem. I'm doing three things at once here, and I know Ed's got the same thing going on. But the advantage of those gloves, for $5 a pair, you've got extra large and extra large. They don't really, doesn't make any difference if they're bigger. What they're designed to do is protect you from a sliding, surface that builds up calories and may have destructive surfaces that damage your hand. It's a doubled up leather glove where it needs to be doubled up. So it is for $5, it's a steal. And I emphasize
and I'll put
things.
The URL.
Go ahead.
I'll put the URL in the Discord also.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So anybody else who's listening, if you're curious about what we're talking about, go over to the Discord at Liberty Tree Radio on our Liberty Tree Radio page, the www.libertytreeradio.4mg.com. Link up there, and the listing will be in there for you guys. So that'll help us a lot. Thank you. Again, with Botach, it's catch as catch can. Some of this stuff, they will even tell you there are only so many pieces left, and if you watch, you can see the tachometer go down to 0. So it happens. It's just, the one good thing is they actually save you time. It prevents you from wasting time putting something on your order list and then, it doesn't come through. which is good. I prefer a conscientious company like that. They're a little pricey on some things, not so much on others. But the things they're pricey on are typically pricey everywhere. Okay, in other words, like Adidas, name brand stuff. Sure, they charge what the market will bear for their product, and they can do that. The other thing too is always check and recheck. Don't assume, well, I don't have to worry about these guys for a month. You never know what they're going to be on the end of in inventory, and that's why it goes over to clearance. What I am amazed at most recently is a lot of big sizes have been showing up where normally those are long gone and it's just a small and extra small that's left. That is not the case with these. The bigger sizes have been available in a lot of the stuff. They do sell out, but that's expected. That's what they're in the business to do. So you got to be there at the trough faster is what you got to do. Yeah, somebody's saying, well, there's some other shoes there. Yes, there are. In fact, they got a Recon trainer, looks kind of nice for $20 right now, better than a Walmart tennis shoe. And it looks like they do have it in a few sizes. I don't know. I'd have to look to see what sizes, but they do not have 10s and 11s, I'll tell you that for sure, because they don't even list them. And anyway, those are reasonably priced shoes. So they do have some good footwear. Check them out, botash.com. They don't advertise with us. Maybe you should call them and tell them that they should. Wouldn't hurt. Every time you talk to them, you go talk to them and say, hey, you guys need to kind of back up Liberty Tree Radio, because we probably helped to sell a lot of those boots, which we did, and I don't have a problem with that because I like the price. Anyway, let's see. Last but not least, we are heading to the weekend for all you guys. Guys, it's been cooler out here, dropping in the 50s. You can die of hypothermia in the summertime in a military operation or any other operation. Always take a jacket or a woolly pulley and put it in your combat gear. I prefer, for instance, a regular old U.S., well, one's German, the other one's American, woolly pulley, the regular commando sweaters. And I'll usually have at least one cold weather item like a field jacket liner because they crush well. But when you want to pull them out, you get all that support out of them. You can take a regular field jacket liner and put it right inside your regular blouse, and it works like a field jacket. It's a lot better. It gives you another insular layer. Even if you're carrying your field jacket, still carry a spare. You never know how things are going to go literally down into the dumps, temperature-wise. And a 20-degree variant will get you killed. A 20-degree variant in weather, in condition, temperature-wise, can get you killed. We have Rangers who died. Well, I should say Ranger wannabes. They were training. I've always brought this up. They died of hypothermia down during the swamp phase because during the day, classic Florida weather. Temperature at night dropped down. They got all wet. The moisture sucked the calories right out of them. The guys were dead by morning. See how easy that is? And it was during the summer. Florida's not cold in the summer, but it can get cooler. And water is a radiator. So all these things, bad formula. The guys were tired. They were down physically. On top of that, the temperature shift. They were partially in water because they got lost in the swamp phase. And the moisture just sucked the heat right out of them, and they're not with us anymore. So just a heads up. You won't necessarily die of small arms fire. I mean, come on, guys. Remember, as they pointed out, hell, diseases is likely to get you in the American War for Independence. The smallpox might get you. And we got these weenie people lamenting about a flu. Oh, God. Anyway, so we do have a lot of work to do. We are at the top. We should be hearing the music because we are at the end of the hour and the end of the intel report for the weekend. Guys, if whatever's going on in your area, give us a situation report. If it looks like it's getting hectic, back each other up. God bless our republic. Yes, to the New World Order. We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire is on the run. We're in the march. God bless you all. Stay focused. Stay on mission. Get what you need to done. And then make up another list. Do it again. God bless. Bye-bye.
Remember to hug your rifle.